I will hold you in my arms.
And welcome everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here to start week number 3, day number 1, as we get down to some more amazing Chinese League of Legends. My name is Julian Pastry Timecar. Joining with me here is Jake Spawn Tiberi for our opening game. And honestly, it couldn't be any more fun. Snake taking on OMG.
Yeah, a huge game coming up, Pastry Time. And this is 5th versus 4th, only week 3, but both of these teams, OMG having a lackluster end to the last season, Snake still up there with the top of the league. Both have made some changes and now have burst back into the scene.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe not doing as well as a lot of their roster shifts might entail, but looking fairly strong. OMG especially going through massive transformations, it feels like.
Yeah, exactly right. Whenever you get rid of Go-Going Loveling, your team is going to look a lot different. Much more structure around Cool and Uzi this time coming in. Zhiyong up in the top lane playing a little bit more of a pseudo carry on things like FLICKR, but also going back to some big tanks like Nara and Maokai, and in the jungle coming through with Zhui there. Sorry. Atlas's pronunciation just nearly burst into my head for a second. He's looked a lot more supportive than what Loveling was in the whole of the first series.
And you know what? That was the thing about OMG, is that there's just not enough gold for all of these carries. The team pretty much couldn't hold all of them, quite literally. So Loveling going out, much more of an aggressive jungler, used to taking a little bit more farm, even from the lanes out there as well. And it was just too much here. Performances, especially towards the end of last season for the top and old top laner and jungler for the team, weren't quite making it. New players have certainly mixed things up for OMG. We're not quite sure if it's for the better just yet, but they're playing relatively solid. Xiang especially has been quite impressive in the top lane, and it feels like the roster is just still learning about themselves because they are very new.
Yeah, I like how you said that they're learning together, because they've had a lot of splits and they've looked great in some games and poor in others, and their map movement is good at sometimes. Their vision control has been poor at other times and really hurt their map movements a little bit. So I think that OMG, they will grow together as a team. As far as mechanics go, throwing Zhiyong into the top lane really isn't anything bad because he's such a strong mechanical player, so you hope that he will figure it out eventually as well. So I think that they've made some moves. I don't know whether they're for the best of the team, but you know, you have to trust in OMG to really get it going and be able to catapult themselves into playoff contention this season, and then hopefully Worlds at the end.
Yeah, and it's a long season here as well, so OMG making changes at the start might be the best thing for them, but you can see still a big roster here for the team, so plenty of potential movement, but we will be with the same crew at least for game number 1. Xiang on the top side, we talked about it, surprisingly impressive in his new role.
Yeah, he certainly has been. I actually like him up there. I know a lot of people love Go-Going. I did as well. The old freight train up in the top lane for OMG, but Zhiyong, he's impressed so far.
Yeah, and Shui, it's been mixed, I think, from the jungle. Certainly a much more utility focus. I really like his Gragas games. The other champions, maybe not so much just yet. As we move into the mid lane, probably their best looking player so far. Cool, back on top, finally.
Yeah, not only best looking, but best player as well. Cool, he's really good coming through in the mid lane. Going through to their other superstar, Uzi, KDA, up at about the 5.8. Very bloodthirsty at the moment, Uzi, pulling out things like the Vayne, but playing a lot of Sivir, and honestly, he looks better on utility AD carries right now.
He does. He's just been a bit more of a secondary carry for this team, and that's fine, honestly, if Uzi wants to be a bit more like that. Amazing in the bottom lane, of course. Probably the greenest member of OMG, it feels like. Still definitely meshing with the team and with his AD carry, Uzi especially. But if they can get some synergy going, Uzi's such a strong player that support can come to match him. Lots of strong duo lanes have been led by Uzi, and I think Amazing with some time can get there as well.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned the synergy, because they really need to figure out the laning phase right now. Uzi seems to be wanting to play much more aggressive than he was split 1, try and get more into that lane dominance, and Amazing needs to step up there with him. I like the Alistair pickup that we've seen a couple of times for exactly that reason, because they need to start bullying lanes for Uzi to get ahead, because Uzi, he requires some farm to get going, but once he's in that spot, has always been a world-class AD carry. And, you know, the other part of Amazing's game that I really want to see him focus on a little bit more is when he places wards and what he's trying to get out of it. Their setup around objectives hasn't been the best so far. A little couple of missteps with their warding. So want to see how he attacks vision control and really teams up with Shui to be able to control objectives.
And again, it's more of a learning thing for this OMG side. Kind of put 2 new utility players in. Still need to learn together as a team, but have looked decent so far. I like the results. But we swap over to Snake. Same sort of thing. A couple of shakeups once again. Still running with mostly the same roster, although their AD carry in particular seen a sub here and there. But let's start with the best here. Flandre on the top side, been absolutely amazing to start his season.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's still playing a lot of Maokai, but in the last couple of games moved away to it to much more carry. He wants some farm this time around, and they're trying to get him going.
They are, much like they were back before they started in the last split, but Beast, the jungler who had such a good breakout season in spring, been a little lackluster, honestly.
Yeah, he's struggled, I think, with champion pool. Now coming through with some heavy tanks, is playing the initiation role. He's the newest addition coming through there. We're used to seeing you play a lot of supportive champions. I love the Cassiopeia pick for him, though. But the Cassid and LeBlanc, they're not looking fantastic so far. He needs to try and get back towards more of the utility, I think.
Yeah, and Crystal, ever Crystal there, despite, I guess, all the Sivir that he's been playing is the biggest change. And Ella still picking up where he left off last season, looking very strong. And him and Crystal going to continue growing that synergy and hopefully keep dominating bottom lanes.
Yeah, so we have the aggressive AD carries coming together. The difference here for me is Ella I think is really classy down in the bottom lane. Plays a lot of disengage right now in the form of Nautilus, Morgana. The Thresh is coming out a little bit more often. You can't forget his Janna. It's so good. So if they do pick Alistar, that might be a pickup that comes through. But when you look at these two team lineups, you can't really go past the mid lane. There's so much history there. Cool versus you. Normally used to be OMG versus EDG. Now with you coming across. And historically, Cool's played a lot of aggressive, flashy mid laners, used more of the solid-headed, plays a lot of Orianna, a lot of Lulu in the past, but Yu is starting to come around to more of a carry-oriented role.
I mean, we looked at Snake kind of moving into this season and said, Barker, a fine player on certain champions, but certainly was hurt, at least by nothing else, by a shallow champion pool. Yu just seems like a strict upgrade, kind of just looking at it on paper. And seeing him play, honestly, he does still have some of that experience and some of that killer instinct. He's moving around the map aggressively when he needs to. He's playing the same sort of defensive style that won him so much success when he was on EDG. But he's used to carrying a hyper carry through to the late game and helping teamfight and helping peel. That's Yu's wheelhouse. He used to protect Name of all carries. So Crystal fits right onto this team to protect their carries as well.
Couldn't agree more. We take a look at their head-to-head. They split 50-50 last time around. 2 wins, 2 losses. But Snake at the moment, I'm actually really happy with where their roster has landed, especially with Crystal on the lineup. I like that you mentioned the fact that Yu is happy to keep another member safe, and I think that's why they feel they can give Flandre more farm, because he was playing the likes of Morgana, Maokai last season, really trying to keep Crystal safe, and Bucker and Beast were kind of teaming up as this duo that was trying to invade heavy into the jungler. This time around, he's happy to go aggressive when he needs to, but also happy to play back. We're talking the difference how Cool versus you play Cassiopeia as well. One very much happy to peel in you. Waits till he gets ganked, turns those around. Cool, much more flashy in the mid lane. And I honestly think that as far as solid mid laners go, Snake made the best choice bringing this guy into their lineup.
They did, I think, as well, taking him off the EDG sub-roster, moving him into their lineup, and Snake, not quite the success they saw at the start of spring, but looking really good. And this is going to be a very close best of 2, I think, no matter what happens. But we are into the draft now, and LeBlanc is actually the first ban.
Yeah, so taking that one away from you. I said that his LeBlanc play wasn't looking the best, but obviously he's picked it up multiple times, and sometimes you just don't want to run a certain comp into a assassin, and maybe they're looking for the Vayne once again, and they don't want it to get soloed out.
Maybe. I mean, sometimes you just don't want to play against LeBlanc as well. So is Alistar going to be a very smart ban there from Snake, denying that away from Amazing.
Yeah, so Alistar, I said that they could maybe Janna it, but Alistar at the moment is just so much free tank stats in the mid game. It's not even really what he does in lane, it's just the fact that he's a huge tanky guy in the middle of the game, and you don't want to have to burn important cooldowns on him, so just get him off the board.
Because he respected there as well on the top side. Hecarim banned away from Flandre, despite the fact that Xiang's played it quite a number of times there as well. So OMG really singling people out with their bans, and a Sivir ban on blue side as their final one.
Yeah, that's weird, because in the LPL we see that teams like to pick Sivir as their first pick, and unlocks a lot of top lane bans, and getting rid of the Hecarim and the Sivir means a lot of the hard engage, a lot of anti-carry that can come out of Snake's top laner especially, won't be available.
And Uzi going to be on something quite different. Crystal as well, you saw in that match history, lots of Sivir when he has been playing. Kalista, of course, the second man there from Snake, away from Uzi, who at this point looks like he's almost never going to get to see the champion again. Azir, the final ban there for Snake, does leave open that potential first pick, Cassiopeia.
Yeah, so that's the one that really stands out to me. Cassiopeia or Gragas are the 2 picks that you have to take a long look at right now if you're OMG, especially for going potentially with a Maokai pick away. That is from Flandre, and with Gnar still available, I think that they could get a similar power pick in a different lane with leaving both up.
I mean, Maokai's just so solid that I guess it makes sense why you want to take it. I think it's actually good against Cassio as well. So as far as solid first picks goes, maybe not on power quite there, but I think a very solid, very flexible first pick at least.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know, Maokai, he's consistent throughout the game. So like, when Gnar is looking for windows and transformations, Maokai just always, with his ult up especially, does the exact same thing. And over on Snake's lineup, wouldn't be surprised to see that they would pick up Gragas for Beast, because that is by far Juejue's best jungler coming into this. And Beast plays it extremely well as well.
He does. Big on the high pressure, loves to invade and get in people's faces. Elo actually going to get the Nautilus there by the looks of things, although if any team's going to put it somewhere else, it's probably a team like Snake. But Nautilus, Gragas, good CC, and very tanky members to start things off.
Yeah, and they have both engage and disengage in their kit. They're able to kite back extremely well, and that's amazing. Champion pool gone, by the way. Nautilus and Alistair both off the board right now. Amazing. We're going to see him on something a little bit newer coming through there, and I want to see what he goes with him. Wow, that's a Corki lock-in.
Yeah, completely locked in. I mean, could be a mid laner, don't forget, but likely Uzi's champion. Rek'Sai there picked up as well for OMG, so very specific bans. I think the Hecarim ban leads to that first pick, Maokai, but maybe that Sivir ban leads to Corki here. OMG have a very specific plan in mind.
Yeah, they certainly look like they're going for something mid-game focused here. They've got very good one-item spikes on a lot of their champions so far, so maybe looking for a fast push or just trying to get control of the Dragon early and knock them down. And we see right now that Crystal, he's hovering his Draven. This is what he tried to make Draven work with a lot against the burst damage of Corki. The consistent damage that can come out is very good. Tristana, she had some burst damage of her own, though.
I mean, she does, and it's one of Crystal's favorite champions here. I think, oh my god, they are flexing it, it feels like. Yasuo and Tristana, the responses there for Snake. I think this is so clever, because either way with that Corki on the board, it's good in both those matchups.
Yeah, it certainly is coming through there. The other thing we have to look at Yasuo is top lane, because we've seen a lot of top lane Yasuo come out in different reasons. And if you grab the Barmy Cinder or a Giant Spell as your first item, Maokai can't bully you out of lane after that. You go straight into your Static Shiv. Your huge offensive items can come through afterwards. And Yasuo is someone that you do have to pay attention to as a legit carry.
And with Gragas and Nautilus already in the lineup, even Tristana's ultimate, he has so much already to build him up. So I like to pick a lot there from Snake, but OMG, they're pretty much done. Amazing is going to go back to Thresh. That's a strong default pick. And Cassiopeia there for cool. So they managed to get Cassiopeia last. Lines up fairly well against whatever's going to happen, even if Snake are going to pick away a mid laner here. You said it already, mid-game power for OMG. That's exactly what they've got.
And this is the combo. This is why everyone tried to make Yasuo work everywhere else that wasn't middle lane for so long, because Orianna was huge when he first came into the meta, and the Orianna-Yasuo combo is something that you really have to watch out for, because that shockwave coupled with the last breath is just absurd amount of damage in the mid-game when you only have a couple of items, and that's what they've gone for. So Flandre, we said he's going towards more farm-oriented, more of a carry champion. He's taken an assassin into the top lane against a pure tank. That is going to be extremely entertaining to watch.
I mean, I like the Hecarim ban against Maokai because Hecarim just wants farm, and to get to carry mode, to get to bruiser mode in the late game, they ban it away, so that can't happen. And who better to secure some free farm than a champion like Yasuo?
Yeah, exactly right. So coming into the lineups here, we see that Xiyang, he took away the Maokai, but Flandre, in response, grabs the assassin.
Strong pickup here. We're starting to see lots of good picks coming through against the Maokai specifically. Classic jungle matchup here as well. Lots of pressure and aggression. Beast, especially if he can get going or look good. And this is a nice throwback as well. Cool's Cassio versus Yu's Orianna.
Yeah, and we said we were waiting for you to go more supportive. Orianna, perfect champion for that. As we see Crystal, he's grabbed the mid-game now, Tristana against Corki. I haven't seen that matchup in a long time, and I want to see whether, with the Nautilus and Thresh down there, they pretty much equal each other out, whether Tristana can get ahead.
I mean, pretty bloodthirsty in general in that matchup. You have to think with players like Uzi, like Crystal, there's going to be a lot of action and a lot of blood spilt in that lane.
Yeah, you certainly think so. And the one thing that I think that Tristana will do better is shove out the lane, because Uzi, he's not going to want to waste mana on pushing out those creeps with the phosphorus bombs, especially early. He wants to trade with it and try and get some sort of advantage. So look for the Tristana to just repetitively try and shove out.
Well, it's a fun first matchup. Let's get on to the Rift. And as we do start off with a pause, welcome back to week 3 of the LPL here, but don't let the pause fool you. Already just in this draft, these two teams have got something very exciting on the table.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, you know, there's just so much synergy coming through from the Snake lineup right now. They've got so many knockups. Every single player has a way to get Yasuo into the fight and really make it work.
Look at Cool there, waving at the camera, smiling, sort of back to his old self with the recent performances. But I have to say, that hair week after week is getting out of control, Spawn.
That is the disheveled look if I've ever seen it. Like, he looks like he legitimately rolled out of bed and fell at a computer.
He was unkempt in week 2. I think he's upgraded to disheveled, slowly climbing off demoting between ranks of the hair there. Not too sure how cool feels about it, but his play certainly has been the complete opposite. Wonderful to watch.
Yeah, it certainly has. Picking up Cassiopeia here, we said that he's extremely aggressive on the champion, looks to get in people's face and bully around in the laning phase. Against Orianna, he has some windows when the dissonance is on cooldown to really try and get up there and bully.
It's a really interesting matchup as far as mid lane matchups go, because, I mean, like a lot of these, utility or more sustained damage mid laners that don't have gap closers or dashes, positioning is so important, and that's even more important with champions like Cassiopeia and Orianna.
Yeah, well, the thing about Orianna is you expect so much impact out of her ultimate, but you can flash it really easily. So if he ever is in a spot where he has all summoners available versus all summoners available, you would give it to the Cassiopeia. In saying that, as soon as Orianna has a summoner spell advantage in the matchup, I completely agree with it. Very easy to shut it down.
And then even kind of add to that matchup as well, lots of early jungle pressure can also come through. So mid lane's definitely a place where I would expect a team like Snake to maybe look and shock cooldown, because he has been so good, especially on Cassio. But let's just go to the top lane for a second and indulge ourselves. We talked about FLICKR. He was supposed to come in last season as one of the best carry top laners in China, or maybe to ever play as far as his reputation went. Finally, actually on a hard carry in Yasuo.
Yeah, exactly right. We saw him play Morgana and Maokai last season, a little bit of Rumble, but coming through on Yasuo this time, we've seen the likes of Someday, Impact, these players around the world picking this champion up, and it makes a lot of sense with all the knockups coming through in the support and jungle positions, really facilitates it. Not to mention the fact that if you're going to pick someone that is just a negative lane, neutralize the lane, Yasuo does really well against these champions, and I was waiting for it forever because Varus is coming through. Like, we had a whole stint of Ezreal in the mid lane. Yasuo does really well against AD carries and is a very squishy champion. So if he gets on to the Cassiopeia, if he gets onto the Corki, he's going to tear him apart.
And that's why I liked it when they showed Corki early in the draft, is because what's Corki supposed to do? They can go mid if Corki's mid and just match it. Or if he's in the bottom lane, sure, put him somewhere else. You get to flex him now on the top side of the map. Every single one of Corki's damage, except for Gatling Gun, I think, is just completely shut out by Windwall.
Yeah, exactly right. And it really stops all the siege potential that can come through as well early, because it's just such a good cooldown.
It does indeed, but we'll see how Snake want to play it out. A very fun draft to kick off our first game of the week here, and it's two great teams as well. OMG taking on Snake for game number 1 of our best of 2.
Yeah, and you see already Crystal trying to head down into that bottom lane, get some vision. Uzi, they were spotted out.
Yeah, they can actually see some people now. Amazing might skill up the hook and go in for some aggression, but instead pinging on towards the Gromp. It seems like they want to get some vision, but you might have actually cut off Amazing here. Gets the ward down though. Cool's going to make sure Yu's zoned out. In fact, just a bit of damage coming through. Good poison there for Cools. He gets a little bit of harass down, but again, just vision being traded back and forth.
Yeah, so not really much gain. Just a deep ward on the Gromp to see where the Gragas wants to start off his jungle. Gragas really versatile because he's one of the few junglers that gets AoE for free. Wants to take the cask anyway. So going to be able to start wherever he wants here. As FLICKR, he's picking out some wraiths for himself. Maybe he wants to start there.
I mean, Yasuo, especially with the changes to his flow and the shield early on, does jungle a little bit better. So now finally from the top lane, you can actually reasonably take a camp for yourself as well.
Yeah, you certainly can. And, there was a certain color caster that liked to try and say that Yasuo was a really good jungler after the changes. I'm not sure I'm sold it to that extent, but he certainly does it a lot better.
I think for one camp, he'll at least be fine. As FLICKR and Beast actually maybe fancy a bit of a late invade. They're walking over to it. They have been spotted by a ward, though, but Shui is going to back away. In fact, Snake are lane swapping.
Yeah, everyone is heading down into that jungle area, and the lane swap does come through. Uzi's going to get the freeze, and they will steal away the blue.
And this was the other point that I wanted to make. I thought we were going to see standard lanes, but man, is Yasuo also good in the lane swap.
Yeah, he's really good at negating pressure on turrets especially. Doesn't have any CC, so he is okay to dive if you can get rid of his flow passive. But otherwise, I completely agree with you. He does fine at farming on semi-range with the spammable Q. And he just also adds a lot of kill pressure if your jungler ever comes down.
Yeah, and you can see double jungling with Beast. Not going to be all that quick, but Maokai as well, started on his camp. You can see the wolves that they tried to take were already picked up there by OMG, but we're going to jungle vertically now. It seems like Crystal maybe just wants to get away from the Corki early on.
Yeah, so doesn't want to have to go into a shoving battle, doesn't need to trade there, so he's just going to try and stack up the wave. You would expect this to turn into a fast push eventually. It normally does with the Tristana, but at the start of the game, just going to pick up as much valuable CS as he can.
Yep, stack up that third wave, get some turret pressure down as OMG. Move on to the blue buff now for themselves. That'll go over to them, but you can see the blue's already been picked up by Snake. They're going to their red now, so we've split the map in half, and that leads us to another wonderful point. We've isolated what's already an exciting mid lane matchup.
Yeah, exactly right, and this will just be in Oriana's favor because she will shove extremely well against what is a single target Cassiopeia early in the game. Just be able to move around that ball. Getting a little bit zoned now as the lane does reverse, but you not losing anything whatsoever. And they've turned it into a fast push already in the top lane. Tristana shoved that wave hard.
You can see Corki pretty aggressively deep in the bottom side as well there, but OMG onto the Dragon makes sense. I've got control of this side of the map. Crystal and Ella, though, doing the fast push that you described. So we'll trade a couple of objectives early on. Snake, of course, need to stick on the top side of the map to begin with, but OMG going to get the first little advantage as they take away Dragon #1.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to pick that up. You see whether they're going to cut the wave in the top side of the map as they get a deep ward down. Mid lane, you're starting to get maybe a little bit bullied by Cool here. Misses out on some CS as he's zoned by some poison, but they're sending Ella in there to try and get a gank.
I don't think I've ever seen a champion quite have as many ups and downs in lane, apart from maybe Rumble. And Cassiopeia, just a very level-dependent champion.
Yeah, it certainly is. Comes through, has some different peaks and troughs as depending on whether you have levels, depending how much poison you land as well, to get some evolutions in. Build path is a huge thing. We're seeing a lot of Abyssal Scepter coming through after the Tear of the Goddess as well. So, agree. She has some different power spikes depending on what you want to do exactly with her, but is incredibly strong in the current meta.
You can see Snake going to have to fast push it now instead. I like the little ward that they've got there to spot people coming through, but Xiang, very smart. It's not even going to walk around. In fact, using saplings to try and get a bit of additional vision. Grump will go to Beast, but Snake will move up to the top side, be able to take it out by the looks of things. And Uzi holding wave a little bit, but again, both of these towers on the opposite sides of the map should be falling relatively quickly.
Yeah, they've actually pinged out Xiang here, so they will be in wait if he does come up there. He's only level 2. And as soon as they walk aggressively, you see that he's really smart in backing away there.
Yep, Xiang's playing very safe. Amazing's even coming through to join as well. So if they go aggressive, a Lantern's available to try and take it out. He knows the Grump is gone. He's probably suspecting Snake to be here. Tower falls in bottom lane, will now fall in top side as well. And it's a very curious first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and both waves won't bounce back, so they have to stick around and shove here. Only Uzi in the bottom side of the map, so he's not going to have that luxury. But overall, an equal trade comes through here, and everything kind of worked itself out.
Yeah, I mean, OMG actually maybe thinking about getting aggressive. Tornado goes just wide there as they zone them out with a couple barrels, but instead just coming up to make sure Xiang secures some of that farm. And will now reset. Uzi's actually going mid lane maybe. He's gone back and got a Phage, so a little bit stronger now, but level 5 especially. Going to do a lot of work in this early game.
Yeah, and you would think that they would send Uzi back bottom because there's a good freeze up here for Xiang, and now all of a sudden Flandre, he's going to be overextending for farm if he wants any of it. Dragon is already off the map, so OMG actually come off the back end of that trade, even though Xiang is currently behind. Fairly good if he can hold the wave off the turret.
And you can see doing a nice job. OMG have set up nicely after that turret trade is amazing. Moving through the jungle as well. Going to try and get some wards down and see what he can see. But Crystal's coming back down to the bottom lane. Flandre is jungling, by the way. So he doesn't want anything to do with that very long extended lane.
Yeah, he just can't get anywhere near it right now. And you know, Crystal, he's overextended with Alla as well. So on both ends of the map, it looks like OMG came out ahead just because of wave control on both sides.
And that's good early game. I mean, we've seen both these teams play a lot of standard lanes recently, so nice to see them navigate this as Ella gets knocked up after the flay. Now a hook landing in for Amazing. Uzi coming through as well. The damage is there. Nautilus going to look to go down, and Uzi gets first blood.
Yeah, and we just mentioned it. Uzi, he had a lot of solo experience, and so he was level 5, but it was just a wave positioning. They could have chased forever, even though there was burst damage. No support was coming in for Snake, and OMG, they pick up a really clean first kill.
And it's been clean all game long here for the first 7 minutes for both sides, but especially for OMG. So about 800 gold up now for OMG. You actually taking a bit of harassers. Cool, good ulti going to come in, try and get the kill. Flashes forward, shockwaves down, but Cool is not going to take the last turret hit. Will get the 1v1.
Yeah, so able to get it through the aggressive player some more in the bottom.
You can see Amazing's only level 3. Uzi's coming now to turn around the damage. Good flay, though. Going to keep them away. Uzi diving in. That's a bit too aggressive. Nautilus coming back down as well. Lantern is there. Uzi grabs him and he gets hooked out of it by Ella. Shui coming down. He's onto Beast. He will get the kill, but Crystal's got a kite around, gets the jump. Nautilus with the double. Xiang's come down as well. Amazing gets charged onto, but now Crystal's going to get locked up. Xiang's going to get the trade kill, and it's absolute chaos in the bottom lane.
Yeah, everyone trading through there, and you mentioned the fact that Nautilus was able to get their kills. That's so bad coming through for Snake. Would have been worth it if Tristana picked them both up. In the end, goes over to the support player. Fantastic teleport coming through from Xiang, and once again, they're just playing this bottom lane because of wave positioning so well.
They are, and you can see FLICKR sort of taking the time amongst all the chaos to shove out as best he can. Has 3 points in Sweeping Blade already, so he'll get surprisingly fast pushes out of Yasuo.
Yeah, certainly will coming through there. We didn't really hit on the fact that the 1v1 came through from Cool, and I like that it was in the exact fashion that we said it would be, flashing aggressively forward, making sure that his presence is felt on this Cassiopeia. Nearly already got his Archangel stacking up there, and he's at a fantastic point in this game just because of the isolation that came through from the early lane swap.
Yeah, but I think we're going to learn a lot more about Orianna Cassio as a matchup, because we've seen it a couple of times in the LPL, but still have a lot to learn about it. And it seems to me the Cassiopeia players, at least early on, are getting the upper hand in the matchup.
Yeah, it certainly appears to be the case. You have to have a look at how the itemization came through from you as well, electing to go for the Codex and some CDR over the Chalice early on, so we won't have much help coming through there through the magic resistance. And that was just Cassio really understanding when he could flash based on where the ball was. You had to pull it back before shockwaving and just couldn't get the damage down under turret.
And it's been that calculated aggression that's really impressed me from Cool recently. So nice to see he's still here as we move into week 3 of the LPL. As you mentioned, itemization looking good. It's had the tier for a while, so stacking it up as both mid laners also get their blue buff. We look up to the top side. Xiang's got double Durons and a Catalyst, and FLICKR had his Avarice Blade since that early jungle follow, and I'll get that Ruby Crystal for the potential Balmy Cinder.
Yeah, so I want to see whether he goes Balmy Cinder or he goes for something like just a Giant's Belt. You kind of need one defensive item just because his base HP is
real bad.
I want to say non-existent nearly.
Yeah.
He's one of the few champions that you either have to go triple blade, like Doran's blade I'm talking about, or a health item right now, because otherwise in the top lane, base stats just wreck you.
Yeah, not enough there as OMG actually going to pull out their second dragon. FLICKR with the teleport and level 6 can come in now as well. They set up a couple knockups that might be alright, but they have to go quickly. A good wards there for Snake, but OMG, too much neutral damage.
Yeah, just able to get it done, and you know, they peak earlier right now. They've got the Maokai who does more at this point of the game than the Yasuo. They've also got the Cassiopeia for burning through with the early advantage. So smart call from Snake there to just let it go. It's only the second dragon. Probably don't need a fight until number 3.
And I look down and smile, Spawn. I was looking over at the jungler, saw the Cinder there for Beast, moving for that Cinderhawk. But I look at Shui and I finally see a Warrior Rek'Sai in the Cinderhawk meta.
Yeah, and it's because they know they're stronger right now. So why not continue to try and bully? You can still go pure tank after that, but for the next 4 minutes, he's going to be incredibly strong.
Cool, they get slowed by the barrel, but that shockwave, you could just hear it. That was you missing that as 4 people, I believe, tried to gank onto Cool. At least 3 of them as he's going to clear that wave instead. Amazing going to come through as FLICKR is moving it onto Amazing. Rek'Sai's coming down as well. Amazing going to be the first to fall. No! Still alive as Shui is into defend. FLICKR far too low, gets taken out by Uzi, and now the Rek'Sai's going to come through. Ella going to get low, but U's rotated down. Crystal though flashes forward to get the kill onto the jungler, and it's a 1-4 on Trig with some dangerously low health bars.
Yeah, but the teleport came through. They finally got the kill onto Crystal, which is what they've been trying to force for so long. Get that AD carry going. He's got a red buff, but meanwhile, Xiang, he's picked himself up a CS advantage and he's shoving in that turret.
Yeah, finally get some free time. So going to pick himself up a bit more farm as you see FLICKR with the Giant Spell. Not the Cinder for a bit more pushing power, but plenty of flat health. And you can see in that last change, he kind of needed it as Beast is in the top side. Doesn't go aggressive onto Xiang though, just going to clear out the wave.
Yeah, so you see Beast is very low on mana, so he needs to be careful as Cool. He's making a move up in the top lane. This is a potential dive waiting to happen.
Good sweep there as well, actually. Now knows he's in undetected up to this point. Will sit on a ward now, so not going to have the element of surprise that he might have wanted. But no one really in the area just yet here as OMG going to hang out in the brush.
Yeah, third person going up top as well in the form of Amazing. Now they get the sweep in, so they realize their plan has been foiled. But, you know, nothing really else on the map up for grabs. So just an aggressive move coming through there. Doesn't work out, but not really much lost.
No, I mean, FLICKR returning. Has to just kind of sit and farm. Has a Brawler's Glove now, but will need a while to get going. Like you mentioned, OMG, just in general, peak earlier than Snake.
Yeah, they certainly do. And FLICKR, he's forced into the really aggressive build you do feel right now, because if he doesn't get going, his team's in a lot of trouble. So I would be surprised if he actually went any lifesteal. I think he needs to go Static Shiv into Infinity Edge if he's going to have the impact in the mid game he wants.
And that's the other nice thing about going Giant's Belt is that you have a little more wiggle room, because you said you need a defensive item. In the mid lane, if you still play it there, you tend to just build a normal lifesteal item, but that delays your IE. In the top lane, get your cost-efficient health that helps in the lane anyway, and then just you've got effectively your defensive item so you can go straight IE.
Yeah, exactly right. So that's, yeah, pretty much how it works out coming through there. I still, even when I see mid lane Yasuo's at the moment, more often than not, they do go a health item right now, just because, like, you look at the likes of Cassiopeia, Azir, the current mid laners have ridiculous amounts of base damage as well. So it's just something that you need to combat everything that's coming through. In the current meta, a lot of free stats are what you're looking for, like the mana pools, the regens coming through, the crits on Yasuo, but the high base stats are what making things very viable. Even Maokai, he's got surprisingly high base damage on all of his abilities coming through. As we see a 3-man push in the top lane, and Crystal trying to respond in kind, but that wave being cleared out much quicker than what the top lane was.
Yeah, there's too many people in the top for LMG. So Uzi with a nice rotation actually already has his Trinity Force as well at 2-1-1 with a mountain of CS. So these rotations, we saw them a lot from EDG in spring. Get that Corki into lanes, push down the turrets, and Crystal, he's trying to answer back.
Yeah, he's trying, but Cassio's on the way down. Rek'Sai's there. He's probably going to die.
Switchways here as well. Beast with an ulti maybe to peel them away, but Cassio's there. The sapling isn't going to quite get the slow by the looks of things. Cool flashes in, good ultis to disengage, and Beast will just be safe from Cool.
Yeah, but so much expendi coming through there from the Snake lineup. Both, wow.
Oh, you gets hooked though. Amazing rides in. Uzi's going to find a kill. Shockwave lands in. They're going to try and get it in. The depth charge not early enough. Amazing does get thrown back into the turret for a trade, but Uzi's racking up kills now. 3-1-1.
Yeah, but you got that kill, so you know, wow.
OMG though. Gonna get taken out as Crystal gonna get another kill. Beast though getting low. Looks to die to Cool. The poison is enough to take him out as Cool looking again, but now Flandre's joining the mix. Cool's gonna get locked down. Not gonna get taken out just yet. The charge might be enough from Crystal, but Uzi gonna come in. Ella takes out Cassio. Good flash from Uzi to dodge the tornado. Now Flandre is gonna get jumped on by Xiang. Crystal goes down to Uzi. Ella's gonna be the next one to fall as Uzi's racking them up.
Yeah, Uzi is absolutely racking them up and then systematically knocking them down. The champion prioritization coming through in that fight was on point from the OMG lineup. And Snake, they were just trying to kind of hit whoever was in front of them, disregarding damage dealt. And a couple of crits, a couple of Sheen procs came through. And in the end, the Corki just so much stronger went on one item than what the Tristana is going to be, and Uzi making him pay.
And that's our theme of this match, it seems like. OMG just stronger earlier on in this game, and they're using that power. We sort of noted last week that they look like the old OMG, getting some early power spikes, playing for aggressive mid-game, and then just relentlessly tower diving people with their ultimates. Okay, it's not quite the freight train just yet, but it's got a very similar feel to it.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you know, you have to, wow.
But the gank here is you. Gonna get played back there. Hooker there as well for amazing. Lines it up nicely. Xiang even comes in just to collect the kill. And OMG with 4 people in the mid lane. Gonna try and get a turret, although maybe gonna walk down to that dragon coming up soon.
Yeah, dragon will come up soon. They can just send Cassiopeia there realistically. She'll be able to chunk it out so quickly, and this turret in the mid lane going to be under fire, and they'll finish off the outer ring.
You can see those 2 carries as well for Snake. Crystal still trying to farm. He's got his IE. Flandre doing the same. He's not quite at Static Shiv yet. OMG will knock down this turret as Amazing zones them away with a hook. Actually finds, that's a Raptor, never mind, not a champion, but tower goes down. The outer ring has failed, and Flandre pushing, but OMG now going to get onto this 3rd dragon.
Yeah, so we said this is the one they probably needed to fight for. They've got the Static Shiv and some items, but in the end, they're just not nearly strong enough. So this will fall in OMG's favor. 3rd for the game. And overall, Snake, unless this goes extremely late and they can sneak a dragon out there, might be running out of the window to try and claw to that late game.
I mean, they've got great wombo combo. They've got plenty of setup for Crystal and this Yasuo for Flandre, but you're right, it'll take time here. Already 4,500 gold behind OMG. Almost complete control of the objectives as well. I mean, it's what we expected from OMG when we have seen them win recently. It's just get a lead, get aggressive, and snowball through that mid-game.
Yeah, and you know, the play that's impressed me coming into this is Cool, because Cool's playing much more like his old self. He seems to have put the slump behind him, and the Cassiopeia pickup, he's been extremely aggressive, roamed around the map a couple of times, caught them bottom lane, then caught them out around the blue buff area, and this is how you like to see Cool play, being one of the huge carries for his team.
Honestly surprised Snake let him have it, especially with Azir being banned there as well. I mean, obviously not a consideration here, but he last picked it here in this draft for himself. It's been a strong champion for him as well. You have to think if Snake win or lose this game, to be honest, might look at it as a ban, because Cool, he's shown so much promise on this champion.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Cassiopeia is just at the moment emerging as consistently the best mid laner. Is it? Wow.
Yeah, Yu's coming in. Young's going to come down now as well. Ulti actually there onto Cool. Yu's going to try and make a trade, but Cool gets the kill instead. Ignite is down, but he's just going to be safe.
Yeah, so nothing going in Snake's favor. Yu tries to get some work done off the back end. He was flanked from all sides there, and this is what they needed to do earlier, because look at where the wards are currently for the OMG lineup. Every single point leading into the jungle is warded, and Snake need to start trying to wrestle back control of all of that vision.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get picked off. That's the problem, right? Look at OMG's comp. It's all about getting picks in the mid game. And when you have 3 towers down and deep visioning enemy jungle, that's exactly what you allow yourself to do.
Yeah, and you know, FLICKR, he's farming okay. He's getting towards some item spikes, but with that rough early game he went through with the lane swap, just not going to be this huge Yasuo in the mid game. 0-2-2, pick not working out so far. So the dice they did roll doesn't seem to be that effective right now for Snake.
No, and I mean, Malco, as you said, the opposite here with Xiang has his righteous glory. That was all he needed for that last flank onto you there in the mid lane, is OMG trying to get some more vision, but Snake with some nice defensive pink wards there are going to try and wrestle some back here. And you can see there's about 6 people there towards that top side of the jungle, because they know the most important thing right now is keeping that vision up.
Yeah, exactly right. They're just trying to protect any wards they can buy, because right now when you are 5,000 gold behind, any vision that you lose is just, it hurts you so much more. And you can see OMG, they're just creeping the vision up further and further as time goes on. Uzi now nearly finishing up that Blade of the Ruined King is going to be incredibly strong, and Beast, you don't have any right to be there.
No, not at all, but he's going to try and smite it away. We'll dodge the buff there. As Uzi, I believe, actually got the red, so good transfer over there as well. Xiang now moving in with the rest of his team will clear out that pesky pink ward. Again, Snake trying to get that defensive vision down. FLICKR is actually split pushing in the bottom side as well, but OMG, especially with this Corki, will just push that much faster.
Yeah, so they're just trying to shove out waves right now, OMG, and get as much gold as they can. Actually, probably advantage right now for Snake, because they need the gold more, and they're going in.
My God, FLICKR wants to fight here. He's porting onto the tower. Beast needs to line up an ultimate, but can't quite find it. Does get the cast, but it's not quite enough. Beast going to get chased down. Xiang's in there as well. Finds the ulti onto Uzi, will FLICKR, but he's far too squishy and goes down to Cool. Crystal caught there as well. Going to get chased by the damage and just escape, and that's 2 kills for OMG plus the turret.
I was going to say, if they trade 1-for-1, probably in Snake's favor, because they need to get gold, but deciding to fight afterwards is suicide. They're going to give up the Baron because, heck, there's a Cassiopeia on the other side and it's 20 minutes on the game. Why not take that objective away? And OMG looking fantastically strong.
Massive Baron damage right now. This is an early one as well, just after the 20-minute mark. Poor Baron's barely been here for 30 seconds and he's already dead.
Yeah, he's not even going to make the 30-second mark. 27-ish he'll go down. And wow, OMG looking so impressive this game.
8,000 gold ahead now as well. Uzi going for a heavy duelist, very mid-game centric build as well. Cool's going Death Cap second as well. Frozen Heart completed for Xiang. Giant's Belt there for Shui Shui to pairing with that Sightstone. Everyone's firing today.
Yeah, and this is what we said. One item, OMG, just so strong at this part of the game. Now they're moving towards 2 items before any are really done over on the side of Snake, and this just means that the more Snake try and fight with what should be when they're starting to nearly hit their stride, if it was a completely equal game, is not going to work, because 8,000 gold is the advantage right now for OMG.
And this was the thing about Snake, even last season, to be honest, in spring. They're great team fighters. They play very well together, especially around Crystal. But when they got behind, they just struggled, even with their great team fighting, to catch back up. And now Beast being caught by Xiang. Going to get snared up by the Twisted Advance. Shui Shui is going to get the knock up in there as well. Amazing's coming just to make sure they get the kill. But Beast, he's forced to body slam and flash away. But the righteous score is going to mean Uzi will collect the kill there instead. By the looks of things, does get it for his 5th. And OMG going to shove down bottom.
And this is exactly why Snake struggled last season, because they have a huge on button and no off button at all. They were behind, they go for the jungle steal, lose another kill now with Baron buff, probably going to look to break the base.
Yeah, I mean, Flandre's going to look to trade for a turret in the top side, but I don't even know if he can get that down. Okay, we'll get a turret, but no teleport means Snake are very vulnerable. Xiang going to dive in. Yu's going to be the target. Gets popped by Uzi. Shui dives on the Crystal. Uzi follow flashes for the kill. There's a double coming in. Ella going to be the third almost in the traders. Beast is still dead from the last exchange. Base is broken. Flandre is back, but it's 2v5 right now.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to stick around. Not really much burnt. Maybe even teleport back into the base with Xiang with some home guards. And OMG looking to close out at 23 minutes.
They want to finish the fight right now. Xiang is porting back as well onto a minion. Doesn't have home guard, but going to charge forward. They're going to try and dive Flandre. Get the first knockup. Amazing comes in. Flay comes through. Xiang finds him with a twisted advance. Finishes the kill. And OMG have run over Snake in game number 1. The ulti not enough for Nautilus, but the game is over.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. They're trying a last-ditch effort. No, they're not even doing that. Surrender vote comes through, and OMG in 23 minutes dismantle Snake.
And you can see that game much cleaner than Cool's hair, but a win's a win for OMG, and that was style.
Hey, his hair looks clean at least. It just is
It's
a
true.
little bit messy.
That's true. It is a little bit messy. It's rather messy. But again, his Casio proves to be very clean and very stylish. And OMG, we thought the freight train was fun last week when they started playing. That was, I don't know, Hyper Freight Train's even faster.
That was brutal coming in there. They got the gold on the important carries. You saw Nautilus, he picked up the double. In response, Uzi was able to grab kills on himself. And when you're these hyper-aggressive carries, Cassiopeia with the likes of a Corki coming in with a mid-game power spike, if you get the goals on the priority targets, you're just going to do so much more work.
I mean, Uzi played Corki. I don't remember the last time I saw Uzi play Corki. He played it last season.
Yeah, he did.
But it was not memorable.
No.
That was a memorable Corki game.
It certainly was, coming in especially with the early brawls that they were able to get. As soon as he had that Trinity Force, he had it so early in the game, he was just able to pull them apart.
Well, great stuff there for OMGs. They take a decisive game number 1, but if game 1 was any indicator, our next one should be a treat as well. Don't go too far away. When we return, it'll be game number 2 between Snake and OMG. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to start our second game between OMG and Snake and Spawn. OMG came out all guns blazing to start week 3.
Yeah, I really was surprised at how aggressively they just ran that comp, especially in the mid game. Cassiopeia came up huge with the persistent DPS, was able to win a lot of those team fights. And on the back of it all, Uzi just sat there completely unmolested, Gatling gunning, phosphorus bombing. I don't know what Rufflecopters do to people, but that looked painful.
Apparently destroy them, as you can see, just based on the statistics in the last game there. A massacre, honestly, there for OMG. A 23-minute win, if I recall correctly. And the MVPs, actually amazing. I have to say, as impressive as Cool, I can see your face, as impressive as Cool and Uzi were, Amazing and Shui did actually have a very good game.
Yeah, they had good games, but you know, when you've got a mid laner doing that much damage and soloing people, a little bit different. But you see, he's landing some hooks, he's getting the flays back, was where he needed to be on the map, and that's what we said he needed to start shoring up there. Ward control was much better, and you have to attribute a lot of that to the support player as he was landing a very good mid-jump hook coming through there, getting the fight started up for his team, and this was an important turnaround. So, you know, maybe I overlooked some of the goodness that Amazing brought to this team composition.
I mean, it's hard. It's easy to overlook him, because everyone was playing fantastically. That was a whole team effort there for OMG to do that well. And it's nice to see those new players, those utility players especially, the jungler and support, finally having really good games for themselves and just lifting the rest of their carries and their top laner up to what was, again, a very smart, a very quick and a very smart, but a very team-oriented OMG win.
Yeah, definitely agree there. And, you know, the fact that they pretty much picked away the Naught from him, target banned the Alistair, and went on to a third champion to do the work that he did in that game. He definitely had an admirable performance coming onto the Rift there. Young's another person that I want to call out quickly. Going up against Flandre, something that no one really wants to do up there in the top lane. Very good player, but Young really had a good Maokai performance.
He did, and navigated the lane swap wonderfully, did OMG as a team. Kind of caught Yasuo without as much farm as he might want. Flandre, again, he's very good in these situations where he doesn't get very much gold, but if he is going to play more carries, I feel like Snake want to look for more standard lanes.
Yeah, I agree. Or like get the vision control they need to protect him, because there was a point in the game where that wave was pushed out for so long and he couldn't go anywhere near it. He was taking like raptor camps and running up to Krugs, things like that, which is not what you want to do with Yasuo. There are some champions you can overextend on, the likes of Aurelia and stuff, because she's very slippery and can get out of these situations. Yasuo is not one of them.
No, very squishy, as we saw for Flandre, without really any items at all. Couldn't make enough plays. And Snake, I actually really liked their draft, but once again, early game execution seems to be the team's downfall.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, you got to credit OMG for recognizing it. One, items, they were stronger as soon as the game went at that point. If they weren't 2,000 or 3,000 gold up, it was going to be a struggle. So what did they do? They hit the aggressive start button, were able to get all their carries to those one item spikes, and then dismantle the Snake lineup.
And again, Corky, Uzi, they're from playing Corky, excuse me. A champion he has played, we've been informed, for quite a while historically, but certainly not in the spring split when he was popular.
Yeah, so third most played AD, but that was before the changes and everything happened through to it. Definitely isn't your Defs of the world where he likes the mid-game carries, very much late-game focused. And, you know, he played him in lane in the 1v0 and fast-pushed with the likes of a Tristana, which is impressive. But then when it came to the skirmishes, just used his cooldowns really well to be able to circumnavigate a lot of the damage.
I mean, it's nice that Uzi, kind of like his Sivir play, just showing that he can play a bit more of a mid-game centric carry, can be on more of these utility-style champions. And again, it's cool that does the brunt of the damage, and Uzi's a perfectly serviceable secondary carry.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, you saw him sweeping in there and playing relatively far back, respecting the damage that would come out of the Snake lineup, but then cleaning up fights really well. So, as far as secondary or first carries go out, I'll let him and Cool fight about that internally. But the fact that they're able to team up and really fight the way they did in the mid game was it was honestly a pleasure to watch.
It was, and maybe the one thing that OMG couldn't quite stitch together in season number 1 is getting all their carries in the same place, right? It was Uzi needing to farm more, or Cool falling behind in lane, or going arguing for farm in the spring there as well. Finally feels like they've got just enough carries for the gold that's presented on the map, and just enough support for both of them. So now it's not just Cool or Uzi that looks good, it's both of them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, we talk about how well they did. The other thing you have to look at coming through from OMG is the itemization combination they went for. They went for the quick righteous glory, went for a death cap afterwards on Cool. They understood the window in that game, and they're playing much smarter this season than they were last.
Yeah, really slammed that window shut as well by the end of that game. But we are very quickly into our second draft for game number 2 as we've swapped sides there as well. Maokai, Alistair, the ban's there for Snake, so taking that Maokai away from Xiang, a smart choice there. Kalista once again banned away from Crystal this time, actually, sorry. Goes so Uzi kind of taking it away from himself, but we've seen both these carries love to play, and LeBlanc's going to eat another ban.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to go up against LeBlanc in the mid lane there, Cool, and you saw how well he played that Cassiopeia. Once again, if you're going for persistent damage threats in the likes of the Cassiopeia, even Corki does respectable persistent damage, you just don't want the threat of being deleted off the map.
No, you just need to get those assassins away, and Cool, we've seen what his Cassio does in the versus Control Mage matchup there when he played against you, Zoriana. I think just a stronger lane there from Cool. Very good play all around. And Snake, they've got a couple seconds left to decide their final ban here. Only 3 left. I wonder if they want to even consider banning the Cassio away. They banned Azir last time, and they're going to stick to it.
Yeah, so they stuck with the Azir ban coming through there. That actually really surprises me. Maybe Yu's looking to first pick the Cassiopeia and see what Cool has in there, and maybe OMG, they might even look to take it away themselves.
And once again, lots of junglers left open. I believe this was the case last time where we had Gragas versus Rek'Sai. So the jungle pool being left untouched. Lots of mid and AD bans, which I guess given these two teams isn't particularly surprising. Can't really ban out Flandre, so I don't really want to throw bans up there. And OMG has got 5 seconds now to consider their final ban, and it's actually Thresh, interestingly, away from Ella.
Yeah, so don't want to take that one early on in the draft and maybe trying to force Ella back towards the Nautilus, but Flandre, he gets Hecarim.
Yeah, goes straight back to the Hecarim. That was banned in the last series. We talk about Flandre wanting to be more of a carry. More of a carry top laner there. Not quite Yasuo tier, but very strong when he gets farmed.
Yeah, more of an anti-carry, to be honest, when you take that smite, because you stop a lot of the damage coming out, especially if they go something, I was going to say, like Ashe, because that would just be crazy. The mobile carries, historically, even Sivir does struggle against the Hecarim because he doesn't really care about spell shields, things like that. The only way you can get away from Hecarim is over walls, and you really do need the blinks, but Uzi, he's going back towards Sivir. I said it. This is his most impressive AD carry right now for me. I think that he plays Sivir extremely well.
He does. Very aggressive still, like only Uzi can really be, but I like the pickups a lot. Nautilus Sivir back to basics here for OMG. Mix it up a little bit. Thresh from Amazing. Look, just that there in game number 1, but with it open here, especially with 2 other major supports banned away, he'll take probably the best one left.
Yeah, it certainly looks to go in on that. And wow, we do have the lock-in from you going Cassiopeia, picks his own champion there. And we have, this time, them prioritizing the Rek'Sai over the Gragas.
I mean, I think it's fine. Gragas, to me, might be the best jungler to pick, but there's nothing wrong with Rek'Sai at all. Xiang instantly locks in now for the Hecarim matchup, and there's Shui going to get his Gragas.
Yeah, and I think that they will go towards standard lanes right now because they've got the counter pick for Cassiopeia if they want to throw something unique into the mid lane. And OMG, they look to have put together a very solid draft coming through here. They will need to play around the window of the Gnar ultimate coming through there, but they do have some fantastic lockdown CC.
And I saw Morgana flash there. I like her quite a bit in this meta, especially against the likes of Hecarim. Crystal, though, is going to lock in Draven. Ella's going to go back to Janna. And all of a sudden, we have 3 very greedy members from Snake.
Yeah, we certainly do. They need a lot of farm onto their carries right now because with the like of Draven, you need him to get to maybe the 2.5 item marks before he starts really deleting people off the map. Cassiopeia actually does really respectably with low farm, is obviously much better with farm, but does persistent damage, has a very good peeling ultimate as well if he wants to sit on top of the Draven. But it really is about Flandre. He needs to get big enough where he can just get rid of Uzi from every team fight.
He does, and I mean, we've seen Sivir be fairly self-reliant. We'll have decent peel here as well, and cool, he is going to do it. Takes the Orianna into the reverse matchup now against you.
Yeah, this is where you see confidence coming out of a player. They said, I solo killed you on the mid lane to be able to get a kill down there. Now I'm going to take the champion that you tried to execute against me. Going to run an Ignite as well, like you did last game, and try and take it back in there. So you now ball in his court.
Yeah.
Typically, we saw it last game. He should win this matchup.
He should, but it is fairly close. It's not really a soft counter at best, I think. And we'll go through the matchups here again. Much more standard this time around as Flandre back on the horse with the Hecarim and Xiang with the Gnar.
Yeah, and we see the Rek'Sai versus a Gragas swapped around this time. Beast prioritizing Rek'Sai there. See whether he goes the Warrior Enchant as well.
Yeah, another reverse matchup here actually is Cassiopeia versus Orianna this time. And now Crystal back on his famous Draven. I actually do like this matchup against Uzi Sivir.
Yeah, I certainly do as well. Draven does really well against Sivir in a 1v1, and that seems to be what they're going for. As we see some disengage, but more importantly, AD on the shield coming out of Ella here against Nautilus. Amazing, had a very good MVP-esque performance game 1. See whether he can replicate it.
We'll have to see. And again, it's funny to see players sort of going back to old champions. Sivir certainly came around full circle, and it was Krista that was really punishing him with Draven. So we'll see if he can do it now in a new split.
Yeah, I really am excited to see Crystal play Draven because he goes some funky builds in there. He really does know the champion well. The first time I really respected it was when they took it into IG's like all CC. They had a Vi on the lineup and they were still able to pull it through there. So if any team plays around Draven well, it is Snake. And the way that they play Cassiopeia, they use her as a more of an appealing aspect as well. We talked about Cool's aggressive Cassiopeia. We saw that. Yu does like to sit back a little bit more zone. Still puts out very high damage, but uses the ult in a very defensive way.
He does, but we'll have to find out as we are going to get onto the Rift. And we're back for game number 2 between OMG and Snake. OMG took a blisteringly fast game number 1, and we sort of settled the picks back. We've had a couple of reverse matchups here in this game number 1, and we'll see if Cool can answer back with the mid lane matchup that he just beat you in.
Yeah, so they're going to see whether they can run the reverse in a couple of lanes here, OMG. And, you know, if you want to look how to close out a matchup, probably go check out game 1, because from about 15 minutes to 23, they rapidly accelerated how that game was going to end, traded objectives really well, and the smart play coming out of OMG continues to impress.
It was just great to watch. It was very 2013 OMG for anyone that's been following and seen that long. Just brutally efficient, clearing down people, getting kills with their ultis and CC, and then most importantly, taking objectives and just running with them all the way home.
Yeah, and you know, on the side of Snake, they tried to trade. FLICKR was staying in lanes, absorbing farm, trying to knock down turrets as quick as he can. But OMG, fearless. They didn't really care about it. Made them play, Snake play their game, and in the end came out on top in a very quick win.
And as it turns out, we're going to have another lane swap, this time initiated by OMG. So Crystal not going to get his 1v1 match, or 2v2 matchup, sorry, that he might have wanted here, but we'll take out the Krogs, go bottom and start pushing that wave in slowly, catching those axes. Be interesting to see how this develops, as we do have the jungle follow from the top laners as well.
Yeah, and it's funny because maybe we're getting an insight into the mentality of OMG still, because Shiyang had the counter pick. He had the Nara into Hecarim, but of course, you don't want to run that Sivir anywhere near Crystal's Draven, and Uzi's voice seems to be a little bit louder in comms because he's the one that got the lane swap.
Yeah, and he I guess, wanted the 2v2 last game but didn't get it because Snake were the ones that swapped. So and we'll have to see if Uzi especially keeps playing out these early games. See just how much gold he is trying to give himself, but just how much space he's trying to get in the early game. But OMG onto the blue buff now on Snake's side of the map. And again, we're going to have another lane swap, which means we'll jungle vertically once more.
Yeah, and something that I just want to point out quickly for the viewers is the fact that FLICKR, he started Wolves and he smote them. He didn't start Krug or Gromp or something like that for the extra damage. It was all about the Wolf Spirit because they were suspecting that the lane swap was going to come through there and they wanted to be able to see as an early gank coming through onto you.
Yeah, smart stuff here is you feeling a bit of pressure. This is what happened to Cool's Cassio last game. He managed to dodge the gank here, and you will do exactly the same thing. Nice instincts there.
Yeah, just really basic play. Play towards the side of the jungle that actually has your members in it. And, you know, the wave's pushing back towards him. He reversed it nicely off the turret early, so didn't really have to do it here, although they might finally get caught out. No.
No, just fine here. I mean, again, it's dangerous to walk into this side of the map if you're OMG. So Snake, we will give Beast the blue buff. FLICKR helping out there. They've got 2 smites as well. I can see blue pings towards the dragon. So we had about 3.5 minute one for OMG in game number 1. Snake might be looking to replicate the feat.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case as we see Crystal just juggling axes there. Juggling, that's not a word. And they go in.
Draven juggling, maybe. As Beast gets a Prey Seeker down, spots Nautilus there. But Snake, they've done this a couple times in lane swap situations. Break it as fast as you can with a 4-man proxy.
Yeah, so they're just trying to deny as much farm away from the Nara as possible. Keep Shiyang down, see how he performs with no farm, because honestly, we saw FLICKR do it the whole season long last time around, and they're in an okay position right now as they send even more members back towards this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, Beast again, borrowed, so trying to get a bit of vision down. Uzi, though, on the fast push queen herself at this stage. Siva really chunking down the turret. Crystal doing a respectable job. He actually pushes reasonably well with his axes as well. But Snake are going to be onto the Dragon, and they've got the smites, they've got the man advantage. They'll be able to take the first one this time.
So Siva pushes easier than Draven, definitely, but Draven gets more out of a push because the more axes you're throwing out, the more you're catching. Just gets the adoration stacking up earlier than you would if it was in a neutral lane. So, you know, Draven, he's not the best at shoving out lanes, but he gets a lot out of catching those axes.
I agree. There's a surprising amount of benefits to having the Draven in a 1v2 or a 1v0 situation. We're seeing it now. I mean, Snake's Draven constantly got lane swapped on in the spring split, and Crystal had absolutely no problems as Beast is trying to get some ganks down, but spots off the Gragas there. They're going to go into the turret. Uzi actually cleans it up in the top side as well, and Snake close, but not quite able to take out their turret yet.
Yeah, so Snake have made a smart move here. They swapped... OMG made a smart move. They swapped a gold objective for the non-gold objective in the Dragon and then successfully warded off the turret. Uzi's stuck around for a little while, but if he gets a recall in soon, he will be able to go back into that bottom lane with the BF sword, with the shop coming through, and be able to repel the turret push and get himself an early advantage.
You can see he's got more than enough gold for the BF sword now. He's going to get the shove back in and now look to go home. I mean, a good ward came down there as well, so they've even spotted FLICKR now moving up if he wants to either keep the lane deep there in the top side or maybe push it back up. They've got good vision, and once again, OMG find themselves in the lane swap and execute the first 6 or so minutes of the game with aplomb.
Yeah, so if OMG are able to stop this turret from going down, which looks like they can, they've won out this early game fairly significantly just because they've dodged the power spike of the Draven nice and early in the lane, and they get a gold advantage from it.
Good bluff there from Xiang as well, honestly. Just kind of went aggressive, and Shue's on the other side of the map. So you can see Crystal, he got good damage down, but didn't trust himself with Na moving at level 3 straight towards him.
Yeah, exactly right. So riding some of the psychological pressure coming through there, Snake recognizes they wanted the tower, but you know, even just the CC that comes through a Na and a Nautilus, that's just so much lockdown. Don't want to commit to it. They need the shop to come through, and now all of a sudden Uzi can shove out this way.
Good tornado though. Stop Xiang's back, so will buy a little bit more time for Snake. They can actually see him again, but I don't think they'll be able to get the stop this time. And like you said, Uzi gets his BF sword, runs back down to the bottom side, and they're going to go for another turret here.
Yeah, so they're just looking to shove as much as possible, keep everyone from Snake under-leveled, under-farmed here. And Uzi, that was a cannon creep wave with about 7 minions that he just shoved into the turret. Crystal missed out on all of that, and that's a difference in the lane so far.
I mean, might be missing more as the lane does get shoved again. Crystal, though, has made his way back down as Yu keeps the wave in a good spot and clears out the farm. But you can see much more even this time around. Cool managed to get an edge when he was playing Cassio, but he's kept it nice and neutral on his Orianna.
Yeah, they certainly have, and you know, Cassiopeia players just blow my mind. You saw the efficient kiting of just the creeps back there. Yu was able to keep the wave in such a good position. He's going to shove it up here, cost cool a wave. And you know, it is relatively equal, but Yu's in a much better position this time around.
Yeah, just, you know, being able to neutralize the lane, get his farm down, play safe, not get ganked by the early roam squad that came in. In fact, it's Xiang that might be getting attention as Beast comes in at level 4 to the top side. FLICKR is here, but they're going to go in for the gank. Xiang has to dodge it. Good hop will keep him safe, and instead, FLICKR at level 6 might think about a dive, maybe just going to go for a push instead.
They're looking for the dive because look how big that creep wave is right now. Xiang going to be held away from about a level of experience. They send Zhuizhui up there to try and help him out, but maybe the damage is done.
Well, Uzi down the bottom, losing the trade there to the Draven. That's the one thing you have to remember. As far as actual all-in trades go, Draven's still going to win.
Yeah, exactly right. Especially with the Janna shield on there. There's just no way that they can successfully trade about that. As I said, Draven doesn't really care about spell shields. He's just going to peg axes at you till the cows come home. And you see right now, he's able to get the lane back in a very favorable position.
Cool roaming down as well. Actually, not poison, I don't think. Just a visual bug there. It's cool. Gets a nice ward down onto the red buff. Level 7 for himself, so ulti ready. Snake finally get the turret down on the bottom side there as well. So it's one apiece now, and turrets are dragging up for Snake, and actually a reasonable gold lead. Snake up about 700 gold.
Yeah, just a little bit more farm coming through there for their top laner, as well as their AD carry starting to make some difference up there. And, you know, Xiang is trying to piece together as much farm as he can, but he's just in an item and level discrepancy. Tends to what happens when you take a smite into lane swaps. You just get a little bit more of that farm early game, and you know, unless you can really start making waves in this mid lane, the game will probably just teeter out and stay farming.
I mean, if they're neutral like this, I think FLICKR is just fine securing that farm, even though it will give Xiang a bit more space to catch up. Cool, though, while sitting as best he can under turret, doing a nice job there on the Orianna and keeping nice and close in CS. But we already see some build past Divergent. Cool, looking for Athene's, almost has it done, actually, with his 2 components. And you can see the tier there for you, but looks like Abyssal might be coming through. He's got a Negatron cloak completed.
Yeah, and Abyssal is just a really strong item at the moment. I like the fact that when it comes through, it helps out the rest of your team. Cinder Hulk does magic damage, something that's underrated about Abyssal Scepter and why it's really good, because you can guarantee at least someone else on your team's doing AoE magic damage. It's the little things like that that kind of add up in League of Legends sometimes. And you see, Uzi, whilst farming very well, wants absolutely nothing to do with Draven.
I mean, he can't fight Crystal at this stage, and you can see the Crystal build seems to be coming online. Bloodthirster first will be back.
Yeah, Bloodthirster, Brutalizer comes up fairly often. Last Whisper's in there as well. Trinity Force.
Because Crystal, I mean, he does need a lot of farm, but he's securing some now, and especially if he gets some kills, he's stacked up a lot of adoration already just from the early 10 minutes of the game. You'll see that big goal he pop over when he finally gets a kill, especially if it's first blood, and Crystal sitting pretty now on his Draven.
Yeah, he certainly is, and that's the thing about Draven. You feel like you're keeping him down. Oh, he's equal in CS. We haven't died to him. First team fight happens, he gets a double kill, and you're like, wow. He's the richest man in the world.
Yep, and then just snowballs from there. Gets the 3 items very quickly when he starts snowballing, and you can see he's sort of taken over the bottom side of the lane here as well. We'll have to keep pushing it, wants to keep catching axes, so it's sort of encouraged to auto-attack as much as he can, but Snake playing pretty carefully. In fact, Dragon's back up, and they're lining up very nicely to take their second.
Yeah, and you see that they're focusing bottom a lot now, OMG. They recognize that Uzi, unlike last game where he was very far ahead, is in a position where he needs a little bit more support. So Shui was down there, amazing, always with his AD carry. Snake, they're looking to grab their second dragon. They will get it.
You can see Crystal juggling axes as well. Shui coming in, trying to gank you, but not enough. They're actually coming in. Ulti does come through. That's a very nice play from you. Gets the first blade under the tower. FLICKR going to come in to make sure Cool gets cleaned up as well. And it's a classic FLICKR teleport. That's 2 for 1 plus the dragon.
Yeah, so they're able to pick it up, and this is the danger against diving use Cassiopeia. We mentioned how he likes to hold his ultimate, turn these ganks around, and he did just that.
Good stuff there coming in for you. Defensively playing to get first blood and then pick up the trade, and Snake going to keep playing a bit more aggressively. This is what we've seen. A lead, when even though it's slim sometimes for Snake, they'll always play the same way, never having an off button. So even if they have just a small lead coming through, it's just better for them with the way they like to play League of Legends.
Yeah, they force a lot.
They do.
That's how I'm going to describe Snake. They push the issue at every single point. They feel that they're even a tiny bit stronger. And, you know, when they are actually stronger, not when they just think they're stronger, it works out very well for them.
It does. And you can see Cinder now for FLICKR building in towards his Cinder Hulk. Same actually for Beast, so not going to be going for the Warrior that we saw out of Shui, but that might have been a snowball choice at that stage of the game. Items still coming in for everyone. In fact, you look down, it's Abyssal already done for Cassio as well.
Yeah, so Cassio in a very good position, going Abyssal over the fact that could get something like the Archangel stacking even earlier. And, you know, you think it's because extended laning phase going to only be dealing with Gragas and Orianna. Fantastic defensive item, to be honest, going through with that Abyssal Scepter.
And again, just sort of a style thing here between the players. Cool, we saw, got going, got a quick Seraphs, and then started snowballing aboard a death cap here. You, much more utility focused, wants to play for his team a bit more, and knows that at this point, Crystal's doing just fine on his Draven. The one thing he wants to do is make sure Draven survives.
Yeah, exactly right. And we see another turret falling down in this bottom lane, so Uzi going to be able to shove that one in as the back came through. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get flanked from behind, but Crystal, he wanted the peak of that Bloodthirster.
He's getting flanked though. Uzi's forced to pop his ulti, spell shield up, but Ella waits it out. Great Noto into the Monsoon as Crystal's going to try and chase him down. Ward down as well. Beast also coming through. Chilling Smite comes in. Uzi pops his heal, but the Draven's in here, and there's going to be the kill.
Yeah, and 1,000 gold for that kill just came through. You saw the 760, and all of a sudden he can go back, start working on that last Whisper, and oh my god, he just shopped.
Yeah, I mean, he's got almost 1,400 gold already, almost 1,000 gold ahead of Uzi after that kill. The Draven snowball's a very real thing. It's very fitting for the way the champion flavor is, but man, does that passive get you going.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, Freeze, the other really big Draven player in the world right now, said, when asked how good Draven is, he's like, if you are a Draven player, he is the best person to main. He just ekes so much out on the map, is very versatile, surprisingly good in defensive situations because of the stand aside. He's got a really good on-demand steroid if you can catch the axes, and you know, like Cassiopeia Poison, does so much damage with his uptime if you mechanically can play him.
Yeah, it's actually funny to look at Snake's comp and realize that as far as standing damage output goes, very high as far as Cassio Draven goes. So we've seen the neutrals already. They're kind of melting to the damage just from Cassio, honestly. They line up a good team fight as well. If OMG can't find their displacement ultis in the right place or get onto key targets, they will melt with all the damage. And Crystal goes back. Berserker gives the longsword, already moving into probably that brutalizer.
Yeah, and it's just going to come through in incredibly quick timing now because, you know, once again, it looks like you're holding him down. He's sitting on a Bloodthirster only. It's 12 minutes in the game. One kill is all it took, and you saw how much they were willing to burn for it. They burnt the flash. They burnt the ultimate coming through from Janna, and when it all said and done, that's a lot to invest, but it's definitely worth it.
You can see Uzi kind of on the other side of that as well. Burnt everything he could to not die to the Draven, and unfortunately still went down to Crystal. So you going to keep the wave pushed out here as OMG actually grouping together, trying to force the issue here. Maybe looking for a gank in the mid lane, but Ella actually ready to peel you away to safety.
Yeah, and the thing is right now is you've got a fairly tanky Cassiopeia. Sure, she's got low base health, but she's already got the Abyssal Scepter coming through there, and if you're ganking with a Gragas, you're ganking with a Nautilus, it's all magic damage.
And we've seen it from Dade, actually. I think when he plays Cassio, much prefers that Rylai's build, loves to go a bit tankier. So like you said, lots of build options for Cassio. We saw basically pure damage from Cool in game number 1. Bit more defensive here for you in game number 2.
Yeah, and I like the comparison because you and Dade are very much consistent damage mid laners. They go things like Mercury treads because they like to stay alive as opposed to just get all their damage out by flashing forward. So definitely agree that the stylistic choice is there, and that's what Abyssal does for you. If he goes towards something like Rylai's, I really wouldn't be surprised because the consistent damage is so high without Cassiopeia, in the team comp I mean, not just Cassio, without Cassio committing to such a brutal build if she does get caught out, because you've got Flandre, Hecarim, especially the tanky build, lives forever in these team fights, very hard to cut down, will do consistent damage. You've got the Draven. Even Rek'Sai does a surprising amount of consistent damage, so that's all going to be there for the Snake lineup.
Yeah, and you can see Snake actually transitioning to the top side of the map, going to look to take a tower out. They're actually behind as far as towers go, but Crystal going to equalize very quickly.
Yeah, so he's able to chunk that one down. Doesn't surprise me. OMG have a lot of wave pushing, so Uzi will be able to catch them up in turrets very quickly if he's able to get in a free lane by himself, but the response comes through. 3,000 gold, Dragon up in 30 seconds. Snake will look to take their third.
And honestly, we saw the matchup in game number 1. We thought that Cool might be coming in confident, trying to see if he could get a solo kill, but actually he's done okay in the matchup, but you certainly pressed his advantage. He's 10 to 15 CS ahead most of the time. Good damage done to that mid turret there as well. Crystal actually going to keep the push going. Probably can't take it out quite yet, but maybe most importantly coming through is the third dragon that will be up now for Snake in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, they're looking to get the mid lane turret first.
We're going in a little too early though. Can't quite get the ulti as Crystal didn't have to use flash to get out. Xiang's actually flanked around without his teleport, but looking for another pickoff here. Dissonance to speed them up. Crystal gets slowed down, but OMG not quite fitting those engaged tools together.
Yeah, Zhui actually body slammed a creep, and that's what stopped it from it being a fantastic engage. They look like they will get the dragon here, but Flandre in the top lane has his teleport available.
He's
coming in.
Yep, Flandre coming in early as he always wants to do. Crystal trying to find someone as Beast actually taking too much damage. Gets ulti by Cool. Uzi takes him out as a result, and it's 4v5 now for Snake.
Yeah, Transform about to come through for Ji Young, and they're in spot to fight.
Yep, he's actually Mega Knight now, so he can threaten with the ulti as well. If Snake can line up a nice wombo between Hecarim and Cassio, they might fancy a 4v5, but very dangerous stuff. And instead, I think have to concede the dragon to OMG.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they don't want to go in for the fight, although Flandre, he always looks ready.
Yep, he's going in instead. They actually might going to try and steal it here. Flandre does have smite, but he can't get it. Forced to ult out of the pit instead. And OMG will keep the snowball down for now, taking their first dragon.
That was actually a really smart play from Flandre coming through there. Recognized they couldn't burst him out without the Orianna ult coming through there, and he was the highest on the map, so he tried to get the steal and ulti out of the pit. They will grab the mid lane turret for it.
Yeah, move into there, take out a turret. Might even get two, actually. OMG a little bit slow to react here. I mean, Amazing going to zone them off, but he's not that much of a threat, and that is 2 turrets for a dragon. Smart stuff from Snake.
That was just straight up not good rotations coming through from OMG, and I use the word rotation very sparingly, but they were just beaten through the inside lane, got a shop in instead of going back to fight. And Snake just really outclassed them there. Might get the same thing done to them now, though.
Yeah, Beast actually going to get hooked here. Ulti pop by Uzi. Ulti there from Cool. Freight Train on board, and OMG get a kill.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, they're the ones with the inside track on the mid lane. Flandre's going bot without teleport. They'll grab this turret for free.
Going to try and take it out here. He's on about full health, but Uzi going to make pretty short work of that. Shui, good positioning. Going to force you away. He's actually used the depth charge. Ulti coming through. Very nice from Cassio as Ella peels them off as well, but it's not enough to save the mid lane turret. Although, no, not quite. Someone's going to tank it up. Xiang actually diving in. Ulti's you back. That's going to be a kill for Cool. Very nice play from Xiang as Flandre's come back in. Xiang going to get low, but it's not enough to take him out as Cool gets chunked out by Crystal.
Yeah, still going.
Yeah, he's still going, but gets hooked up instead. Now going to get locked down. Damage is there. Pops a heal. Flashes out, but it's not enough as Uzi takes him through. Xiang getting low. Good shield there from Cool to peel it off. Ella going to go down now as well, and OMG turn it around.
Their team fighting is so on point at the moment. Pastry time. Might be a little bit caught out here, Zhuizhui. No, he will get the ward out. And wow, that was just on a dime, turned the fight around. I thought they'd overcommitted, got a good U ultimate, but then Snake kind of lost their mind. They kept fighting underneath that turret, and OMG, on-point shields coming through from Cool kept everyone so safe. A sick Gnar ultimate meant that they served up you on a silver platter, and unfortunately Draven, without all that peel coming through there, wasn't able to do enough damage.
Yeah, you look down at Ella, who, before the game started, I was going to comment, he's probably the player that rushes Mikhails more than any other player in the world, and when you play with Crystal, I think you can understand why. Last Whisper now just done for Crystal. Bloodthirst has been there as well, but there was just not enough peel there for Crystal to take it out, and he got very greedy.
Yeah, he certainly did. They overcommitted for a fight they didn't need to take. They got 2 turrets for 1 before that. Remember,
and
even if they lost a kill against them, they were still net up in that advantage. Instead, they give away everything they'd built up for. They're still about 2,000 gold in the lead, but OMG now looking very aggressive at the mid lane.
You can see again using their power spikes very well with these items. Cool has his Rabadons. Xiang's perfectly tanky here at 1 item. Didn't go any sort of Frozen Mallet or Black Cleaver. Uzi has 2 items there as well. It's again OMG just showing that they know when they can fight.
Yeah, exactly right. But now this might be Snake's chance to go in.
Flandre looking, does have his Frozen Heart, so fairly tanky with his Cinderhawk up there as well. Good items across the board. Again, Snake are still ahead a few thousand gold, but OMG really pressuring to try and take another turret.
Yeah, and it sounds kind of weird, but someone needs to catch a shockwave here, because if that's threatening, I don't think Snake can fight. If Cool pulls a trigger on 1 or 2 people, Snake might be able to run over the top of him, as long as it is not Crystal.
I mean, Xiang poking up, going to build up some rage here. Crystal playing fairly far forward. He has to try and keep the mending wave down, although you will do a nice job clearing it as well. See Beast actually poking around the side, trying to kind of shuffle Xiang away, but good wave in the bottom, prep by Snake. Flandre going to collect the top side as it pushes in as well. And OMG, because of all that wave pressure, have to back off.
Yeah, and this is what Snake did. They prepped the bottom wave exactly how you said. That was Flandre down there in the last team fight going through. Meant that OMG had a limited time that they could stick around and try and pressure that, and weren't able to get it done. By the way, Flandre, he's about 70 CS up in the top lane right now, doing a very good job at building up a creep wave against Xiyang, and it's because of what we've kept saying. They're prioritizing Xiyang as this team fighter, get involved, more utility based. Flandre this split has been all about trying to carry game.
He has, and it's great, honestly, to see Flandre sort of getting back to more of a carry mentality. Yes, he plays well with little gold. He's actually, interestingly enough, very similar to Akon in a lot of different ways. They both prep waves well, they teleport well, they split push well, they play well with low gold, but Flandre, he's a carry player also. That's maybe something that Akon can't quite hold himself to yet.
Yeah, not yet. He plays a certain, wow, no engage coming through. Akon plays some champions incredibly well coming through up there, but yeah, does much more prefer to be the initiated team fighter for his team, whereas Flandre right now looks to be that huge anti-carry coming through. And Dragon is about a minute away. Neither team is really prepped for it right now. Baron is also a serious threat with Cassiopeia on the board, and that seems to be what Snake are prepping for.
I mean, Flandre back down in the bottom as well, already prepped the top wave. He's sort of doing all the wave manipulation just on his own here on the Heck Room, and he's level 14. He's only getting stronger from this stage. Got a Spectre's Cal as well for a bit more tankiness. Teleport's ready to go. I think Snake are more than happy with their position.
Yeah, Snake actually just hard shoved that bottom lane, which means it will bounce earlier. If he had just taken out the range right there, it would have been a slow push and built up really nicely for the turret. but we'll see whether they can make anything happen in the next 1 or 2 waves that are going to come through in their bottom lane. See, that looks like OMG want to recall. That's dangerous position to do so.
It is. I mean, Xiang needs to go shot by the looks of things. Cool as well. As Xiang goes back, gets a couple more tank items, but nothing major here. And Cool haven't quite spotted him yet. Actually didn't recall, so clearly farming a bit more. Dragon up in 10. You can see a lot of pings coming through to the area. But OMG, definitely a different pace from game number 1. Have really slowed it down at about 25 minutes in.
Yeah, they've taken their foot off right now, and it's because of the fact that Cool, he's getting big. They want to continue to get the Orianna up to the point where one shockwave will completely destroy Crystal. And at that point of the game, it really will be much further in their favor. But right now, Snake are the ones that need to force. They need to get in.
I mean, you've got good damage. Shui actually going to get caught here by Beast, Alan, and Crystal. FLICKR even coming through as well. Crystal will take him out with Whirling Death, and they're on to Baron.
Yeah, that should be Baron, although Cassiopeia was in base when the catch came through. That's twice that Shui has made the mistake of hitting something as he was body slamming. First it was Creeps. This time it was actually a person.
And it was last time when we saw he's Gragas, so we're actually praising it for how good his ultimates are, but maybe body slam needs to be recalibrated. Xiang will find a few too many friends. FLICKR comes in with the ultimate.
Wow.
Cool gets locked down and just destroyed by Yu. Xiang's going to get a double now, though. Yu going to get low. Will look to fall, but doesn't go down with all of the shields that are there. FLICKR going to get the next kill onto Amazing. Uzi's forced to flash away from Crystal. A double kill for FLICKR, and Snake get everything they want.
Credit to Ala to keep Yu alive in the backline. It meant that OMG overstayed, tried to reach for the kill, and in the end got completely torn apart. Now it will be Baron that will come across, and Snake, they look completely different than they did first game.
And we talked about it. When they play from ahead, they look like one of the best teams in the world. When they play from behind, they just look like Snake. As Uzi going to try and take out the Dragon here. Actually, an interesting fight here. Uzi getting a little bit low, but should be able to take it. FLICKR's teleporting. He's actually found Uzi out there. Does have a smite. Smites Uzi instead. Finds Shui there
He's
as well.
5 levels higher than the Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, just going to force him off. We'll have a smite back in about 10 seconds, but honestly, doesn't need it. Going to take the Dragon himself.
Yeah, if you're Shui, there is no way you are going near a level 15 Hecarim. He's 3 levels higher than Xiang. He's 2 levels higher than Cool. He is an absolute monster now with the Spirit Visage on top of it, working towards what will be a Trinity Force. He's level 16 now. My God, he is strong.
And of all the champions to get a 3rd Dragon, Hecarim's probably the one that values it the most. He is through the roof as far as power level goes, and we talked about it. FLICKR plays well with a little gold, but he's played so well once the map got a lot longer, once he had to manage very long minion waves and very long extended and open waves, but he's navigated perfectly. 240 CS more or less to 146 from Xiang. It's a FLICKR carry performance through and through.
And this is a lane swap, and he's going to be the highest CS on the map.
Not bad.
Mind blown.
I mean, that's FLICKR. His teleports are always precise. He always is there when he needs to be, but when he isn't, he's just off farming away.
Yeah, so he's had a lot of time by himself, and this is the Gnar that should have been picked for the lane swap to come in, be able to 1v1, really shut down the Hecarim with something like a Frozen Mallet or a Black Cleaver. But FLICKR, you see him, the glorious Rainbow Pony, running so quickly. Now with the Phage, he's about 2,000 gold away from completely destroying this game.
Yep, not far from Sheen, and Trinity Force will join it soon after Xiang. 3 levels behind FLICKR.
Got him out of the jump.
He's got a Randuin's Omen and a Chain Vest here. Xiang's forced to teleport. FLICKR has his ulti. Will just use it there to get the 1v1, and there's nothing Mini-Gnar can do.
Yeah, Mini-Gnar tried to jump right there. The E knocked him out of it, and from there was just no way he was escaping. Burns a 5-minute cooldown in response for just the ultimate with all the cooldown reduction already on FLICKR. You see, that's already a quarter of the way through. And OMG, Snake, with this Baron buff, looking to siege in top lane.
Yeah, you can see the cannon mini doing work. Uzi will clean it out with a boomerang blade, though. FLICKR, though, is on the bottom side of the map, split pushing now to try and take out more turrets. And, you know, siege doesn't look great, but split push certainly does. And FLICKR, one way or the other, is going to get some work done.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, you know, Crystal, he's gone for the static shift, so more of a crit-heavy build coming in here than we're used to seeing for him. Did used to go the Youmuu's Ghostblade in this item pathing, but instead goes towards that and is able to clear out the waves nice and quickly.
To me, it just feels like another smart adaptation, sort of like Cool's Death Cap or Uzi's Blade of the Ruin King in the last game. It's just like, we're ahead. We need to get more ahead. We're almost 10,000 gold ahead, actually, as we look up briefly. But just be more aggressive because they want to try and close the game now.
Yeah, exactly right. So getting the most out of it right now for himself. More of a standard carry as he goes in on Uzi. Absolutely chunks him out, even with a shield coming through from the turret. And the standard uptime of the DPS on Snake, they just don't drop off. They don't really have cooldowns that they're waiting on.
No.
Hecarim, Draven, Cassio, they're all just spammable champions, and they're going to do work over long periods of time.
And playing this sort of comp is tricky because you have some reasonably brittle threats potentially because they're high damage, but they're also quite squishy. The fact that FLICKR is now ascended to absolutely monstrous carry status.
5,000 gold ahead.
That's a lot. I'm no math scientist, but that is a lot of gold.
Yeah, that's like, he's got a quarter, he's got like a major item.
Yeah, a Trinity Force and another half item. That's not bad. As Speed's going to try and take out the Raptors, will win the trade there. Outsmiting Cool, of course, there on the Orianna. And he's had an okay game, his Cool. 4-2 and 3, not too bad. Navigated well on the Orianna. A little bit behind on CS to you, but probably expected given how aggressively Snake had been playing. But again, you much more supportive. Has Azonius actually as his next item to join in with the Abyssal and the Seraphs. Even Crystal's playing a more standard carry because they know the one big carry on this team is Flandre's Hecarim.
Yeah, he's going to dive in there and completely destroy the backline. He's also picking himself up a Gromp buff, which means they probably want to fight relatively soon coming through there with the Hecarim, looking for the teleport you would have to suspect. But yeah, across... Oh, he's got Trinity Force.
Yep, that's what he's going back
wow.
for. Port not quite up yet, but level 18 for the Hecarim. Very glorious indeed. And this is what people are scared of when they think about Hecarim. 2 big tanky items, your Cinderhawk completed, and now a Trinity Force. Flandre now owns this game.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Uzi is not going to have fun. No defensive item coming through yet whatsoever. And he's just going to be completely ripped apart. I wouldn't be surprised unless he spell shields the charge that comes through. He's in very near to one-shot range.
I mean, even then, it just does so much damage when he charges in on top of you. I mean, and that's not to discount the rest of Snake's damage as well. Even Ella, very efficient as far as his items go. We've got an Aegis for Beast working on his Randuins. He's very tanky with the Cinderhawk and a couple of cost-efficient items, but Captain Mobility's done there for Ella. Mikhail's is completed along with the Sightstone. Snake have everything they need to try and take the game wherever they want to from this stage.
Uzi, no. Don't do it.
He wants it. He really wants the farm. He knows. He really knows. I think he's pinged there as well. He's like, please help me. I don't even know if this is enough. It's just amazing. But Flandre thinks about it, but backs off.
Yeah, so he doesn't go for it in the end. Ella was back in base. They weren't really in position to get anything off it, even if it was successful, because he would have been so low. Instead, they back away. 40 seconds up until the next Dragon is available. About a minute until Baron. Just take the whole map away from OMG. Give the blue over to your mid laner. And
nope. Crystal takes it instead. That's an interesting trade, but you know, Crystal gonna take it. Sure.
Why not?
Pops his ulti there as well. See, increased CDR. Absolutely planned. Perfect stuff. As Crystal looking for level 16, Yu's just dinged it as well by the looks of things. And Flandre, now that Uzi's left the lane, gonna just eat the turret.
Yeah, so he's able to take that one out. He has the teleport available. Dragon is up. They will take that away. OMG have no right to be anywhere near it to fight. They just need to turtle this game out for even longer. Cool, he's still in a reasonable spot. Uzi, he's no slouch at this point in the game, but everyone else is just falling further and further behind their counterpoint.
I mean, Xiong, we've already seen how far behind he is. 322 CS to 187 as Flandre is forced to burn an ulti to escape 3 or 4 members of OMG. But that's a 4th Dragon. Baron is back up in under 20 seconds there as well. And Crystal just got himself a nice new BF sword.
Yeah, so he's up there with so much damage coming through. I think he's actually been sitting on that for a while. I think he has the Infinity Edge as soon as he goes back to base. 1,700 gold coming through for him. But, you know, the one thing I will say about Xiong, he's got a smart item build. There is a lot of physical damage coming through there, so he's got the Thorn Mail on top of everything. And all he needs, this is the best thing about playing Gnar, 1 Gnar ultimate.
Yep.
That catches 3+ members is going to be great things, but Cassio, she's going to solo out Baron here with the help of Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Beast just pretty much here to tank his use. Actually burned through all his mana with a blue
now
buff.
This is dangerous because if they get there in time, they actually backed away. They don't know they're doing it. I was going to say, if they got there in time, that was OMG's one window to look into fight.
I mean, Flandre had port, but he was down in the bottom side. But you can see with the gold in and how aggressive Snake have been playing, OMG unfortunately do not have the pleasure of that vision because they've not been able to get any work done here. They're going to try and look for a pick. It's Crystal that they want here. Depth charge is popped by Amazing. That's a good flash from Crystal to keep himself safe. And Rek'Sai going to go back in. Uzi going to get turned around. And Flandre dives into the backside, erases Uzi off the rip. And now Crystal's just being unleashed. Beast will chase him down. Flandre zoning everything. everyone. Good double knock up there for Beast is cool. And Shui trying to peel the Rek'Sai away. They'll almost get the kill, but Crystal's back as well. Flandre takes out Nautilus. Crystal's chasing down Xiang. 2 kills already. Flandre going to look for another. They'll try and tower dive. He's a little too slow is the pony, but Snake decisively win that fight.
Xiang just throws Flandre into an inhibitor. It doesn't even really matter. They'll take out the first base turret and maybe even look to move in and try and close out the game, although some very low health bars mean that might be too dangerous.
Yeah, they prep one wave in the bottom already, so they'll be able to try and get another inhibitor turret, but no dice, it looks like. No, never mind. Going to push back with the Baron minions there as well. And goodbye, turret.
Yeah, so that goes down incredibly quickly. They're sticking around.
I mean, you know, Snake, we've talked about their aggression, perhaps over-aggressive sometimes. As used actually a little too far forward. Xiang, no ult, even if he did go mega. Shui trying to line it up, but also no ult. In fact, OMG don't have anything right now, but they'll force Snake out.
Yeah, so they finally chase them away, but in about 4 minutes' time, 5th Dragon, a real possibility coming through here. Snake, they still have Baron buff. They can just send Hecarim into that bottom lane, take out the inhibitor, everyone else top. Really, there are no bad decisions when you are 14,000 gold ahead in League of Legends.
I mean, diving the fountain might be the only bad decision, but even then, Flandre might still get a kill. And you can see a more of Malmortius is his next item.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that 5 members of Snake can dive the fountain once this game and get away with it.
Cool. No, Uzi, sorry, going to get a red buff. Flandre's found in the good spell shield, though, from Uzi. Keeps himself safe, but Flandre, he really wants to dive, but won't quite go in this time.
Yeah, didn't know where the rest of the members were. Couldn't see Gragas on the map right now. And, you know, gets the ultimate out of Uzi. Means that they don't have it to start a surprising fight, and they'll just move in, take the top turret.
Yeah, you can see just the items in general. Infinity Edge completed for Crystal. Void stuff done now for you. Every carry on Snake has 4 or more items in their tank to tanky as well. Snake have everything at this point. In fact, Flandre gets boosted towards Uzi and just decides to run in. It's a massacre as you takes out Cool. Amazing's going to go down next as well. That's 2 clean kills, another inhib, and Snake, they'll close it out.
Yeah, so this will be the game coming through. Snake really have everything in their power, and 2 very different games coming in this. Wow.
I mean, Uzi still getting dove by Flandre. Fountain lasers there, but Flandre is not dead. Xiang now, the next target gets taken out by Beast. Minions are diving into the fountain. Crystal is as well for a bit of fun. Snake chasing a couple more kills, but they'll eventually take the Nexus.
Yeah, and this is the thing about an inexperienced lineup. Game 1, amazing and Zhuizhui. We complimented their play. Game 2, wow.
We talked about the 1v5 fountain dive. A triple kill actually for Gragas towards the end, but a win's a win there for Snake. They take the Nexus as they dive the fountain gracefully, and a very fun split there between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, just getting back to the point, when you have these new players, they're going to have fantastic games because there's a reason in the LPL, but the team coordination just wasn't their game 2, and Snake were really good at making them pay. They got the kill onto Draven early. That freed up Hecarim in the top lane. And from there, they just slowly built leads.
I mean, it's nice to see Flandre with farm. I'll tell you that much, because that man knows how to carry. A great last game there for Snake, and a wonderful split between OMG and Snake. Maybe the expected result, 2 teams quite close, do go 1-1, but we'll take a quick break, and when we return, QG will be taking on King.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patriotamka. Joining me now is Zach Rusty Pie for our next game as King are taking on QG.
Big matchup between these teams. King have everything to prove. They still need to find their first win in the LPL. And up against QG, a young side have really shown their stuff early in the LPL so far.
They have. They've looked absolutely amazing. Pretty much just coming out of the gates, blasting like Snake did in the spring split, and just dominating teams that we didn't expect them to. The 2-0 versus LGD, strong results across the board, putting them right up towards the top of the table. And QG just looked great. For me, if we have to pinpoint someone on a team that's full of really strong-looking young players, their jungler Swift is out of this world.
Well, you can't look at the QG roster and not want to take a lot of time to look at Swift. He's the playmaker of the team, and he has the most gold, I think, almost besides the mid laner on that team when it comes to income. He does so much work for his team, and wow, he does. He either makes it or breaks it for them, essentially.
Yeah, and for me, you know, we kind of first saw him. Lots of Rek'Sai coming through. We knew about his like Lee Sin and his aggressive style junglers, Gragas of course as well. And you know, I saw him play Sejuani. I was like, okay, how good are you really on this champion? Turns out very good because he can also play that champion.
Yeah, and being the new side, we've seen him like all these aggressive early style junglers, but coming into the LPL in this summer split, he has changed completely to this Sejuani style play where his team fighting is really strong, and a side that you thought might struggle when it came to the later game stages, and they started off in their first week being very early game oriented, have turned it around, and now their late game is really strong.
And that's scary to think about a team that came out as this aggressive side that would snowball against you and win, to also be able to play much slower, more controlled, more intelligent League of Legends.
Yeah.
That's the sign of a great team.
It's the sign of a great team for sure, and they're only so new that they can only really go up from here.
I mean, that's not just Swift as well that's also strong.
Yeah.
We look at their bottom. I know you're a big fan of the AD carry. TNT. Explosive.
Explosive is one way to describe it, yes. He is an amazing AD carry, and the reason that I like him so much compared to, say, who he's playing today in Name is that he doesn't need the resources to do the same amount of work that they do. Uzi's style play that King enact, where they put all of their effort into one person and hope that Name can carry them with all of the resources, they let TNT go. He just does his own thing. He could be completely denied in lane. He'll still find a way to get these kills or put down the damage on relevant targets. So it's really impressive.
I mean, for a lot of old school watchers, San from OMG, or formerly of OMG, I think still sitting on the subs there, reminds me a lot of this player, but TNC just does that even better. Very aggressive, much like Vasily, another popular Chinese AD carry player. And I agree, he's looked great. And the bottom lane's going to be the big tester, you have to think, because Name has been playing so well. You can see it. He's trying to carry so hard. King needed a change. Boy, have they changed things up here. Insect's back, so is Zero, but maybe not where you thought they'd be.
No, weirdly enough, Insect is back into the top lane after having a massive spell away from it because he's usually a jungle main.
Yep, I mean, was a jungler, moved to the top lane, moved back to the jungle, and apparently coming full circle, moving back to the top lane once again. And we're already into the draft as well. You can see Fizz banned away, probably an Insect ban, to be honest, although Corn's been playing it quite well as well. LeBlanc and Sivir, though, for King, and already things are crazy.
Yeah, getting rid of the LeBlanc, getting it away from Doinby, and then the Sivir, a very common picked champion at the very least. Finally starting to see some bans, so getting rid of that very quickly.
I like that a lot, actually. We were calling for Sivir bans last week, being like, she's so strong, where are the bans? I feel like last split, people sort of figured out how to play against Sivir, but now no one really has a good answer. Cinderhawk's just far too good with it, so get it away. Nobody wants to play against it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Sivir just does way too much to even, if behind, still has this relevance, whereas other AD carries tend to drop off a bit. So getting rid of the Sivir finally starting to happen, but it does leave open threats of, do you want to ban a second AD carry in Kalista, or are you going to leave it available?
I mean, Kalista's going to be banned by King, so actually the answer is yes, they do want to ban another one away. Azir banned for QG, and we'll see if the Cassio ban maybe finds its way here as well.
And if it doesn't find its way into this ban, that might even be considered as the first pick. Korn seems to be able to play every champion under the sun. We saw a Rise game from him last week. We don't know what he's going to pull out at all, but no doubt he can play Cassiopeia. We'll see what they want to do with this last ban, though.
Yeah, Korn's always had a pretty, I would say, strict champion pool. Like, he plays very certain champions that he wants to play and kind of disregards the rest of them. Hecarim's actually the last ban there, so that's an Insect champion from the jungle. Probably can play a top lane there as well. And King going to think about their first pick. I have only one guess, Rusty. I don't think it's going to be Maokai.
No, I would wager not. They could go for basically anything right now, though. Alistar is, of course, most commonly banned and picked right now as first priority, so definitely a smart decision to get that away. And there's always going to be the Gragas, the Rek'Sai still both available, and then all of the top laners besides, I guess, the Fizz for Insect and the Hecarim in general being very strong.
Yep, and Alistar is the first pick there for King, so I like that takeaway. But we've seen a lot of mid and AD carry bans today so far, and that means these junglers like the Gragas, like the Rek'Sai, even Sejuani if they wanted as well. These sort of picks are starting to get through more and more.
Yeah, and even the Nunu while we're talking about junglers, so many options for them, so their team comps are no longer limited by what's left to pick in the jungle. They can kind of freely pick as the Maokai Morgana hovers. Might be a good response to the Alistar.
I like it a lot. I mean, Morgana's... exactly. Yeah. Morgana's great in general against all this heavy CC. We'll change it up. They'd rather take the big jungler in Gragas, but Maokai Gragas, good frontline, good CC, good engage, good disengage. Really good first two picks for QG.
Yeah, and again, no surprise whatsoever. So strong in the current meta. They can just get that early pressure jungler of the Gragas, and then the Maokai, which does it all exceptionally well. It can be a split pusher if need be. We have seen a lot of split push Maokai use the teleport to come in and be a big threat, and just has the ultimate available to prevent all of this damage coming down. All around, such a good champion to pick up first.
Maokai's just awesome here, and it's been a popular first pick. Even in our last series, I believe we had one coming through, but King kind of running out of time to pick here. We've seen them be quite aggressive just in general, so I think they want to get ahead and try and snowball the game. Maybe not actually as they swap away the AD carry. Huey's going to be back on Rek'Sai for the upteenth time, but Name wants to play Jinx.
And he has played Jinx before. The last time we saw it, I think it was a 50-minute game roughly, where he had the team on his back, but just was not enough because they were running a single threat comp against the tanky lineup, which is what they've got the makings for so far, as they hover yet another tank.
Yeah, for a long time, Name's Jinx was undefeated. Finally picked up some losses, I think, this year, and it's not quite the same record as Deft, who is still undefeated and has about twice the amount of wins that Name had on that champion. But Name's a great Jinx player. Again, you can see them going back to sort of giving him more hyper carries, but TNT might be mixing it up again. Maybe one hypercar is not enough for this game. We'll give him a little bit more time. Nope, never mind. No swapping. TNT locks in Vayne and Nautilus in for support.
So they've got the three big tanks now, the three big frontline members. They've got their AD carry that's the hyper carry in Vayne. Would not be surprised if they go for, say, the Cassiopeia as the last pick and run the big two-threat comp and just have the three frontliners. We're still waiting to see what King want to put in here.
You can see as well, Name having some fun, hovering Nasus, just to sort of mix things up. But looks like they need a mid laner and a top laner, actually, so wanting to complete those solo lanes here. Again, Insect's been a long time since he's played top lane. Gone are the days of his famous top Zac, so I don't know what we're going to be seeing from him exactly, but we've definitely noted that Cola been underperforming recently. I think that's probably fair to say. And Insect wants to be a bit more of a carry for his team. Rise and not. Whoa, that's Korn with mid-rise. Never mind.
Yeah. Korn actually played that last week, so we know that he's capable of playing the mid-rise. Unfortunately losing, but we're actually yet to see King get a win, so not a surprise that they did lose that game.
True.
He's got the Rise now, and it is a very strong champion right now. Rise is doing a lot of damage. If you get to work around his new passive perfectly, is almost unrivaled in terms of 1v1 damage.
Yeah, just chunks out the damage output, goes off. I mean, you thought old Rise with cooldowns was crazy. Current Rise seems pretty insane there as well. But a blind pick Rise here for Korn, really sticking to comfort picks. He's played this champion for a long, long time. He was famous for it for a while, but Korn again has been up and down as well. Here as the last pick comes through for Doinby, and it's a very classic Orianna.
Now, I was expecting King to pick the Orianna instead of the Ryze away. I feel like Ori would just do a lot more for them than what the Ryze can provide. It's going to be quite a, not a weak mid laner, but they're going for the heavy scaling. Whereas now that they've picked the Orianna available on QG, their team fight becomes a bit stronger, a lot quicker.
I mean, it's also good to protect some of the hyper carry, the only other hyper carry as well. That's why I also like the Orianna. I agree. So, interesting stuff here. Korn definitely a classic Orianna player, but sticking to his comfort in Ryze. Haven't seen that matchup in a very long time, so not too sure how it's going to go.
It's almost taken it back to like Season 3, roughly, where you had the Ryze who didn't actually have a skill shot, so it's a lot easier to play Ryze mid. Being the short lane, though, and you've almost always got minions in your way, it's very difficult for a Ryze to actually get that spell down. So maybe, and this is happening quite often now, Ryze will max that spell prison.
Yeah, I mean, just a bit more. Oh, the W, sorry?
Yeah, the W.
That's cool.
Sorry.
Yeah, just for a single target damage. Makes sense.
Well, it's the way that the new Ryze works as well, because once you hit that passive, you use a spell, everything is reduced by roughly 2.7 seconds. So you can use the W about 4 times through the passive duration.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense in a long lane. We've started to see a bit more Ryze into Maokai specifically, but mid-Ryze is a bit of a different animal, but certainly a champion that Korn, even with a couple changes for Ryze, going to have plenty of experience on.
And might even go for the Luden's Echo while we're talking about it, because
huge
the amount
dips.
of spells that you throw out, being a machine gun mid laner, works very well with the Ludens.
I mean, I like it. They added more damage in. It's not just Name that has to sort of solo carry this game, but like almost always with any sort of Name jinx, he's got a lot of eggs in his basket.
Yeah, he does. And Name, going to be Name very easily here. He's going to be able to have a front line in his way. I just don't know if I like their comp as much as I like QG's, to be honest.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out because we're getting onto the Rift for game number 1. And we're back for our first game between King and QG. King mixing things up here. 4 losses straight in a row, looking for their first win. And for QG, they're obviously looking to give them their 5th loss here. They've mixed things up. We've got a Ryze in the mid lane, Insect's in the top side. Zero is back and dancing with his old teammates. King have definitely gone through some drastic changes after getting relegated last season and then coming back here into summer. A lot on the line for them here, and as I said, for a lot of these teams, it's all about getting that first win and starting to mount some momentum.
Yeah, this is much more the definitely not Starhorn Royal Club roster that we're used to seeing, and it's going to be interesting to have Insec in that top lane and see how he actually performs there on the Gnar, who it's a sign that he's definitely comfortable playing Gnar, because Gnar is one of the highest skill ceiling top lane champions, and the same goes for mid, I suppose. Very comfortable picks.
Yeah, you can see TNT actually moving himself to the top side. So an interesting 1v1 if that's what you have, although we've got TCT moving up as well. So more likely a 1v2. You can see Insec trying to dodge all of the early wards that QG have put down. But unbeknownst to King, they're getting lane swapped on.
They are going to get lane swapped on here, whether they like it or not. And because they've got the Vayne Nautilus, I don't know if their 2v2 was better or worse. So maybe sacrificing the 2v2 matchup to put some pressure down onto Insec, who is not too familiar in that top lane.
No, I mean, it's definitely becoming a new top laner and moving into a 1v2 is a bit of a rough situation. Nautilus has actually pulled the wave and frozen it as well. So you can see the Boomerang's trying to find some farm for Insec, but unfortunately he misses the first one, and Marco is already off in the jungle follow.
Yeah, the realization has set in that he's going to be zoned a lot. So doing his best to try and get the last hits with the Boomerang, not going to happen until it starts to push under the tower, but QG opting to freeze more so than push them straight in.
And you can see, I think King going to do the opposite here. They've got the Alistar, they've got the Jinx. Decent damage onto the turret early on there for that Jinx. So want to fast push down these turrets and open the map back up.
They're still getting a lot of free experience. So the lane is not jungling with the jungler right now. The top lane is just going to sit there. Whereas you have a look at Maokai and he is just going around the jungle doing his thing with Swift there on the Gragas.
Yeah, it was awkward actually. We sort of saw Insec very adamantly in the top half of the map with his jungler starting on the bottom, and even if they realized late that the lane swap was happening, he just couldn't jungle because he was on the complete opposite side of the map.
That is true, and then they've also got the 4-man now coming in the top lane, so the realization should be there that at this time in the game, around the 3-minute mark as a duo jungle, they start to finish their last camps, and the wave is still pushing actually away from Insec. They might not opt to dive because he's going to start to get zoned here from the 2v1.
I mean, there's plenty of jungle to take away here as well, so QG might just opt for that instead. You can see Swift and V going to move in for the blue buff. Huey going to take the Gromp away there. He's got his red buff, and down the bottom, he'll move down. They'll try and push out that turret, but blue buff's going to go, and maybe a dive's getting set up as well.
eventually when it pushes back, you can kind of tell by the way that the Vayne and the Nautilus are now freely hitting and auto-attacking everything to push it back that they were looking to dive. Insec very smartly recognizing that fact, backing away.
Yeah, great intuition there for Insec. Sort of newly back to his old lane in some ways here in the top side. And Name and Zero trying to push down the turret. It's melting here under the minigun. And just after this wave gets pushed back, they should be able to take it away.
Yeah, they should get this with the next wave. The power of the Jinx is just so good at taking down turrets. And TNT has been doing his best with his support buddy there, the other TCT, to get some zone away and stop Nah from getting as much farm as possible. They are going to be able to get the tower in response here, so eventually it's going to be 1-for-1 in turrets. Mid laners just being very casual and farming against each other, and that suits both of them perfectly fine.
I think Insec's diving the mid lane. Yeah, it actually goes in onto Doinby, but
there's a whole lot of damage.
turret goes down in the bottom. Dragon will go to King as well by the looks of things. So a lot of trades back and forth. Huey and Zero working on the Dragon. Takes him a little while longer than they might like, but Name will transition in, make sure to take it out. And Insec, he's just having a merry old adventure.
He's just doing his thing, walking around, and smartly of King to get this Dragon, taking that away as soon as possible because they did have the 4-man pushing top lane. So they get the trade pretty much in their favor because they get the Dragon on top of everything else. I guess if you have a look at the overall difference, it's not big except for the Dragon almost completely.
Yeah, I mean, the gold is even here at this point as Insec's actually going to go to the top side of the map in a long, very long lane now in a 1v1. And it seems like Name, pickaxe has been completed, actually going back down to the bottom side.
Yeah, he's gone for that pickaxe, looking for some early pressure as Doinby just takes a whole lot of pressure himself from this Ryze, who is going to be due for a recall sometime soon. But yeah, going for the pickaxe up against the Vampiric Scepter of Vayne is a very good position for the Jinx to be in, accelerating his build a little bit faster to have some early pressure, stop the Vayne from completely controlling the lane, and it'll be a very interesting 2v2 to see how this pans out.
Yeah, I actually like the choice of them just to keep their turret up as well because they just want to make sure that things are safe. Insec probably feels relatively comfortable, kind of isolated in the top lane despite the fact that he doesn't have a turret, so they can keep things like this. Insec will collect farm, Jinx will keep moving ahead there in that bottom lane, and everything's going to be just good for King's early game.
Yeah, if they manage to get this Insect still going with the farm, if he doesn't get dove because there's no tower there, there is the chance that he can either freeze it or there's the chance that he can get dove and they can completely deny the freeze. So how the next minute starts to pan out is very important for this King lineup.
And vision then must be important here because Insec needs to get wards now. He doesn't want to get ganked.
Yeah, and he didn't really opt towards wards. Nice. That's a tongue twister. He decided to go for the Null Magic Mantle, get that 500 gold worth of magic resistance to survive the lane. So it's going to come down onto the back of the jungler here on Huey if he can put the wards down and prevent Insec from being out of position.
And I think for me, Rek'Sai, almost underrated in how much vision you get with your Tremor Sense and with your general patterning as well. So put tunnels around, get some vision, and just make sure Insec stays safe. Because Jinx right now, like you said, perfectly comfortable against the Vayne right now.
That's a good point. What you'd be looking to do is use that sonar radar that you get and kind of deny the enemy jungler from being anywhere near the top lane, or if he is, you'll be able to spot it happening.
Yeah, and Swift, we've certainly noted he's aggressive. Wants to get stuff done early on the Gragas if he can, but we'll see how the lanes hold here as it's one turret each, but one dragon up for King. So the slimmest of advantages is the gold, like you said already, Rusty, dead even at about 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, slim advantage, but still an advantage, and in particular, the top lane is going to have levels and CS in his favor and has not actually recalled for an item yet. So in a very good position is this Maokai, but as we just mentioned, Insect's now got the possibility of freezing, and it's very risky for V to push past where he is now. Having to wait 5 seconds and throw down a sapling before even walking up to where he is now. He knows he's in a scary position, but he needs to try and break the freeze.
Yeah, Insect keeping the lane in a nice little spot for himself as Korn and Doinby there just farming back and forth. And I mean, it's a bit of a weird lane. I guess expected to be a farm fest, but I think if Ryze is comfortably farming, he's probably pretty happy.
He's always going to be happy if you're a Ryze and you're getting last hits because all you want to do is scale and utilize that passive late game.
V wants to go in onto Insect there, level 6 actually, but a little low on mana as they trade back and forth. Insect will pop back into mini now though and just try and keep the wave back. So a nice little trade, but Swift couldn't quite get in range for that gank he wanted.
No, this is still very good for Insect. If he can hold the wave exactly where it is now, he's going to be in a very good position. Just keeping the cannon alive is the important part. So they tried to push it in, but V running out of mana was very detrimental to that gank success.
Don't want to miss that cannon there. So Huey now going to come into the jungle actually, and it's a contest for the blue buff that King will now fight over. Name level 5, Zero level 5, Huey level 6, and Korn's here as well. That's a nice steal away and seems to be going to the Ryze and does indeed.
Yeah, getting back, or not having to recall rather, and then doing B, being in base was very easy for them to walk into that jungle and just be able to place all the pressure they like onto the opposition there. And they do get the blue away. I believe it goes onto Korn, which is great because it didn't need to be smited away from Swift.
Oh, TCT could be in trouble. Double shockwave lands in, but Nautilus out of position, gets exhausted. Name's going to follow through, flashes after him, gets the last auto attack and takes first blood.
And that's really big for the Jinx, who went for the pickaxe first, so sacrificed a lot of pressure of getting the BF sword. Now has a kill to accelerate that BF and is going to be very big in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, Name going back to shop, and there's that BF sword that we're looking for. So Name getting strong.
Very well timed. It was a little high five to myself.
Excellently timed here. I mean, Name does this a lot as well. He actually likes going Berserker Greaves before he finishes that IE and just starts rotating around. And just with how the map's broken already, Jinx actually taking early turrets is a good early thing that King can start to do.
They can do that. They've already got the bottom turret, so the availability to go to maybe the top lane. Insect's now got that level 6 and a Hex Drinker, so in a way they kind of want him to continue to 1v1 the Maokai, so Jinx most likely opting to roam towards that mid lane, and Doinb doesn't have a whole lot of mana to speak of, so they're going to push out bot lane. We'll see if they want to translate mid, or if they're just really content farming right now.
I mean, right now certainly seems content to farm. Insect catching up, or keeping up, I should say, about even on CS there to V. Nami as well, bit behind, but just fine here in the matchup and can maybe start to bully with the extra AD. And probably most importantly, that mid lane slightly up for Korn, but most importantly, keeping his turret up and getting CS.
Yeah, nothing actually coming of the mid lane fight besides last hitting, and they're both doing it exceptionally well, granted. Above 90 CS at the 10-minute mark is a very good point to be at. So sitting pretty are both of the mid laners. They need to start translating that into fighting, though, and a Morello's being done here for Orianna is big. That's
very fast, actually, for Doinb, so it can start to get a bit more aggressive. Gromp will be taken there by TCT and TNT as they'll team up to make sure that goes down. But I think Name's freezing that wave in the bottom side by the looks of his positioning, so poor Vayne is completely denied.
He's not going to be freezing more so than just slow pushing it and only using the last hit, not actually just fast pushing it into the side of TNT. So denying as much as he can, but not actually freezing so that he's wasting time, or if he needs to rotate quickly perhaps, he's going to be able to do so.
See that dragon back up there as well. King of a pink ward right on top of the entrance to the pit. So if they want to start moving in, they probably want to move in quickly. Jinx is good right now for damage as well. Even Korn's not too bad, but everyone's recalling. It seems like they think QG are going to try and fight them for this next objective.
I would not be surprised if QG do want to fight for this next objective. They've got the Gragas, who has ultimate available. They've got the Maokai, who's just going to be the brutish frontliner. And then you've got the Morellos finished and the makings of the Blade of the Ruined King. They may not want to fight until that blade is finished here on the Vayne, but they're very strong and they are starting to spike quite hard.
Yeah, we'll see if King can use that window when TNT's still looking for that last little bit of farm. And you can see Name's gone back. There's the Berserker Greaves that we talked about. So neutral damage is there, turret damage is there if they want it. And King going to start off by claiming their second dragon.
And feeling like they're slightly stronger is the King side at the moment. They only have smaller items, not really completed items from anyone except perhaps their jungler in Huey, but able to control the area successfully, and they get the dragon.
Oh, Insect, good hop. No, denied by Swift there as he body slams him out of it. Insect will just hit Mega Gnar. He's trying to buy time. Good ulti, but he gnaws them back away. Insect now has to try and find a way to get out. Yeah, no one coming to help. He's got his TP. He's going to start using it. Can they stop it? Yes, they can. Flash twisted advance, and he just goes down, I believe. He does.
Yep,
Goodbye,
he does
Insect.
go down. Rest in peace, Insect. Did all that he could, but getting a very good gank from the Gragas directly behind him denies any chance of jumping, or especially getting the double hop away. So completely caught out of position, and very well done from Swift to save the explosive cask for as long as necessary and keep him there to take more damage, and they do pick up that kill.
Great mechanics there from Gragas, and it's Swift actually that gets credit for the kill, so bit of extra gold for himself. And normally we'd look at a jungler and say, not sure that's where I want the gold to go. I believe I can make an exception for someone like Swift.
I would 100% make an exception for someone like Swift. He loves picking up the kills himself, and the CS difference is in favor of V for QG here in the top lane, so why not put the kill onto the jungler who can affect the rest of the map with the extra gold?
Yeah, you can see Insect kind of sitting back towards his tier 2 now. A nice deep ward as well for QG in that lane. just trying to spot it wherever that Gnar is. No teleport for Insect means that he's really stuck here for a while trying to farm, but King, again, probably pretty happy to farm up. Name still getting stronger, although TNT does now have his Blade of the Ruin King, but a Rod of Ages just done for Con means he's really good on that charge timer early on.
Yeah, I think you said it though. King are very content with just continuing to farm, continuing to last hit as much as they can and scale through. You can see it from the itemization again from the Gnar. Opting straight for the magic resistance, doesn't want any armor just yet. So it's not like he's looking to teamfight, essentially just wants to stay in lane or rotate to mid because he has a lot of MR. And he doesn't want to end up doing a 5v5 teamfight from just that alone.
Yeah, just needs to keep his farm up, get the teleport back as Doinby going to get the blue buff there from Swift. See if maybe QG can look in for a turret, because that's what both teams are honestly looking for. But Name content farming away, pushing the wave back as best he can. And again, trying to deny TNT more farm. But to Vayne's credit, she's gotten a lot of farm as Name sort of pushed the wave back up.
Yeah, actually quite comfortable is TNT here with the amount of farm that he has gotten. And it's matched by Name, but they both scale very well. So no one actually coming out ahead, essentially, besides the kill that Name has gotten, giving him a bit of an experience. No, he's behind an experience, actually. They've been taking a lot of Gromps.
Yeah, TNT is the king of the Gromp at this stage of the game. And I guess with everything sort of slowing down here, we talk about teleports not being up yet. Teams are sort of content to farm it out. We have a third dragon coming up in a couple minutes, so I assume that's our next big fight point. But I wonder, Rusty, who do you think is going to actually have the edge in that big mid-game team fight?
It really depends on where they actually are with items before the fight breaks out. You can imagine the Infinity Edge will be finished before this next dragon. There is a few minutes. The Rod of Ages also now completed and ramping up here on the side of King. Korn looking very good with his itemization, but can he turn that into damage is another question.
That's a rotation actually there from King. Going to get another turret for themselves. I like Zero threatening to dive that Orianna, and as a result, Doinby backs away. Can't wave clear, and King get themselves another turret.
Very, very clever. Small little rotations here, and it seems like the King roster, having changed a bit, is starting to be a lot smarter with their decisions and rotations.
I mean, I wonder who's shot calling, actually, because I think it might have been Insect's job on the old team, but I know Name kind of fancies himself in that position as well, although we do have an invade onto the blue here for QG, but V might have been caught away. Going to come back in onto the blue buff. I think it went to Korn. Oriana's in the mix now as well, but Zero flash pulverized onto Doinby. Insect finds an ulti onto V. Ulti moves out, and that takes out the Rek'Sai, I believe, but now Name's going to join back in. Has his ulti, doing good damage. Korn is somehow still alive. Doinby going to be the next target to chase away, and Rise lived for so long as Zero gets another pulverize. Name chases it down, and it's messy, but a 4-3 win for King.
That was basically just a massacre. Everyone going down and so much action going across here, but Doinby running out of mana, a big factor in why they started to turn around. That TNT went a little bit too ham. He really tried his best to get directly in the middle of them all, instantly going down to the rocket and the burst from all of the members of King. And from that point where TNT went down, one of the two big damage sources from the QG side, the team fight started to go downhill very quickly.
And we've certainly looked at TNT as one of your more aggressive players. So playing a champion like Vayne, I think I can understand the mindset of a player who may be a little too far forward.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that he is playing far forward. He is an explosive player that does flash often in the direction of the enemies, and it's going to start to work the later the game goes, but at this point in time, Orianna's damage is respectable, but it's not hyper carry level, so you need to stay alive for a bit longer than 3 seconds of jumping into them all, and do as much damage as you can, so that you've at least done your job.
And he saw the difference there for Korn, honestly, because his Rod of Ages is still charging up, now has the blasting on moving towards his Archandles and eventually a Ceres, but he just stood there and face tanked a bunch of damage and outputted rather respectable DPS once the passive came online.
Yeah, once the Rise starts to ramp up and hits that 5th spell usage and the passive comes in, you get the shield and that helps a lot. And then you can just be a machine gun and just throw out spells constantly. So being able to do that, and especially where they fought, favored Korn very well because it was almost impossible to miss a spell.
And you can see Doinby as well now got to avoid stuff, so sort of realizes, okay, I need to have a bit of an earlier impact here in this game. So going for a very cost-efficient build. Dragon back up in 20 seconds though, and Name has got himself a Zeal to, against TNT's Berserker Greaves and now Avarice Blade. We talked about third Dragon being important. Both teams fairly well equipped to fight for it.
I really like the Void Staff decision here from Doinby, and it suits the rest of the team really well for this Dragon fight because they are accelerating the items with all these cost-efficient stats, and even an Avarice Blade right now being done on the side of TNT, going straight for the stats. Doesn't want to go for the Phantom Dancer early from the looks of it, just needed the crit now.
Yeah.
So
He just wants the Ghost Blade instead for a bit more power immediately. Here is QG trying to get King off the Dragon. Will look to do so. Korn actually had a bit of an awkward back timer. Insect's also trapped in the top lane, but he does have his teleport ready. So QG going to get aggressive onto the Dragon, but King, as said, looking to fight in this situation.
They would want to fight this. It's the third Dragon. At the very least, try to steal this.
They're
going in.
Go in. Huey can't get it. Vayne actually claims it for QG, but the team fight is on. Name getting chased away. Gets barreled back in there by Kraken. Shockwave takes him out as well, but Korn dishing out so much damage. Insects joined in as well. He's actually lining up the ulti. Last one left here is Zero. Still surviving. Insect in here as well as Rise has fallen down, and the world's silliest looking 2v2. I don't know, but Swift, he's really tanky. Body slams away, but Huey chases. Insects now in mini form, and another massacre. 4 for 3 once again.
For a second there, I thought QG were going to turn that fight around, and they did manage to get 3 kills onto important members of the King's side. Straight away again, TNT caught out of position. Alistar hitting the great headbutt pulverize combo rather, followed by the teleport that came through from Insect behind them. And then they were caught in a very bad position. TNT down straight away. Doinb left to just lick his wounds and run away as fast as he could. Not going to happen. But again, Swift and V turn it around, end up getting these kills back in their favor and make a trade out of it. They do get the Dragon as well, which is big for QG. They denied that.
Yep, denying that third Dragon, stopping a bit of that snowball potentially from coming online, but King are starting to ramp up as well. We talk about their scaling. Jinx getting stronger, Korn also getting stronger, and Swift and V gone straight for the immobile AD carry, because if Name had lived, that would not have been a close fight.
Oh no, the fact that he was already 3-1, he was in a very good position to do as much damage as he can. Starting to go for that static shiv and already had the Infinity Edge Zeal. So Jinx was ramping up massively, but they did take him down there, thankfully, or that was a complete ace.
Yeah, so we have a bit more of a lull now. Intec actually gone for a Banshee's Veil, curiously, as his next item here. So not a Spirit Visage, wants to opt in for a bit of an earlier item once again. Still stacking for Korn. He's got his Archandles almost online, you have to think, and the tier probably pretty well charged up. Even Vayne returning to the bottom side, working on that Ghost Blade, has the double longsword ready for the Brutalizer.
And the more and more that I look at this particular game holistically is that King are actually itemizing extremely smartly. So they're stacking magic resistance, and even the Aegis just being completed from Rek'Sai, getting all of these big items for magic resistance and just running at TNT, instantly killing TNT. And then their tanks are going to be too tanky because they've itemized completely to take out the rest of the QG side.
Yeah, you can see Korn actually double pink wards on that blue buff. I think that was for the
They've
fight
been there for a
before,
while,
yeah, against the Vayne, which is pretty funny, but a little bit of extra vision as Korn takes away the blue. Insects back down in the bottom side. You can see some pings there onto the top. Name ready to roam. He's got his static shift now, and 2 outers already done. The top lane's looking pretty juicy now as well.
Yeah, the only outer remaining is that top lane turret. So the next plan of attack for Name, at the very least, is to walk towards the top lane, pick up some red minions, and pressure the turret there. You can see instantly QG were already aware the top was going to be the next plan of attack, and they're sitting near the area to look for a team fight or to defend the turret. But their wave clear without an Orianna is quite lackluster, so they do need Orianna to be everywhere when they siege.
I mean, both teams need to bring everyone, honestly. QT need to stop the push from coming through and just don't want to lose a turret for free. And as you said, King need everyone to protect poor Name. Is Huey actually going to get grabbed up? Yeah, interesting tunnel cancel there coming through. Nice hook from TCT. Hook, though, coming in. Depth charge landing in onto Zero. Actually does knock up Huey as well, but Zero's going to just run away from the Vayne, who gets exhausted. Barrel there for Swift. Will miss. Zero, though, forced to pop his ultimate. Korn's moved around as well. It's a 4v5 right now with Insec in the bottom side. Doinb gets thrown over the other side by the looks of things, but the kill does go down. Korn, though, will get the trade, so all supports down. Double Shockwave does not tag Name. Ulti comes through. Good flash from Doinb, but Swift taking so much damage. Name going off as he flashes into the back, but TNT gets aggressive, takes him out, but goes down, and it's Korn once again playing Janitor.
Korn has been doing a lot of damage. He actually just wrecked them all. They're standing in a small area. He's got the Abyssal Scepter. Again, they're stacking this magic resistance, so nobody except TNT can do damage. But TNT's gone for a Ghost Blade and accelerated his build, and he keeps getting caught in a very aggressive and bad position for his team. He needs to reassess the way that he's playing right now. Maybe even get some magic resistance or a Banshees or even a Bloodthirster next to sustain through and do as much as he can for his team until Orianna can start to ramp up with a death cap, because the Void Staff's not enough yet.
Yeah, and as a reminder, that was a 4v5. Insec was in the bottom, and he actually got a turret down there as well. And I think that to make it worse for QG, they ended up kiting back to the area where the pink wards were as well, so not even TNT could escape with invisibility.
But I mean, a couple of times there I saw Swift start to drink out of his barrel and stand completely still, and that was what gave Name the reset twice, was because he could just auto-attack with the rockets at max range on someone standing still, and AoE was hitting everyone.
Good rotation from Huey as well. Takes out a 4th turret now for King, and we look up at the gold in, and all of a sudden, King are about 5,000 gold ahead. We talked about them looking for a win, certainly looking to change things up as far as the roster goes, and so far so good. Insec in the top lane, Zero back in support. Things look a little bit more in position now for King.
Yeah, they just seem a lot smarter almost in the decision-making, the rotations and the plays, knowing that they can fight a 4v5 without Insec. Very big call to make, and they just seem super confident all around now. It's like a new King.
I agree. It's the shot calling that's really changed it for me. And again, I'm not sure who's actually doing that, but if it's Insec who is responsible, welcome back to the team. I mean, King.
Let's assume it's Insec or Zero.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's funny as well. They're both the Korean players, but clearly communicating more than well enough to help them out. And King posturing for Baron where Insec split pushes bottom. Great positioning across the map.
Yeah, they've now got control of the entire Baron pit, and they do have the teleport advantage. So easy to get control here. Pinks everywhere. They don't want this Vayne to be a presence in this game whatsoever, even though they're stacking magic resistance. So very smart in the way that they've itemized, but also very smart in the fact that they have pink wards down in places where they're going to fight. Predetermined almost.
Yeah, Dragon's back up as well, so King, lots of good choices here as far as next objectives goes. We'll look down the items. The Arcadal's done for Korn, so Seraph on the way, you have to think, without charging up. And Name, I'd love finally that someone's building Blade of the Ruin King against these tanks. Jinx knows she's going to be in trouble. She has to try and live and take out the big frontliners, so Blade of the Ruin King, a great third item.
It is a good item, but then why not go for the Bloodthirster as well? So I guess the decision has been that they are stacking enough health to warrant having the Blade of the Ruin King, having that active as well to help out, instead of going for the overshield and raw damage amount, because at the moment, the damage seems to be more than enough.
Oh, Insect though finding Doinby actually. Ulti comes through, but he gets the Narin. Zero with the pulverize. Ulti through for Name, gets the kill. And Korn's now moving in on top of V. He's absolutely dead as Name gets the double. Blue buff will fall down. Dragon or maybe some base will follow it because King, they're pinging the bottom lane.
And they're just so good at map control right now, walking through all of the wards from QG, but knowing that the blue buff was there, completely committing to going for that. Insec hitting a great ult as he gets stunned away from the Orianna Shockwave, cements the position where she was locked in, gets the Alistar knockup and the rocket, and now they're getting an inhibitor.
The King's carries are so strong at this stage. 6-2 and 7 for Korn. 8-2 and 6 there for Name, and a wonderful supporting cast here for King. Again, back with their Korean players in different lanes for Insect, but still back with the usual roster. And again, it looks like King can almost write off the first 2 weeks with just this one game because it's a completely different team.
It is a completely different side, and they just feel like they're completely different in terms of the coordination almost. The same carries, but just performing exceptionally better. And this Rise is just going to show how much stronger Rise has become since the changes almost, and still about to get changed again not long from now.
Yeah, I mean, looking good so far. Korn pretty happy that one of his favorite champions is back in. Insec going to look for a teleport here as well. Not quite enough rage, but he's in a good position. Going to come in for the flank here. Insec known for making plays as Zero lining it up as well, but QG will back away from that mid turret that they want to claim oh so much.
King know that they're ahead enough to fight, but QG really wanting that objective smartly do back off when they don't want to fight for it. The death cap is completed here now though for Doinby, and that's going to make the team fight a lot stronger because the Void Staff was already there and they're only stacking the magic resistance. So I think the longer that this game starts to go, if they don't get armor anytime soon, or a lot of armor, sorry, anytime soon, only the makings of the Randuin's here for Insec, the Vayne might completely take over.
I mean, QG have fine damage here, and we've seen their late game team fighting as well. Have full faith in a team like QG, despite how young they are, to be able to team fight. But King's movement's been great. The Baron even getting cleared out again as Zero hits a couple shots there from the Baron as well. Korn's going to get his blue buff. All of King are moving in to try and contest it. And it's going to be a bad choice here for QG. Defend bottom or defend Baron, because King are fine with either.
Well, the good part about the inhibitor they actually got here on the side of King is it's on the bottom side of the map. And that is the worst part to actually get the inhibitor, the worst lane, if you're looking to defend the Baron area. You have to send V there, and that was a big stack of super minions. So At this current point in time, while V is there defending super minions, they can choose to start this straight away.
Blade of the Ruined King's finish for Nami as well, so that Baron damage just goes through the roof. Huey even zoning them away and then diving back into the pit. Ward goes down, but the Baron is dead here. Swift tries, but he can't get the steal.
The explosive Cusk not coming in soon enough to take that Baron away. And now that they've got this big lead, about 9,000 gold, they've got the Baron, they've already got the bottom inhibitor, and the minion control that they have right now is perfect for them to push mid, completely just quickly rotate to top, and at the very least get the 2 inner turrets.
And as I said, I don't know who this team is because they look completely different despite being the starting roster for this particular season. It's been a rough 2 weeks for King, but this game at least looks to be in their complete control.
They decided to use the Righteous Glory to run towards the jungle. I think they realized shortly after that it only works running towards champions and changed their mind. So staying here in the mid lane, looking to pressure it down until Insect can get that wave pushed up to the turret in the top lane. At the very least, they're about to get a 600 gold boost for every member just from objectives.
Yeah, and they're going to move up to the top side and take out that turret instead. So that's the easy one to take. They'll claim all of the tier 2 turrets now as well after clearing up the top side of the map. And if they can push in and get another inhibitor turret, great. If not, QG still have an open base in the bottom half.
Yeah, and it was hard enough for them, and they are scaling still, QG. Their damage late game is definitely respectable, but at the moment, it's starting to completely overrun them. The Rise and the Jinx, it's so hard to outscale those two.
Their gold lead is just phenomenal at this stage, and you can see the ball coming in. The Baron up cannon minion will go down as Doinby does do good damage, but Insect's throwing boomerangs. Nama's got plenty of protection, and you don't really want to dive these guys because Rise, especially in short range, he will rip through your team.
And meanwhile, in the bottom lane is a whole lot of blue dots doing damage to your siege turrets, so they're going to have to start reacting to that. And the second they react and send over their only person with wave clear being Doinby, you can put a lot more pressure in the top lane.
I like Zero's positioning as well. He knows that if he finds someone in that position, he's a great diver. So even just threatening to dive in and open up more space for King. We're going to be slow about it, but they've got plenty of time to try and do damage to the turret, and QG need to find the perfect angle for a team fight.
Even if they get 2 hits on every wave, it's still going to be pushing into the bot lane. So you can be calm. You've already got this Baron, and you've got a little while left on that buff. So in a very safe position here with King to do as they like. And again, they were waiting for the minions, which they are controlling so perfectly to push back in the mid lane and quickly rotate. They could almost go between if they do it right.
Again, it's been objective control that's looked so good here for King, and now onto the mid turret with a big stack coming in as well. QG pulled the trigger on the Righteous Glory, but Insect's almost mega now. Turret goes down, Insect goes mega, just bops him into the wall there. Nami gets knocked up as well, but Korn's already killed TNT. Nami gets jumped up, but the rest of King are just going to take out the back and front lines. V, he's dead at this stage as Nami flashes forward for the last few rockets. Nautilus goes in, but gets done. Nami, hungry for blood, goes back in. Insect hops under Doinby, going to try and take out Orianna. But King, big snipe from the Jinx. Going to give the 4th kill and the game to King.
Korn is just doing so much damage, instantly wrecking TNT, and he just did not have an impact in this entire game because they are just so smart in the way that they built with items, the way that they focused the right champions, and King look amazing.
Yeah, I agree. Did not expect King to honestly do well in this matchup, even if Nami and Insect and Zero return to the lineup. But to return in the way they did with Insect in the top lane, we said already, they look like a completely different team. That was a very one-sided game by the end of it.
Taking out a side like QG, who were 5-1 before coming into this game, is a very, very good position for them to be in as we'll get into the second game shortly.
Yeah, we will indeed. You know what? Not much else to say after that. A very strong win for King, but QG looking to answer now. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, it'll be game number 2. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're about to get into game number 2 between a newly revamped King and QG. King finally pick up their first win as QG pick up one of their very few losses. Rusty, that was a game for Insec and Zero to come back to.
Yeah, talk about a comeback game. The return of Insec and Zero, and suddenly they've gone from this 0-8 side, picking up their first win. And what was against an extremely strong QG roster.
I mean, they've looked great, but it's only one game. We'll see if they can repeat it here again, because a 2-0 will be quite an effort. But with swap sides now, Fizz and Azir, the first 2 bans for QG, so Korn eating a lot of bans. Kalista banned once again. LeBlanc will soon follow, and I wonder if we'll see a Rise ban.
Well, the same 2 bans here from QG, rather. I think LeBlanc's a different ban, but the Kalista was definitely banned last game. So we'll see if a Siva might want to be focused again as the ban, and definitely, I would consider taking away that Rise after that last game.
I mean, Korn just went off in that game here. He's been playing pretty well for the last few weeks, but that was a true carry performance from the mid laner himself. And nice to see him finally sort of come up. And again, something's changed here. It's Insec and Zero coming in. I don't know if it's just shot calling, maybe from Insec, maybe Zero just being back for Nami, giving him a bit more strength. But Alistar banned away from Zero, Hecarim banned there from King, and QG have a lot of good first picks they can look at now as well.
Having the Alistar banned, it's not going to be the first pick focus this time like it usually is. Maybe even consider the Gragas as the first pick option, but also Nah. Insec was really impactful on that Nah. Whether he was dying or living, he was still just doing work. And it felt like he was almost enabling a lot with the shop calling. So maybe the Nah focus?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, QG going to have a Thresh at least to start things off, but strong junglers are up still. In fact, all of them are still available as far as they go.
Nautilus 2's up.
Yes, that's the other one that's up. That might be the pick here for QG. Kind of taking their time looking maybe at the bottom lane for their first pick, but they'll decide on first pick Sivir.
Not a surprise. Siva's doing a lot of work in the LPL so far. Have an exceptional win rate when played as well. So getting rid of that, and Kalista also not available, so Siva's one of the strongest ADs left, and it does leave open the option of Jinx again for Name if they want, but the first 2 picks have been chosen here.
Yeah, it's Maokai and Gragas actually there for King, so big standard tanky frontline. I said, I don't think I'll see Insec playing something like Maokai, but lo and behold, we get to game 2. He's clearly been practicing top lane.
It seems to me as though in the background he has been doing a lot of top, because he seems quite comfortable playing top, and he was very smart, rightly backing off at good times, and working around the top lane in the 1v2 meta perfectly, so knows what he's doing and does lock in the safe top laner of Maokai. Yeah,
but Na's the answer there for QG. Janna's going to come in now as well to get some of that hard engage out from the King lineup, because I've already got strong engage coming through. Nami again with another Nasusova. Clearly knows something that I don't about the champion being a little bit fun. Maybe, I mean, but flashing a different AD carry this time. Had Jinx in the last game, might fancy something like Lucian. Both very popular picks in a Sivir. In fact, there's a Lucian and the Bard now for Zero.
Lucian Bard. That is a lot of pressure. That is like really in your face with high pressure lane right there. Lucian is always going to be a bully with the piercing light, and then Bard is just naturally going to be in your face, utilizing the meeps for extra auto attack damage, and that's a scary lane.
I like it, especially against Sivir Janna. I mean, we talk about Sivir just wants to sort of push out the lane. Janna, very defensive sort of support. I think Name and Zero want to start bullying people around. Name was trying to do it solo, but back with his old support now, maybe going to be a bit more effective.
And it says to me that they do want to get the 2v2, even though it doesn't feel like it's always a good idea to go into the Sivir. We've seen a lot of Sivers, especially in 2v2s, end up picking up these early kills, and that's a finished lineup now, and that's a Lulu mid.
I like that a lot from QG. Doinby going to go back to utility laners here, picking with the Lulu. But Swift Sejuani, man, is it good from what we've seen.
It is phenomenal. He always hits the right ultimates onto the right amount of targets as well. And they've put Doinby back onto the support-esque mid lane, as his Morgana was amazing. And he likes to roam around with Swift a lot, and Lulu is really good for that. You can speed up your jungler to engage.
Yes, excellent with that, but King, considering their last few picks, Zero sort of hovering between 2 different comfort picks here, might be a time for a revisit on the Rise, and it is locked in there. Again, another relatively safe farm lane. I think Korn's right to pick it up again.
Yeah, if you get through the lane safely, it's always going to be good for the Rise. We saw how much damage the late game Korn was doing, destroying his opposition there on TNT, wrecking him as Vayne, and wow, he managed to get it again. I expected a ban.
I did as well, honestly. 2 bans were already thrown at Korn, but they threw the Alistar in there instead. Apparently that means that Zero's next champion is Bard, because that's what he selected here in this game. A little bit more fun for King, but again, some solid stuff that's already worked. Name's Lucian and Korn's Rise. We've seen both these carry players play well on these champions. I like it. I like the drafts from both teams, actually.
Yeah, both teams have got very strong drafts, and it feels like QG's roster is that they've completely changed their team comps to suit their play style a lot more, and that's work around the strong team fighting stages that they had, especially last week.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Sejuani as well. When
Yeah.
we talk about their big team fight, it really was Swift leading from the front, and he's been the player that always says to me, how are QG feeling today? Because in that last Gragas game, he just couldn't get early pressure down.
He really did struggle to get the pressure down. It seemed to be, if it ever happened, it was matched by the Rek'Sai. And I mean, he tried to get pressure, but it was more so because of the lane swap, and it just felt like King was so smartly rotating the entire time. Every time they'd pick up a turret, they almost lost nothing for it.
I mean, again, whoever's doing the shot call, we
Yeah.
have to assume it's probably Insec coming back into the lineup. They're doing a stellar job so far.
yeah.
Because, again, King look completely different.
They do. They look like a completely revamped and just this amazing new side that it's like first week of the LPL, and they're young, fresh talent that just came in and wrecked everyone.
Well, we'll have to see if they can wreck once again. We're going to come in for game number 2. And we're back for game number 2 between QG and King. King, in a very dramatic turn of events, have finally picked up their first win in last game, but can they get the 2-0 and the crucial 3 points? They are behind everyone else as far as points go due to an abysmal start to the LPL, but a 2-0 versus QG will be a good step on the way to sort of mounting somewhat of a comeback here in week number 3.
And that's what they'll need to do if they want to get their eye in at least moving up the ladder somewhat, finding some victories, and the 3 points will go a long way towards that. And at the moment, while we're looking at the King's side, very standard, respectful, fan-style play. But the Maokai is now rotating, so maybe going to do the Raptors first.
Yep, looks to be setting up here. He's going to throw that first sapling in soon. Insect, there we go. Puts it down, so...
Yeah, you better.
Who's going to take that camp away? V's on the top side already as well. Doran's Blade now ready to start things off. So just by the positioning and the item choices, seems like standard lanes is where we begin.
And it's not a bad decision from either team this time to opt into the standard lanes. I feel like QG were challenging Insec in a way last game, saying, you're new to the top lane from what we know anyway, and we want a lane swap to really put you under the gun and see how you perform. And he kind of just showed them that he can. So maybe they want to go back to the standard lanes now. They've picked very good 2v2s, though. Yeah,
standard lanes are pretty exciting. I mean, Siva probably happy to push down some waves and just farm it up here, but Bard Lucian, surprisingly aggressive 2v2 laner. Name already likes to play aggressive. Zero often is there with him. Could be some fireworks here in the bottom side.
I have 100% faith that there'll be some kind of fireworks going off in this bottom lane. The aggression from a Lucian and a Bard is always going to be present. You've got the Siva who just tries her best to push it back, but if you want to push, you're going to have to fight them.
Well, the one small thing is that QG did get the Krugs and the Gromplin over to Huey, so they will have an experience advantage as Insect teleports to the top lane after taking the Raptor camp here. But standard stuff so far is Dombey and Korn just mashing spells into each other.
Standard aggression from a level 2 rise, but Lulu doing her best to match that. Trying to make the trade somewhat even, it does so, but now there's no pots available.
Oh, that Q almost hit there for Zero, but you can see level 2 now for the Bard. Name finally hits level 2 himself, so the lane will equalize back up. Power Spike's hitting the bottom side, but no one going down just yet, although Swift taking out his wolves as actually Huey seems to run towards the Scuttle Crab.
What I would like to see from Huey is to take maybe 30 seconds and Korn to let the mid lane start to push in. There's no pots available for Doinb, but he is opting towards his bottom lane, who are starting to push in themselves.
Yeah, really smart pathing actually from Huey. Level 3, knows that they're already a little too far forward. Flash binding there for Zero just for a slow, and TNT's got nowhere fun to go. Huey's going to run into him for first blood. TCT's forced to flash as well, and Huey, wonderful gank in the bottom.
The bonk from Huey actually picking it up, doing a lot of damage, and very well done from Zero, utilizing the flash with the Q for at the very least the slow. Allowed enough time for Huey to walk around, and a very good early rotation there from the Gragas.
And look at TNT. You look down at his inventory, a couple of potions and 2 Doran's Blades. He was not a fan of what just happened.
No, not a fan at all, and looking to get a bit more early pressure, or at least a bit more early sustain without having to go for that Vamp Scepter. So most likely fast tracking from the... No, it's not going to die.
No, that was the worry as Swift gets low.
Saw the squinty eyes.
Yeah, will not fall in the jungle there, will Swift, as he gets low but goes back and probably get the Trailblazer up. He'll be looking fine there as well. Going to go back and shop soon as well.
Yeah, picking up the skirmishes and many wards is going to be very important for this QG side to start controlling at least their side of the jungle. Based off where Huey ganked from before in the bot lane, I would not be surprised if that pink ward went near his red buff.
No, probably maybe throw that into the tri-bush there as well as Huey. Thinking again about maybe some more pressure. Actually hasn't gone back just yet, so clearing out a bit more of his jungle. But Sejuani, we talk about our first clear. It gets it quite low as we saw, but now she's going to start really powering up towards level 6.
That's right. Once you get the skirmishes, it becomes so much easier to... Oh, the Rangers Trailblazer, sorry. It becomes a lot easier to get through the jungle and not actually lose health. So it's in a much better position to, at the very least, put a gank down, opposed to just being super low.
Korn going in, actually, I think. Not
so much damage.
Quite proc the passive just yet. Actually has 4 stacks now, and Huey, he's ready. He wants Stormby to overextend just a little bit more.
Yeah, he is waiting in the wings there, trying to get the gank off, and rightly so, because the kill pressure is very evident.
Jesus.
Still has the flash, is Huey. So if he wanted to, and it looks like he kind of does, hanging around for quite a while, might want to try and get something off.
You're going to have to back away instead. Domby's going back to base. Swift almost ignoring his lanes in the early stages, preferring to farm up himself and get 6 as fast as he can. Huey instead will take the Scuttle Crab. That goes down to a smite. And Korn again, going to get a little CS lead here actually in the mid lane as he's starting to get stronger and stronger.
Just that constant trading that you've got from Korn, the early pressure that he's really trying to put down, starting to have an impact on this lane. And Lulu's base damage is not massive, but you're naturally quite tanky. So up against this Ryze, it's really impressive to see that he's managed to out-sustain a Lulu's shield.
Well, the lane might move back a little bit now as Korn does go back, has his tier around the 6-minute mark, so decent timer there. Ruby Crystal done as well, but Chalice up for Lulu means they're probably going to get quite a bit of farming in the mid lane now.
At the very least, a lot more sustain to stop Korn from doing any damage. And the fact that he's opting towards the ramping up items of the Rod of Ages again with the tier is it's going to take a bit of time for Korn now, but once he gets that 6 and can start actually utilizing his ultimate, he's going to get the move speed, the AoE. They're just going to be farming.
And we saw it in the last game. When Korn got free farm as Ryze, he completely outdamaged Domby in the mid game there versus the Orianna. He did so much work in those early skirmishes and team fights that as soon as Korn got involved, everyone else was dying.
Yeah, pretty much. Utilizing the rotations that King were doing so smartly, having a bigger impact, and fighting in the jungle, most importantly, was the biggest factor as to why Korn could freely do a lot of damage, because it's very hard to miss a spell when there's a small area to walk through.
Yeah, I mean, he was a very short-range mage and nice short-range places. Huey,
Ooh.
nice flash body slam finds V, but the flash from Nut keeps him safe as well.
Unfortunately, just missing that body slam with simultaneous flashes, so very well done. That is so hard to predict, because you do not know if he's going to flash to hit you, and you can't really predict it. It was just an intuition flash there from V, so well done.
Nice little read there from the Nut. Keeps him safe as Nami collecting some Caretaker Shrines for a bit of extra health. Swift counter-jungling, actually, trying to get towards level 6. He's about 30% of the way there at this stage. Korn up against his turret now, trying to last it under there. Yeah, there's Huey in the area, but Arctic Assault keeps him safe, and Huey denied. No
Got
wolves
to jungle
there.
camp just in time. Otherwise, he could have been caught out because the support of Zero was actually rotating there. Instead, opting to do the recall thing and getting back to base.
Yep, back there instead, and Nami now going to have an edge in this matchup. The double Dorans doing work for TNT after getting ganked in the early game, but BF Sword Lucian, this is not a contest right now.
And that's going to be a big talking point of this bot lane 2v2. Even if you're on the side of QG, you might want to opt into the lane swap unless you can get the BF Sword of your own. The advantage that you're going to have here compared to an Avarice Blade and Boots as an entire BF sword, the damage difference is massive.
Yeah, I mean, not even a pickaxe being looked at did have enough gold for it. So Avarice Blade definitely sort of just saying, okay, I can see the lane. I've got double Dorans
you win
already.
this time.
Yep, you can have it, Nami. Get a bit of free farm. We'll see if Lucian have the same impact here for Jinx. And Korn getting stronger. Everyone from King farming back up. Again, a very slow early game apart from the first gank from Huey. But that suited King just fine in the last game. We'll see if their mid-game short calling is just as strong in this game.
Well, they definitely still scale just as well as they did last game. Having the Lucian's a bit different style of scaling, but he does so much work in the late game. And maybe the smart rotation right here if you were King is you've got the blue buff on Ryze, and the damage difference in the bot lane is so big that you'd probably just want to take up a free dragon.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of strength right now to go and fight for it. Teleports up for the top laners as well as Insect, trying to get as much farm as he can, actually keeping equal against the Null, which is nice to see there as well. Nami takes a little bit of damage out, but Zero setting down some shrines and going to give Nami a bit of extra health means that they take smart trades. They'll be just fine in 2v2.
You know, the more that I look at this 2v2, the scarier it feels on the side of QG. The sustainer Bard gives is underrated as well. Swift is coming from behind here.
Yeah, Insect chasing in. Swift's level 6 now as well. Huey going to try and move him out. The ulti does hit for both Gragas and Sejuani. Swift actually taking a little too much damage, but finally comes back in. You can see rises up here as well. Korn trying to make it happen. Gets the snare back. V takes the kill. Transformed into Mega Gnar, and there's nothing they can do.
Using his Sejuani companion, jumping over the little piggy and actually picking up the passive proc and getting an extra bit of damage down. Enough to get the kill with that last auto just before Korn comes in to try his best to save the day. So well done to not turn into the Mega Gnar, and a very smart decision to utilize his mini Gnar.
Yeah, great roams from both mid laners as well, but Korn not quite there in time, and Doinby ready to add utility and clean up. Korn instead going to take away the Raptors, and King starting to fall behind in this lane despite the item disadvantage. I forgot how impactful TCT was on Janna.
He plays very aggressively and forward, doesn't he? He kind of bullies them out and makes the Lucian hit the Janna. Gives TNT a lot of free time, at the very least push the minions in or throw out a boomerang and try and pressure them. But again, the item discrepancy is so large that if Name can ever get onto them, if Zero can ever hit a stun, what'll happen to V will happen to them.
Yeah, Huey's back here as Insect just going in. The Hex Drinker procs Huey's in though. Q's going to come through. Mega Gnar will transform, and Insect's like, I don't really want this. Swift find it instead. Mega Gnar kills Insect, and Huey, he can't find the kill.
Playing a dangerous game here is V, saving that ultimate until he could get in range of Insect, managing to get the kill.
Now Name and Zero going to go aggressive. Need the binding. Culling comes through. Cancelled though by TCT as both the ultimates pop there for the bottom side. Zero now kiting away. Heal used for Name. V's porting down to the bottom. Name forced to flash. Gets onto the shrine. Bard ulti going to stop V from coming through. TCT though gets the knock up. Now the teleport's coming through for Insect, and it might be cancels it. Very nice mind game as Con gets low to the Raptors, but will be safe.
The Tempered Fate, they're stopping Gnar from doing anything. Very well done to save that for as long as possible and actually use it to deny anything further from happening. And funnily enough, TNT starting the fight off with a crit.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is the Avarice Blade is there for a bit of extra crit, and Double Dorans isn't that much AD, but it's okay. But levels in shield for TCT must have been making the difference in this lane, because all of a sudden TNT is somewhat rewarded, or at least sort of hidden by the fact that he's gone for a very greedy crit item first.
Well, he's going for the money, and it just so happens that because of the Janna shield, as you mentioned, giving him the extra damage, he did crit with the first auto attack, and it kind of makes you rethink what you're doing at the moment as Lucian. So having to back off instantly, and also a very good Janna up before to disengage.
Yeah, nice engage there coming in as QG looked to push down, as Name has actually stayed here, maybe overstayed actually, as he bops out of the way of a Boomerang Blade. Will clear out the turret, but Sivas trying to push this down. Bard going to rotate back in as well. Turret looks relatively healthy from what I can tell, but you can tell the bottom lane game of chicken still here, as no one wants to back first.
Yeah, and I think that works out in favor of Sivir almost. TNT actually getting the gold that he needs to buy a relevant damage item is going to work out quite well. And Swift
is here as well, finds Name with the ulti. Zero can't save him this time. Kill for Sejuani. Zero forced to flash out of it. And QG starting to pick up kills. Swift, you can tell, a much different impact this game.
The second he gets onto Sejuani, he just seems to do everything for his team, and the aggression and the decision-making is always there, as Huey does not want him to take this pink ward.
No, Korn's come in, and that's good protection. Great ulti there from Gragas as well as Korn. He's chasing it. I think he's popped his ulti. No, not quite. Didn't want the extra move speed, so won't get the kill, but pink ward successfully protected.
At the very least, protecting the pink ward. It's a win for Huey. And it's a big middle finger to the side here of Swift.
It is indeed. And Swift, honestly, you have to sort of put up that barricade, because he's getting in everyone's face here. Bottom lane starting to fall behind. Top lane, he's been there many a time as well. And Huey doing a nice job counter-ganking, in all honesty, but just, again, having a bit more of an impact than Huey's been able to have.
Yeah, it's working out pretty well for the QG side here. Even the fact that the Sivir, who now has the BF sword and a dagger, was doing well against the Lucian with the item discrepancy just goes to show how strong Sivir is, and the fact that you've got the Janna to support. It's so hard to get down onto them and do the damage. And I mean, the spell shield's very good against the Bard because it's a very predictable and easy to spell shield spell. So it's also very slow traveling.
Yes, slow missile speed on Cosmic Binding. Thank God, otherwise people would be getting smacked by Bard Bindings all the time. Korn again clearing out the way, but his turret's starting to take a bit more damage. Insect farming up. Rodovage is done soon for Korn, but probably just has to find time to go back and buy it. Athene's done for Doinby. Everyone else getting stronger on the side of QG. And still, as I look up, no Dragon's even been looked at. It's been just bloodthirsty skirmishes and ganks all game long.
Yeah, there's been so many trades that there hasn't actually been someone healthy enough or able to even consider doing the Dragon just because they're too busy fighting each other. That's right. And I mean, we've got a 2-0 Nah now who doesn't have the teleport available for another minute and a half, roughly. So they can consider going for it, but Insects is up first.
Oh, Insect taking so much damage from this Nah. Might have to back away and consider his next item. Huey looking for a gank in the mid lane as Korn will return with a finish Rod of Ages, but will be back in time to clear the minions out from under his turret. So again, Rise getting stronger, but Insect, yeah, he's coming in. They want to try and get a gank. Bard's here as well. Doinby's going to move through. Magical Journey open for Zero, and Doinby gets locked up and killed by Korn.
That was really cute from Zero, because if Lulu thought he was going to save himself, it was going to be directly into the Maokai, and I kind of wanted that to happen, but they get enough damage down to pick up the kill anyway, and I just love that.
Zero is certainly a player that he's fun. He's a fun guy, certainly a character here, and finally the pick and open up a Dragon. Nice teleport from Insect to get them this objective, but Nah looks to trade in the top side, so get that tower down. It will be the first one of the game if he can get it. TNC looking maybe for a steal, but Magical Journey gets them out. Zero might even look to engage, but instead they'll clear a ward and look to push bottom.
Yeah, they still know that there's no teleport available here from V, and that was something we were talking about before, is that Insect had it up so much earlier that he was able to utilize that. They get a good gank off in mid and they take Doinby down. They get the Dragon and they started to rotate with that Magical Journey towards the bot lane, but Siva returned just in time to have all of the wave clear in the world.
Yeah, smart stuff from TNT. Has plenty of flat AD now as well. Even Swift at his Krogs might look to come down, but King are going to move out of the bottom lane now instead. And you can see QG going to take the turret and actually extend a fairly reasonable gold lead here. Most of it's just farm. I think the Avarice Blade Siva probably has something to do with it. But we look up, we see 3,000 gold ahead already for the side.
Now, there was no other choice here by using the teleport to get the kill onto Doinby. The next logical rotation was the Dragon, but they lose a turret for it. So they're losing objectives that give gold for non-gold objectives such as the Dragon. The first Dragon's going to be big, but if this lead continues to seep further and further into the favor of QG, maybe they can continue to just trade turrets constantly and push a lead that's so big they can just win.
And they've got good mid-game strength as well. Doinby getting stronger, got max CDR now with the cooldown booth and the Athenes both finished. And Deathcap will be really his only other item that he'll want in this game, and that should be where he looks to next. Locket done for Swift. Siva getting stronger with a mountain of gold you have to think to spend as well. Even Nama's like, you know what, I'm sick of your Avarice Blade. Actually answered with one of his own.
Yeah, well, it seems to be Avarice Blade, regardless of when you get it, just seems to be the prioritized item here of the Static Shiv. And it's interesting that people do opt to do that because they're not going for the attack speed aspect of the Zeal or the move speed aspect. They're looking for that little bit extra of gold, and let's just say it gives you 100 total. It's still worth it because that's 100 you wouldn't have had before.
Oh, Doinby actually going to get aggressed on by Korn, but just a bit of a trade back and forth as Rise gets low on mana. Swift is monstrous in this bottom side with over 2k health already and an ultimate looking for that Lucian once more.
It's warded though.
Yep, does sweep it out, so they'll now know what's up, but Nami immediately backs off with the help of Zero's Bard. And again, King just sort of looking to scale, but this time they actually don't have a mid-game lead.
No, they don't have a lead as big as it was last game, and the lead is in fact in favor of QG by roughly 3,000 gold still. So a very good position here for QG because, as you said before, their mid-game spike is very evident. Once they start to get maybe another item onto the Siva perhaps, but then they've still got the Janna shield, so Siva's damage always going to be relevant. They've got the Lulu, so they've got a lot of protection on whoever they choose. It just comes down to the engagement, and Swift is oh so good at that.
I mean, yeah, he's been looking for dives, it looks like at this point for quite a while, as Insect has fallen further and further behind in farm. I only just looked up then. Insect is 40 CS behind this now.
Yeah, that helps when you get 2 kills in laning phase and you can rush an early Hex Tech and TNT though.
Yeah, has to use his ulti. TCT actually gets binded up there by the Bard. Janna going to get low. Name flashes. Good juke to try and get out of the tornado, but it wasn't enough there as King get aggressive.
Very good tornado timing to stop the Relentless Pursuit from coming out after the flash. So very aggressive play from Name. gets punished and loses the flash for it, but now they both have to back off.
Yeah, Huey chasing in there has actually come down and will take the Krug away from Swift, I believe. Yes, does steal it. Lucha going to try and pressure the bottom. King kind of desperately looking for a bit more gold. They'll be happy to take a turret, but Doinby's pressuring onto Korn, who's trying to clear out minions as fast as he can, and people are still coming down to contest this push. QG holding onto that bottom turret for dear life.
I really like what Doinby has done so far in the mid lane, and that's completely keep Korn there. Push the wave in. Is he going to... Oh, I really wanted to take that.
I mean, if anyone was going to, it was going to be Swift. He was actually found Gragas instead. Gets the lockup with Arctic Assault. That forces the ultimate out from Huey. Body Slam keeps him safe as well, but King are going to lose the blue buff.
Yeah, just to touch back on what I was saying before Swift got me a little bit overexcited with the chance.
Oh, Insect
Speaking
dead
of,
to Hyper. V really starting to push around Insect in this lane.
Yeah, it's starting to become a big factor in what's actually going to translate into rotations very soon. And V having the teleport available, they're starting to get near the bot lane. They might go for a dive, but it's very unlikely because TNT is so far behind.
And Nama ate so much damage from Ricochet there as well. Needs to try and heal him up. V's going to stick in the top side and again bully Insect around. Korn returns to lose his mid lane by the looks of things as Doinby finally puts enough pressure on to take the turret. Korn still scaling Kinga, trying not to get dived in the bottom side, and it's just a different game as TNT eats the binding, but he'll be safe enough.
He gets Ignite as well and has no spell shield.
Forced to flash there as the Tempered Fate comes through for 0, but Kinga just struggling to make proactive plays. Korn's now on the top side, but V can read it like a book with a couple of words that he's got down, and he'll just back away slowly.
Yeah, very easy and just calm play almost here from the QG side. They don't need to overextend. They don't need to put themselves into what could be a bad fight. And they're opting instead to just poke down, utilize the fact that the Knight is in fact 3-0 with a 60 CS lead, but...
Oh, going in, TCT, forced to flash. Insect coming down with a teleport, forced to cancel once more. None of the plays that King are making are working here, and it's Swift that's all over them in the mid-game.
Both teleports now down, used at the same time. Not a lot going to happen in terms of teleport rotations, and with the Dragon up in 30 seconds, will someone opt to stay top? Or will they rotate for this?
I mean, Nas already there. I think Insect shopping to run back down to the Dragon, and he does have a righteous glory, so he is relevant. Name, though, has to shop as well. His Infinity Edge at least should be online, if not a little bit more. That's a very key cancel, though, for TCT. That buys them so much time.
It at least gives them awareness of the fact that when this Dragon spawns, he's not going to be close enough to engage on them if they want to put wards down. They don't have enough vision deep enough near the Dragon area, only that one in the side bush in the river, so they can go through that avenue, but they need to recall themselves, and complete control of the Dragon area is still in King's favor.
Yeah, I like the movement from Korn, actually, but they've actually already abandoned the bottom lane of QG. They realize they have to shop. Name's quite strong with his Zeal and IE done, so TNT goes back to match those items, even as Berserker Greaves and an extra Doran's Blade ahead there as well.
I think they want to fight this.
It looks like they want to. Swift can line up an ulti. Dragon's already dead, though, and Magical Journey will get them to safety.
It just is so magical.
It is so, so magical as Korn moves his way down. Even Insect was roaming down as well, but Nah not being there is probably the key thing. V is massive at this stage of the game with his Randuin's already completed. We're seeing what he's doing to Insect. I don't really want to see what he does in a team fight.
Now, the reason I said that they wanted to fight is not necessarily the fact that V is as big as he is. You can see the fact that he has gone for all of these tanky stats and tanky items, so he's looking to fight soon. But I was looking more at the fact that Doinby has a Mejai's and a Negatron Cloak. That tells me that he wants to fight soon. He's going for the effective resistance stats, and he's relying on the rest of his team to give him kills so that Mejai has some kind of relevance in the next fight or two. It's a big risk. And with only a 4K gold lead, if one fight goes bad for them, and you've now opted into all these resistance items, you're going to be irrelevant in terms of damage. And as one of the two carries of this side, the other one being a Sivir that isn't necessarily known for her absurd hyper carry skills, that could put you in a very rough spot.
It could, and that's going to put even more burden onto Swift to make big plays, and V as well, honestly, given how well his game's gone. Certainly trust in the QG top laner and jungler. They can do it here, but King more than happy just to chill out, weather the storm, keep getting their farm, because like we've mentioned, their scaling seems quite good here in this situation. It's just a matter of don't fall too far behind.
Yeah, they don't want to fall very far behind from here. They do have the 2 Dragon objectives, and it's a 23 minutes, so it's not too bad. They'll have a reasonably 40-minute, roughly, 5th Dragon if they decide to continue to push for that objective. So overall, they're going to be quite content with just farming right now, and getting some big items. They've got the Seraphs completed with the Sork Shoes and Rod of Ages for this Rise, so he's big. And they've got a fair bit of gold down for this Lucian, who can start to really ramp up with his next recall.
Yeah, Nami's actually got a big shop to get in as well.
Yeah.
He should have Berserker Greaves and his static shift done once he does recall as well. V continuing to apply pressure in the top lane, 1,000 gold for himself to spend there as Korn cleans out a ward from the Raptor pit. Again, King don't really have to do anything here, just keep farming up, but we saw their shot calling in game 1 when they were ahead. Very curious to see how it looks while they're behind.
Yeah, and they are behind by a reasonable amount. It started to pull ahead to about 5,000. I mean, the difference between the top laners is a lot of gold right now. And even the junglers, in fact, look at that. 30 CS and at almost 1,400 gold in favor.
It's just all that kill participation, honestly. There's been 6 kills total in this game. QG have 4 of them. And 3 kill participations apiece, 3 actual kills for V there as another turret goes down. That's the other big advantage they have. The gold again mounting up at King. One team fight here and all of those outer turrets get knocked down. They start going for more objectives. Baron's now a consideration. It won't take much, but King do need to do something eventually.
Yeah, they're going to have to win the next fight, though, or I worry for the fact that the snowball that QG have is going to be too big. They've already got the big Gnar. They've already got a massive Sejuani. The Sivir is doing her job quite effectively right now, pushing down turrets. And the big difference between them at the moment is King are looking for the dragons, but they're not getting money for those dragons again. They're losing out in the money trade just because the laners of QG are so big that King needed to still go for something and have some kind of win condition. The top laner being this far behind here on Insec, they're going to have to find a fight, though, to deny the snowball from Doinby.
Surprised that didn't look a little more aggressively there. Actually, Korn does quite a bit of damage. Zero had his ulti, but maybe didn't have enough vision to pick a fight in what was, from what we can tell, a 3v3. Instead, King relegated to farming once again, although that's so many people collapsing in the mid state as Doinby moves out. TCT pops his ulti, teleports coming through, Doinby getting low. Wild Growth will get popped in there as the culling comes through. Massive Gnar though for VZ, hits onto 4. Swift lining up the ulti, gets him there as well, but Insec in the front line, quite tanky. Huey is as well, and King get the first kill, looking for more as Nami is forced to flash away. TNT going so aggressive, takes out Nami, turns around the fight. Magical Journey stopped by Swift. Sivir gets a double kill. And King, it looks so good, but TNT made it count.
One of those better late than never moments right there from TNT. The massive engages. TCT is...
Ooh, that's an awkward time to pause if there ever was one.
That fight was very big for QG, though. They got the kills that they needed, and though it looked a little bit sloppy at the start, you could still see the 5-man from V. Massive. And the Sejuani ultimates all used in almost like a disengage style, but a pseudo-engage. They got TNT to the fight, and that was when it really started to impact. And he got the flash forward, picked up the double kill in typical TNT fashion.
You can see as well, we do have a quick unpause as TNT gets another kill there onto the Maokai. They're looking for more, but won't find the Bard. And as the dust settles, QG win the fight 3-1, despite the fact that King weathered all those teamfight ultimates.
How many stacks is that on the Lulu right now?
Not too sure, but Doinby has not died since he picked it up, I believe. So I think he's looking good.
He's looking very good. And this is the snowball that I worried for on the side of King. They need to find something very soon. They do have the dragon in a minute. That'll be a big win condition for them if they can get that. They've got some big item spikes right now. Rise has 2 of his core items, the Sork Shoes, and is working on what looks like a Void Staff. And he's going to be doing a lot of damage if he can get that.
I mean, 7,000 gold behind our King, though, so it'll be a struggle no matter what happens here. I agree, they do have good options, but maybe 10 more minutes in this game they need to sort of go by before they're really looking to fight QG head-on. And QG, if they can keep running with the snowball that they've been packing snow into for the last 10 to 15 minutes, V especially with those massive Gnar ultis, now is a black cleaver for snowballing as well.
I feel like this dragon fight, if it goes to QG, even if they just pick up the free dragon, it starts to look very dire for the side of King. And granted, they do scale. You can just see it was almost like a masterstroke from Doinby going for that Mejaz. I've harped on about it a little bit, but when it works out amazingly. And the fact that he can go then for an Abyssal Scepter and Athenes and stack magic resistance, and then have the free damage from a Mejaz, a very cost-efficient item, if it works, is doing very well for them right now. And then you've got the Black Cleaver on Gnar.
Yeah, I mean, V just finished that, I believe. So went for teamfight items early. I guess now he's 3-1 and 2, snowballing quite a bit. Massive CS lead still against Insect there as well. Probably thinking, you know what? I think I fancy myself a damage item now.
I really like it though, because it's going to be big here. TNT is going to be doing a lot more damage, almost just because of the fact that the Black Cleaver will be reducing the armor of the frontline members. The Frozen Heart finished, almost the Randuin's finished, and that's the Dragon to QG.
Yeah, and that means King are actually over towards the Baron, but it's only Vision that they can clear out for themselves. Zero getting a little bit risky there. Doesn't even kill the Pink Ward, actually, as he forced a magical journey himself to safety. QG will now clear out the wall. They have a Pink in the pit already, and King again just need to buy themselves a little bit more time, but I don't think QG are interested in giving them very much of that.
I would not give them any more time right now as the QG side. They've got the big item advantages at the moment. The last Whisper being done for only the pickaxe here on Name. Very good position is TNT to carry his side through the next fight. Lulu and Jana are essentially just there to support, and then you've got the Sejuani in our front line. They've got all of the makings for a team fight with a lead, and with an 8k lead, why not just force something now?
And again, King shot calling while behind was our question for this game. While ahead last game, it looked fantastic, but King seemed to be just saying to themselves, guys, don't get caught out, don't fight, don't force team fights, make them come to us and hold on for as long as we can. But if King start to lose any more than this, it's gonna that snowball again that QG have really been building up and pushing up the hill. It's just gonna start rolling right back down it.
Exactly. If they get that snowball really going, and I mean, one more good team fight is essentially all it will take for that snowball to become too unbearable for the side of King. It's going to come down to what they opt into as the next fight. But the longer that you take to opt into that fight, the more you start to get bled out here by what is this strong QG side.
Nice binding there from Zero, actually hitting onto Lulu, but actually got tagged by a long-range Glitter Lance, so skill shots being traded there between the support and the mid laner for King and QG respectively. Korn clearing out the blue buff for himself, and you mentioned that Void stuff already means that he is team fight ready. Name going back? No, not quite. It looks to be someone else's. Again, King kind of forced to stick on the top side of the map because they cannot afford to give QG Baron.
And here's what's most likely going to happen is that they'll get the Void Staff done, which is completed. Now they need that last Whisper. Once they have both of their heavy penetration items on both of their carries, they need to take the chance on a team fight for an objective. Whether they want to group and siege, their siege isn't that great, so most likely a fight for the Baron or the next Dragon will be the plan of attack here for King. If they don't do that, again, they will start to get bled out.
Name finds his back, but I thought for a second Huey almost got himself caught, but no, Insect will have his teleport back up soon. V will also, as this top lane has been matching teleport timers for what feels like all game long. Last Whisper's now done. Those heavy penetration items are completed. King, they want to look to fight. Maybe QG going into Baron is their call here, but they need to go in quickly as QG have complete control of the area as far as Baron vision goes, and Insect's still stranded in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's going to have to stay down there. The pressure that V is putting on is immense, and it really does deny Insect from having any relevance in initiating a team fight with that Righteous Glory. And if we have a look at the side of King, without the Righteous Glory Maokai initiation, they don't have a whole lot to offer besides maybe a Tempered Fate, and then the Gragas, who can very easily be dodged or countered with a flash.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's kind of a heroic Bard ulti for Zero that'll do the job here, and V is relentless in his pushing of Insect here. 262 to 193 now as far as CS goes, and I actually love the Black Cleaver for V because he sort of got it at a time where it was appropriate, and that was actually a very good split pusher.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier for him to 1v1 anybody just because of the Black Cleaver. He's going to have a lot more presence in a 1v1. He's going to have a lot more presence in a team fight, solely because he's already got the tanky items and he's working towards more damage. And with another last Giant's Belt coming out, who knows what he'll opt for now? Most likely, even a Warmogs.
Maybe. I mean, V's a monster at this stage. And QG, you know what? We've had enough of this. We're starting Baron. Come to us or not. We'll fight you if you come. We'll take Baron if you don't. And King, they have to try something.
They've got to do something now. There's not much health left on it, so they do force them away. I guess they just don't want to overcommit to it. They don't needlessly need to take any risks up against this side, and they can utilize that V is just so big that he does not even care that Insect is touching him.
Yeah, tanked a bunch of Insect damage, but the tower would do a bit more, but didn't aggro it here as V gets good damage done onto it. That tower's going to fall soon here as Dragon back up in a minute 40 means that QG honestly might even just use it as extra bait here and try and get themselves the Baron that they've clearly been trying to push for. Doinby has a Rabadon's and an Abyssal Scepter now completed as well. 527 ability power with, I believe, 8 Magi stacks. Not bad at all if you're Lulu.
That's a pretty good position to be in if you're a Lulu. Only 0, 1, and 3, but it doesn't matter because if you win another team fight, the stacks go up, your ability power goes up, and they're going all in for this one this time.
Yeah, Huey's down the bottom. QG just take the Baron away from King, who couldn't quite find their way in. Tempered Fate, though, from 0 might buy enough time. They have to try and steal it, but they don't have a smite. Swift will get it. Korn's forced to flash out. Sivir ult's been popped. Swift comes in. 2-man ulti finds Korn. He's dead instantly as Huey dives back in there as well, but Swift kites around. Huey forced to flash away. Insect found his way in. It's only 1 kill, but the Baron's most important now.
Straight away, picking up Korn is a big factor. They've got that Baron buff, and they've lost a big part of their wave clear now. They don't have a whole lot left to offer, and the team here with this shield amount is unbelievable.
TNT so aggressive as well. Look how far forward he is riding a Lulu Whimsy. The base broken and Hip's going to fall in the mid as well, and King just a bit out of position there as Bard just gets wrecked by the Sivir damage here. Everyone's doing damage on QG. They're so far ahead, and they're not stopping. They're pinging the bottom lane now as well.
And this was the risk-reward factor that we were discussing earlier about the Magi's on the Lulu. You just pay attention to the shield amount that TNT is actually being given. He can solo carry this game now because he's got support for days from the amount of ability power this Lulu has and the Janna alone. Ooh. Speaking of Janna.
TCT, yeah, gets cancelled. It's like, oh, I'm shopping. What's wrong? Huey's here. TNT comes back in. Bit of an awkward pause once again, but Huey, he has to back away from Sivir. She's so strong right now.
Sivir very strong, and the amount of support that the Sivir's getting with this front line. The QG roster at this point in time in this game, after winning 2 successful team fights after getting the Magi's and having that Baron, they're in a commanding position.
And again, we talk about shot calling. Game number 1. All on Insec or whoever it was when they were ahead. I think King have done the right thing here as far as like just play to delay the game, get to the later stages. But you said it already. They had to pull the trigger on a team fight at some point, and they never got a good chance to.
Every time that there was the opportunity to pull a trigger, QG were backing off. And it was very smart play from them. They waited until they saw Huey in the bot lane before going all in for the Baron. So they do get the free Baron because there's no smite possibility to steal it away.
Yeah, and it was smart stuff there as we pop back in, and QG take themselves a dragon away. So just going to keep even the 3rd dragon away from King. Make sure there's nothing else they're able to grab off this map. And 35 minutes in, King have gotten strong, but QG still stronger here, 10,000 gold ahead. And V has gone full Zatai mode, full carry Gnar, double Spectre's Cow for Swift for some reason, but a frozen mallet for the Gnar.
He has got all of the makings of winning a 1v1 at the moment against this Maokai. And it's going to be quite scary if you were Insect to try and even stop him from split pushing.
I mean, he couldn't. They called Huey to try and deal with it, and that's what got him the Baron. V has adapted wonderfully here. Initially going for the tank, now moving now into more of a split pusher, and poor Insect on the Maokai. Looked just fine on Gnar in game 1, but really bullied around in game 2.
Yeah, he's having a much harder time this game, and you can see the side of QG almost looking completely different in their own right. The aggression was there like the last game, but their decision-making and when to be aggressive has been so much better, and they got the top turret now, working towards that inhibitor turret.
Yeah, 7 turrets to 1 is the lead there for QG. Only 9-3 in kills, but they didn't need very many team fights. TNT just face tanking stuff with all the shields from the Lulu. Name's forced to culling away, but that's not nearly enough to clear out QG.
It's just filthy. The amount of shields that he gets right now, he does not have to regard anybody on the King lineup besides maybe Name. But even then, you've got so many shields, you can just 1v1 him. If Name's near you, he's probably going to die.
Yeah, I mean, and he's not. TNT's playing super far forward. We saw the flash in one of the crucial mid-game team fights that got them to this position. And they're just going to face tank turrets. V is so tanky at this point. About to pop in a Mega now. Zero, he's dead now. The doll heal, though, comes in. Name trying to take it up, but a massive ult from V scoops him back into the fight. Sivir gets the double. Going to look for it again, but Lulu denies any chance of a Penta. Huey's going to die, though. Insect's going to be next. Sivir gets maybe a Quadra for her troubles as the triple comes through, and Swift's going to chase the last kill along with Doinby.
Are they going to chase?
Insect going to buy some time. They'll chase a little bit here, but V's at least doing the right thing. He's onto the Nexus turrets.
They're having a bit of fun trying to get him down. They have enough time to get back to the base and actually finish the game themselves because everybody is dead on the King's side. And that fight again, we've been talking about how big the Sivir looks from the raw shield amount, but V even hitting the very tip of that Gnar ultimate, knocking them back into the tree.
That ult was so sick.
This Gnar has been exceptional.
And Zero puts the portal through the Nexus, says, good game, guys, and QG win game number 2 to split this series, and what a fun series it was.
That was crazy. You can see it's very good of King. They finally get their first win, but no 3 points for them as QG return back to their old form and methodically and systematically close out that game to near perfection.
And you said it already. Swift Sejuani might be the key there. His Gragas looks surprisingly underwhelming as far as pressure goes, but he just feels so comfy on Sedge. He can get aggressive if he wants. His ultimates are amazing, and I guess the thing is he's never afraid of getting outscaled.
Yeah, and the early rotations and decisions that he makes on Sejuani just seemed completely different to when he was on the Gragas. And you follow that with the support-style mid laner of Doinby. It seems to affect them completely when they change back to what they're good at.
Yeah, V as well had another great game. I mean, QG just played really well.
Yeah.
They did it. So a great game there from QG means they will split this series, but we're going to move into our third match, and believe me, you don't want to miss it. A huge best of 2 coming up in our next game as EDG are taking on IG.
a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, through the way now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. We're welcoming Devin, FLICKR, and more onto the desk. I'm incredibly excited to have you along, and for a gigantic game, EDG taking on IG. I mean, I don't know what you've done, but you've definitely pleased someone today.
I know, I arrived just in time to not only cast probably the first and second place team, so a huge match as far as the standings are concerned, but one of my favorite teams, Invictus Gaming.
No bias on the desk here, though, ladies and gentlemen, as FLICKR does make her debut. But, of course, fantastic teams here, and I'm really excited about the mid lane matchup. That is exactly where my eyes are going, because Pawn versus Rookie, and confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, Baimi not going to be playing in the first game, so it is going to be sort of the Korean rivalry revamped here.
It's very much weighted in the mid lane. You have two superstars, like you said, bringing up Pawn, bringing up Rookie, but my actual featured matchup is ClearLove and Kakao. Now, it's kind of the epitome or the two different spectrums of styles. You have ClearLove, the herbivore jungler, known for his passive, although he's very flexible in everything that he can offer and bring out. And Kakao, complete opposite side of the spectrum, very aggressive, very forward. So I'm actually really excited to see how not the 2v2 in the bottom lane will match up, but the 2v2 in the mid-jungle synergy. And when you're talking about Kakao and Rookie, it is a 2v2.
And is that going to actually change the pick priorities here, of course, trying to get a little bit more aggression there into that jungle mid lane synergy so that you can actually open up these ganks? Or is it not really going to matter? They're going to go for their team comps and see what happens?
Both these teams have shown a variety of styles and a big spectrum of everything that they're able to play. It's probably why they are ranked second and first respectively, just because they have so many tools and so many weapons available to them. As far as most contested picks, however, I would say Fizz for the day is probably going to be the big pick, either picked or banned, and not for some of the reasons that you might think.
Yeah, of course, Fizz. Pick generally in the mid lane, you have to think. It's, of course, if you're looking at Pawn there, of course, loves to play that one when ridiculous scoreline, a score that I don't remember because it was so incredibly disgusting when he played it in the last game against Snake. But, of course, Zatai, he's the one that's going to be wanting to play that one in the top lane over for IG, and Rookie could probably play it too. Like, Fizz could go anywhere this game.
Zatai was the big one that I was looking at, so for those of you who haven't seen, Zatai has debuted the Fizz in the top lane with the Cinder Hulk. That said, like you brought up, Pawn, Rookie, very capable and in their champion pools as well. So again, that's the big contested pick, and that's where I'm curious where that champion's going to end up, because it's been a pretty big favorite and breakout for the LPL so far. Yeah,
and I love how Zatai plays the Fizz in the top lane as well, and how he builds him especially. Of course, building that Frozen Heart, 20% CDR, then the Lucidity Boots. He has 40% CDR so early on as this tank Fizz, and you can actually utilize the slow and playful Trickster when you're that tanky.
Well, the beauty of it is that Fizz is going to do percentage damage anyway, so building items isn't necessarily, I mean, he's still going to be a threat even without it. And the big thing is by building that CDR and having those tanky stats, you're not only making the fact that he's so hard to kill because Cinder Hulk is such a powerful item and its multiplicative stats that it's going to give you for tank damage, but the fact that you're able to stay airborne longer, so you're getting the tankiness from the Cinder Hulk as well as the CDR, which allows you to use your Troll Pole more often.
And your Cinder Hulk actually continues to burn while you're in the sky.
Air. Yep.
And I love that because, of course, that gives you some extra damage whilst, of course, not being targetable. It's very, very minimal, but I just like the fact that that interaction is there. And I find it interesting, right, that we're talking about EDG and we haven't yet mentioned the bottom lane because, of course, Deft has been such a household name. Now up against Kid and Kitties, this very solid bottom lane coming through for IG. But how do you think that bottom lane is going to be affected by the fact that it seems like the jungle might be a little bit, I guess, preoccupied with the mid lane?
It's definitely about where it's also weighted for these two teams and how their bot lanes are very different when they interact with the team cohesively. So Deft is very much the carry of EDG. Their bot lane power is weighted to her, whereas Kid and Kitties are much more of a janitorial style for IG. So it's very different how the teams will work around their bot lanes respectively.
Well, we'll see how it happens. We are going to hop into Champion Select, though, ladies and gentlemen. Gragas going to be the first ban away from Kakao. No surprises there. And we'll see whether we are actually going to get the Fizz into this ban list, because I'm not sure whether they'll be able to fit it. Of course, Ryze is going to get banned away. That's aimed at Zatai as well. Of course, has picked up that champion in the top lane. And ClearLove
Kalista, generally going to be banned away, but banned away from Deft? I'm still finding that weird. I know he's played a lot of it, but it's not his power pick there in the bottom.
Hey, definitely, he showed much stronger at it on MSI, and Deft himself said in an interview, it took him time to learn Kalista. It's not a champion that came naturally to him. He had a breakout performance on it at MSI, and he's not going to get to play it again this time around.
Not happening, but it is going to be the Tristana ban as well, so Tristana often picked as sort of a pick into Kalista, but now Kalista's been banned, so let's ban Tristana. I'm confused.
Kid has a history with Tristana in 2014 as well, so it is kind of a comfort pick for him there.
Well, LeBlanc is going to hit the bench at the same time, and IG, thinking about their final ban, haven't seen a Fizz. Haven't seen anything from the top lane, in fact. Na's available, Hecarim's available, Rek'Sai's available from the jungle as well, Azir and, of course, Cassiopeia as well. And there are just too many of these picks, especially the targeted ones that are taking up room in this pick ban. And we'll see what EDG decide to lock in, but IG are going to have two incredibly powerful picks regardless.
And likewise, kind of the two big contested picks, picks floating around are going to be the Sivir, the Rek'Sai, and the Fizz. So
yeah,
I wasn't surprised to see EDG not ban Fizz from blue side because they could prioritize it for the first pick. They're going to go with Sivir. Right now, she's sitting on an 81% pick rate in the LPL. She is a ridiculous record, very strong champion as far as the Chinese teams are concerned.
Yeah, and I think before we came into today, it was something like a 17-5. Something ridiculous, but Alistair has snuck through as well. Kakao considering that option, but I'm thinking about things like Hecarim for Zatai. Of course, they can pick up the Fizz as well. Just give it to Rookie. They could even put Kakao on the horse. He'd be more than happy to play it. Of course, this is Kakao. You can build a Trinity Force on it. He's probably going to be happy.
Well, with so many bans not utilized on the top lane, of course, only that Gnar taken away. Yeah. Not surprised that they're not going to show their hand too early. And as I say that, Zatai's like, nope, never mind. Pony up.
Yep, that's why you can never talk about it before it happens.
Call this
bites you every time.
The barnyard rotation. Got the cow and the horse.
Brilliant. Thank goodness. Old McDonald's going to be very, very happy. EDG going with the classic combo, though, the Nunu and the Azir, and plus the Sivir. This is fantastic. So much wave clear already and so much synergy with that Blood Boil. I love it. We'll see whether it is going to be augmented by potentially that Gnar in the top lane, and then they're just going to have so much CC, the alley-oop potential coming through from the mid lane and top lane duo if they do pick that one up. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm excited about the possibility.
Now, the beauty of Sivir is just the utility that she offers her team and the versatility and everything that she can do. Like you said, siege, wave clear, go button. Yep. So hard engage,
Donkey
disengage. Whistle. Normally, you don't think of her synergy as much with Azir just because he needs to be in position and set up his sand soldiers for objectives before he's really fully useful. That said, the zone control in terms of sieging between the synergy of Azir and Sivir is awesome.
Well, IG have decided to go for a little bit more of a slow jungler here with the Sejuani. Kakao has seen a fair bit of success on it, but it doesn't necessarily fit in with his aggressive play style, as Kid is going to take away the Ezreal as well. One of the most impressive Ezreals that I've seen so far in the LPL, to be perfectly honest with you. I know there's a lot of it. We're in China, so Ezreal is the pick of picks, but EDG now considering their final two. Koro looking to go back to something interesting, but they are just hovering at the moment. I do actually quite like the Ezreal pick.
It is a signature champion from Kid. He's very unique about how he uses his Essence Flux, his E. Yeah. So watch for that. The thing about Kid is you watch him, you're like, he should E right here, but he's actually more of an auto-based Ezreal player, if that makes sense. He'll put out many more auto attacks than you would think, as opposed to using his, weaving his spells and doing damage that way. Of course, he's still going to hit his Mystic shots. It's just, it's very particular and very unique about how he uses his E and positions around fights with Ezreal.
Well, Mako is going to go back to a comfort pick as well. The Annie there in the bottom lane. Annie, Sivir, a lot of burst damage potential there, especially once they do hit that level 6 mark. But Koro, he's on the tree. He's more than happy just to try and equalize the lane if he can. But IG, considering taking the Snake Lady into the mid lane and the classic Azir-Cassiopeia matchup. Of course, we were talking about the classic Azir-Xerath matchup back in the first split, but now it seems to have become, you know, Snake versus Sand.
Saw the rise of them at MSI. Now, the beauty about both these champions is that they're both lane bullies with hyperscaling potential into the late game, which is pretty unique. Both of them do go through a mid-game power trough, which that's where Ezreal's really going to take off with Kid if he decides to go the Trinity route. And likewise, Sivir has a good power spike come the mid-game on her static shiv, as well as her completed BF item.
Yeah, and Kitty's he's going to be taking that cow. So as far as this bottom lane matchup is concerned, is Alistair going to be enough here as far as using that Triumphant Roar, maybe healing up the potential harass that's going to come down from this Annie? Is this going to be an oppressive lane? Because it looks to me like it might be an oppressive lane coming through from EDG.
It's really going to be a question if we're not going to see a lane swap or not.
That's a good
Obviously,
point.
Ezreal doesn't have the best time in any sort of lane. In fact, he loses pretty much every single 2v2 matchup unless he decides to go a BF sword route. So it's really just about the itemization. Is he going to go for an early Sheen, the Phage? Is he going to go for even a Bloodthirster at this point? Alistar obviously is at a disadvantage because he isn't ranged and he's against the oppressive range of Annie. That said, she recently got some nerfs to his range, so not as awful as she was before.
Yeah, and I actually think that Annie's going to get to the point where she's a melee champion. Just range keeps getting nerfed, just a few nerfs at a time. And look, come 2020, we're going to have a melee range Annie, and it's going to be really, really
She
fun.
just auto-attacks with Tevers.
Yeah, you're just running around. You're basically Alistar. You're just really small and a little girl. So you're absolutely nothing like Alistar. But I'm excited to see the bottom lane, how that one works out. But returning to the jungle here, of course, Sejuani for Cacao is... Clearlove, of course, hasn't necessarily picked up exactly something that's going to go overly aggressive into it, but how is this jungle matchup going to work out?
Well, the thing about Clearlove on Nunu is that it is a signature champion for him as well. A lot of power picks coming out for both
Flash,
these teams.
Snowball.
Interesting, yeah, we saw a lot of that. Interesting thing about Invictus in general is that they have an incredibly high percentage of taking both first Dragon and first tower, so it tells me that obviously Cacao, a very aggressive jungler, that he makes a lot of plays early, and the fact that he is on Sejuani, who doesn't really find her power until post level 6 with those ganks. So it's about how is Cacao going to use the ability to go through walls on his unique pathing and make plays happen early for his team, if he's going to keep with the trend that are showing in their stats.
Well, we'll see if they do as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, EDG versus IG for our third matchup of the evening. Game one about to get underway as Deft and Kitty's just going to move backwards and forwards here on the bottom side of the map. No deep vision going to come down for either side, though, and it looks like standard lanes are absolutely fine here, and I would have thought IG might have gone for that lane swap.
And this was the question that I had, are they going to look for the lane swap? But no, they are going to match up on that 2v2, although Mako is making his back right now.
That would be EDG thinking about a lane swap, which perplexes me to no end.
Well, the thing about Sever is she's just so good at taking down towers and controlling those waves. And
Yeah,
again,
that's
if
true.
you get her into a lane swap, especially if you have, excuse me, an Annie who has fantastic roam potential, you leave her up there, she gets a very quick level 6, you group for Dragon, and use the power of the Sever ultimate earlier than would be expected.
Well, they are going to do exactly that as Deft and Mako are going to head up this lane with the minion wave as it has just spawned. Pong going to head back to base as well. Maybe picking himself up an extra potion to make his way towards the lane. And Koro and Clearlove just going to hang out together, have that buddy system as Cookie Monster Nunu going to take down this Crimson Brambleback relatively easily. And in the meantime, Kid and Kitties towards the bottom side of the map. So IG, do they have an opportunity here to possibly go for that early dragon themselves, maybe around that 4-minute mark?
It's very scary, especially because it's Sejuani and she is so brittle and fragile in her early clear. That said, she will have Zatai jungling with her for added bonus damage there. The question is going to be, how are the bot lanes going to deal with the waves? Are they going to freeze it like we see Kid and Kitties doing here, or are they going to pull it like I believe Mako did up into the top lane for a fast push building a wave?
Well, it looks like IG actually have the creeps pushing towards here as Mako's going to come through. Nice double stun there as the Zatai takes a fair bit of damage. Mako looking for something. The Ignite's actually down. A few more auto attacks. He flashes! First blood by Mako. That was hilarious. Rookie going to answer immediately with a 1v1 all-in level 2. And already this game is... I don't even.
They watched him walk out of the lane as well. He had creep vision on him, so they knew that he was coming down. It's quite often for supports to kind of peek their head, check out what's going on, and apply some damage or just be a nuisance. I don't think he expected him to all in.
Yeah.
Pretty cute.
It was very, very cute. Of course, Mako now picking up that first blood did mean that Rookie wasn't able to grab that after he did destroy Pawn. And I mean, we didn't actually see what happened. But I have to say, it was probably just an outplay. Rookie was fairly low.
Good news is that it wasn't Cacao that decided to feel Mako's wrath. It was just Zatai, so he's going to walk himself back onto that top lane. But obviously, you retain the buff that Sejuani had so carefully achieved. Things could be worse.
They could. They most certainly could, of course. Blue buff Annie this early in the game could have been a problem. Nunu, Clearlove heading towards this bottom lane as well. Koro in a little bit of danger here. But as you mentioned, not really high pressure as the Sejuani.
So we can talk about kind of what these compositions want to set up as far as their win condition, because obviously right now we're in a fairly passive lane swap, although it looks like we're going to get a replay.
Yeah, Rookie, this is him just destroying Pawn by the looks of things. Lands another poison and there he goes.
Just swerving all over the lane, trying to dodge the poisons. I call it DUIing.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about that one.
I like it. Yeah, my brain doesn't work all that fast, but it gets there in the end as Mako just going to throw out a bit of harass onto Zatai.
Okay, so for pretty much both these compositions, they're going to find huge power spikes at level 6. They're going to be very level dependent because they're very dependent on their ultimates in a true wombo combo fashion. The playmaker early for Invictus is actually going to be Alistar, just because Ezreal, you're waiting for itemization. Cassiopeia, you're waiting for itemization, obviously, in the stacking of the tier. Cacao, you're waiting for the level 6 ultimate, likewise for Hakaram. Now, the thing that's curious about giving Kitties all of the power in early game as far as playmaking ability on this Alistar is Kitties actually has the lowest kill participation out of any of the supports in the LPL.
My goodness. You wouldn't have expected that, of course. I don't know. Generally just see Kid and Kitties hanging out together, but...
Yeah, and it really speaks to how Invictus play around their bot lane. We do call them in Champions like a janitorial style bot lane. They're not the big playmakers or the hinge in which IG success swings. They're consistent, but it's all about Rookie and Cacao.
Well, speaking of Rookie, he's getting some more damage down at a Pawn here, taking some Sand Soldier poke, but very low on the old mana. Is just going to be chugging through that flask as best he can. But Rookie, with that early kill, has got an extremely early tier of the Goddess. And with that Serpent's Embrace, of course, also stacking up. And have a whole lot of power come that level 6 mark, and he's about to hit it.
And it's so much more punishing as well in a mid lane inside a lane swap, just because it truly isolates this matchup, especially when you have two junglers. That Nunu, it's all about the counter jungling and applying pressure on your enemy jungler. Sejuani isn't going to find super pressure again until post level 6 when she has the Glacial Prism available. So unfortunately for Pawn, he just really has to hang on, and Rookie having that advantage, no one's coming to save Pawn.
Yeah, sort of just deal with it, Pawn. You'll be fine. You're a world champion. Surely you're going to be A-okay. Of course, very low on mana. As you mentioned before, has eaten through the whole flask, and he's just going to have to sit under his turret. Rookie with so much pressure. They are heading towards the top side of the map. Cacao not level 6 just yet, so like you said, the Glacial Prison not quite there. He's spotted by a ward as EDG were trying to zone Zatai away from this turret. But Mako's got the stun. He's not scared of anyone.
And this is something very indicative of ClearLove as well. He's very good about playing underneath his pressure points on the map and making sure that he's shadowing underneath. You wouldn't really consider him a playmaker, although he does have that potential on champions like his Lee Sin. But he's always in the area that he needs to be to offer backup to his teams, specifically for Deft as the primary carry for EDG.
Speaking of Deft, lands a really nice double boomerang, but oh my goodness, flashing forward there, the spell shield on the devastating charge as he's getting the damage back onto Cacao, who flashes, picks up Mako. ClearLove tanks a couple of extra turret shots as well. Cacao, 300 health to the collective 300 of EDG. Waiting for that Arctic Assault to come back up, but the Snake moving up the river is going to mean that EDG get the heck out of there as quickly as they can.
Yeah, they're going to quickly back out of this one, especially because Zatai also had teleport available, which means if they had tried to get even greedier than they got on the first time, Zatai could have been up there in a jiffy. But meanwhile, bot lane.
Yeah, Koro actually taking some damage here, but Kitties tanks up quite a little bit more than he would have otherwise wanted there from the tower. And Rookie going to continue to clear out this wave. 24 CS the advantage, soon to be a much larger number than that as Pawn heading back to this mid lane. Almost has his Morellonomicon completed. Forbidden Idol almost done.
We can quickly touch now back up onto the top lane dive. So obviously it was a fantastic initial juggle of aggro from EDG when Mako taking the tower, making sure that he stood on the max range of the tower so he could easily step out. That's Cacao. Did a great job trading what he could. More importantly, though, was the fact that the wave was pushed against Zatai's tower to die there. So it wasn't just the fact that he gave up the kill, but the fact that he sacrificed all of that CS, which is why when you look between Koro and Zatai now, you see that discrepancy of 10 CS. About 12 to 15 is going to equate to a kill's worth of gold. So if it's easier to understand the information that way, Koro, by his CS, is a kill up on Zatai.
Oh, not too bad. Of course, the assist going to be helping Zatai just a little bit, but not enough to even that one out. Double Doran's ring going to mean that Koro a little bit more difficult to dive, and of course, ClearLove being there going to help, but Koro is burning down here on the bottom lane as Kitties is going to flash for the kill, but Kid now has to deal with ClearLove, who's able just to snowball him down. he's going to fall to his doom. The red buff definitely helping out, and EDG, they do answer for that kill in the bottom lane.
And Kitty's using his Ignite right there, but I want to think that he killed him with the passive
Yeah,
on the
the
heal.
Rampage passive. I like it.
But meanwhile, in the top lane, of course, EDG trade the resources, take the tower. In response, though, IG...
Yeah. IG, with their animal-based team comp that I didn't quite...
The barnyard?
Like, yeah, that's like the full barnyard. They've got a piggy there as well. I mean, you don't necessarily have a snake in a barn, but generally having the rest of the animals, there might be a snake around. We're in Australia,
She
so
has
snakes are there.
the theme, though, because she's wearing the cowboy.
Yeah. Ezreal doesn't fit
No.
whatsoever.
I don't think he fits anywhere.
Might be like the Harvest Moon team comp. He can be the main character
I
guy.
got that. It's a game. Okay.
Yeah.
But IG staying true to their stats, they have incredible first dragon control. Like 86% of the time, they're going to get the first dragon in their games. And there they go.
Able to take that one down relatively easily, and of course, Rookie with so much pressure in the mid lane, definitely going to lend themselves to being able to get that done. EDG's comp does work fantastically in the late game, though, so we're not going to count them out just yet. But one thing I'm really frightened of is the fact that Zatai is on the Hecarim. Of course, not necessarily one of his most played champions, but Hecarim in general has been decimating the LPL. I mean, you get to that late game stage, and Deft actually in a lot of trouble, walks out of the way of the True Shot Barrage, so he's going to be safe for now, and Kid unable to quite land the Mystic Shot. But EDG are on the back foot here in the bottom lane. Corey heading around just to try and assist just a little bit. So almost some action.
I think he smells that something is up, that people are playing to the side. But lo and behold, EDG playing to Deft's side of the map. No matter where he is. Top side, they'll appear up there. Bottom side, right shadowing underneath. And this is what's expected, but it looks like we are setting up for maybe a possible 3v3 as Cacao is coming down through the lane.
Yeah, Coro waiting in the wings, though, as the pig being very, very patient. The blue buff being looked at, or at least the area, as Coro is going to pass over the top of that pink ward. Mako does get the stun onto Kid. The boomerang comes down, ignites there as well. Twisted advance might deal with the Ezreal, and it does, but they answer back immediately there as Mako's going to fall down. Unbreakable Will has been popped, but Cacao's the focus. Deft picks up that kill. Clearlove tanks the turret for just as long as he'd like, and Pawn, he's coming through to try and pick himself up a kill, and Coro, he tanks up the turret. Rookie, oh my goodness, is this going to be a possible quadra kill available for the Snake? No, the minions actually being a little bit of a problem. Doesn't really want to tank too many of them up, and EDG going to get out okay.
Another flawless tower juggle from EDG right there. Beautiful how they exited the aggro. Of course, they lose Mako in the trade, but fully worth right there. Rookie was looking at a possible quadra, but a nice boomerang from Deft pushes him off.
Not able to quite solidify anything, and of course, positioning, very important when you're the Snake. Actually had already used the Petrifying Gaze as well, so wasn't able to come in through that one. I didn't actually see that that was on cooldown just at that time.
They reset tower aggro 3 times in that fight.
My goodness. Dang, EDG. It's like they're a really, really good team.
It's like they speak one language.
Although, they kind of don't. That is actually an interesting thing about EDG, that they spend all of their time communicating. This is a team that's made up of a couple of different native languages, but still able to make sure that they keep that communication going, and it's really impressive.
Well, on the other side as well, Invictus Gaming obviously also a hybrid roster, Korean and Chinese, and actually EDG's coach, Aaron, said in an interview that he understood that in the start of spring 2015 that, frankly, the hybrid rosters weren't looking the strongest, but he knew that it would just take time, that they would learn and instill communication systems and then quickly start to ramp up their power, and that's really what we've seen from Invictus Gaming. The thing that we really haven't commented on yet is the fact that EDG are starting both Pawn and Koro. They've been doing a little bit of experimentation with their roster, starting Baimi as well as Amazing J into that top lane. So against Invictus Gaming, this is effectively a playoff rematch when EDG beat IG the last time around in a quick 3-0. They are pulling out all the stops.
They most certainly are. No messing around whatsoever. And I actually thought that we might see a little bit of Baby potentially for at least the first game, that it has been sort of what EDG have been doing, taking a leaf out of the LGD playbook and saying, all right, we'll just switch him over as we move forward. Deft is going to take a Mystic Shot in the bottom lane. Does need to be a little bit careful. Nice spell shield. Going to lock away at least one of them.
Ezreal did have a bit of a high point earlier this year. Lucian, Corki, Ezreal, you kind of remember this when those champions were being used. And that's really when Sivir really started to rise up, because obviously how her spell shield interacts with eating up those abilities and denying a lot of damage from the burst casters or spell cast or burst ADCs, spell ADCs, caster ADCs. There's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
sometimes like English. Not a lot.
You're very good at Chinese. Oh, hang on. Wait, Chinese League of Legends. Yeah, similar thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Def, though, he's going to clear out this bottom lane. But of course, yeah, and the thing that I like about Ezreal is the fact that it's, you know, Wei Xiao did it. I mean, it's sort of the massive pick for China. You think of China, you think of playing Ezreal and weaving in all of these auto attacks around everything, eking out all of the damage possible. And I like the kid sticking to the roots, you know. And it does look like he's picking up... Oh, actually, Kitty's getting burnt down here. The true damage from the Ignite's going to eat through the ultimate. Mako locks down that kill, but Rookie trying to find his way in as the Bear's body blocking with some Mystic shots and going to be able to pick up an easy one. And man, Kakao just unable to find the right position in a lot of these skirmishes on the bottom side.
And there's, I mean, obviously the Cassiopeia, and this is going to make sense in a second. The Cassiopeia is a big, and it's like, what? Cassiopeia wasn't in the lane. Cassiopeia is a big damage threat, and Exhaust is really going to slow her down. But the fact that Mako decided to go Ignite because he's facing against an Alistar and an Annie in that, or excuse me, an Alistar and an Ezreal in that bot lane. Obviously, the Exhaust isn't going to mean as much against an Ezreal because he's about his weaving his spells as opposed to being an auto attack champion. And the fact that the Ignite is going to give true damage to cut through Alistar's ultimate.
Yeah, and I like that. But of course, in the late game, it might mean Mako not going to quite
It might mean a very scary rookie. Yeah.
And a very scary Zatai as well.
The pony.
Yep, the pony is a devastating force.
Devastating charge.
Yeah, devastating most things.
I thought you said moose for a second. I'm still getting used to the accent.
Yeah, well, it's the barnyard as well. I could imagine you're just probably thinking about how many more animals we can put into this team comp.
I don't know what barnyards you have in Australia, but we don't put moose in ours.
What's the plural of moose? Is it meese? No. I kind of want it to be.
Mooses?
I think it is mooses. How boring.
Okay, but we're getting to the point of the game where Dragon has come back up. Obviously, IG secured the first one, so EDG are at the point in their composition where they have all their ultimates available. They do have some of their core itemization. Looks like Koro actually decided to rush the home guards on his boots, and this is something that EDG really love, is their collapse, where they'll get a ward behind a team, and then you would think like the Righteous Glory.
Oh, there's the ultimate though from Kakao as he throws out the Glacial Prison Deft. Spell Shield not going to find too much as the teleports are coming through from the bottom lane. Oh, nice flash out of the way of the ultimate as Zatai tries to get the damage in, but he's going to fall down. Pawn picks up that kill. Kitty's trying to be a nuisance, but the ultimate runs out, and Rookie now finds himself trying to kill the tank, but it's not really the target they want. Beautiful ultimate, though, as the Emperor's Divide does come in. Koro does manage to land the passive to keep himself alive. Somehow survives for longer than I would have expected as Rookie goes down on the bottom side, and Pawn able to take down his lane rival. And EDG, despite the fact that they were struggling there in the mid lane, are able to pick up a fantastic team fight.
And this is exactly what we were just talking about before the fight, is that EDG love to do these collapse team fights where they have a ward from behind. The fact that Koro rushed the home guard so he would have that initiation, and they just collapse on top of IG and ripped them out.
Yeah, ripped them apart as 4,000 gold now the lead for EDG. Picked themselves up a dragon buff as well, so 1-to-1 on that, 6% stats for all. Basically nullifying the fact that Dragon even exists. For this one here, as EDG are going to clear out the mid lane. Not really the mid lane turret focus. Of course, they've taken out a couple, of course, the two outer lanes. But the mid lane still yet to go down. They really want to take that just to open up the map here for EDG.
There's also no reason to take the mid tower because it's a Cassiopeia with a Nazir. If you just retain the laning phase and elongate it as long as possible, they're going to hyperscale anyway. I mean, obviously it's good for Rookie, but it's also good for Pawn. So just moving around, like you said, opening the map, flank play, like we just saw in that last team fight, is really big to EDG's engagements. So clearing out the side waves and getting these wards behind and around is very beneficial to how they team fight naturally.
And you can see Clearlove actually deciding to get in amongst it, getting some wards and some vision down in IG's jungle here on the top side. Exactly what you were talking about just then, Froster, and just trying to get all of this vision for the flanks. 3 pink wards actually towards the top side. Baron up in 2 minutes. And, I mean, I know, you know, mentioning Baron at 18 minutes does seem like a ridiculous thing, but this is EDG. We need to be talking about Baron at all stages.
They have a very low Baron average. What's beautiful is the fact that Dragon is done, so there's no reason... Oh,
Oh, Cacao was looking for
He's
something.
looking for the trigger.
Itchy trigger finger Cacao.
They're waiting for a kid. There's the Righteous
actually,
Glory.
yeah, there's the dive from Koro. Beautiful stun to come down onto the IG members. Rookie is trying to kite away, but he's going to die. Pawn picks up that kill. The turret still eating Clear Love as Mako actually able to take down the horse in the backline after he kills Deft. Pawn wasn't able to escape, so it's actually barely a victorious trade there for IG in the end.
We complimented EDG previously on their ability to juggle tower aggro. Complete disaster that time around. There was a miscommunication. The tower survived far longer than it should have on barely any sort of health. And that was really the MVP right there. Fantastic knock-up and CC from Kitties, and a great counter-engage from IG, but questionable call from EDG.
Yeah, I think Mako got a 4-man Tibbers stun, and then everyone just went, all right, kill him! And didn't realize that there was a turret doing a whole heck of a lot of damage. So that's a thing that's going to happen to you. Of course, Kid almost with his Trinity Force as well, so massive power spike potential here from the bottom lane.
It's incredibly devastating, though. So you would think, oh, well, you know, they just lost a few members and the mid-tier tower, no big. But they lost so much map pressure. Look at the wave bottom that Core was immediately having to respond to. And then think about the momentum that EDG had just previously put on the map. Dragon was down, so there was no reason to be on the bottom side of the map. So immediately they then moved up all of their vision into the top side, knowing that that's where they're going to be playing. But the fact that they miscalculated, pulled the trigger too early, completely resets any of the plans that they had just spent all of that gold on and vision for.
Yeah, and we just mentioned the fact that they were 4,000 gold ahead. No longer the case. Only barely 2,000 now that that turret's gone down. Some turret is going to replace it there as now IG feeling like they're playing a very, very small game of League of Legends.
I just complimented Invictus Gaming for slowing down the pressure of EEG, and they immediately just let their mid-tier tower go, as well as this bottom one.
Yeah, the inner turret in the bottom lane as well, so maybe just having a bit of a brain lapse there momentarily as EDG able just to move around the map, just far superior.
There was no reason for Zatai to go to the top lane. He should have been with his team, especially because he didn't have TP. I figured he might have thought he could have beaten the cooldown there.
Yeah,
Does trade a tower.
Does, yeah, so he's able to pick that one up, but still, gold lead still firmly in favor of EDG, sitting at about that 2,000 mark. Clear Love heading around this map. Of course, both of these teams with a lot of hyperscaling potential, but is this Ezreal going to fall off in comparison here, or is it mostly the fact that like IG relying on Zatai and Rookie being massive in the later stages, of course Cacao as well?
Damage output, Ezreal is definitely at his height right now until that Mana Moon builds up and he has the fully stacked tier to proc it. As far as Sivir versus Ezreal in terms of damage, it's really just going to be about A, who's going to crit, and B, who's going to land their skill shots. What's important to realize is that Sivir is going to offer her team so much more than Ezreal. Again, sieging, wave clear, engage, disengage. Ezreal can have some global pressure as far as waves. If we want to go all the way back to Wei Xiao, he used to use the Ezreal ultimate to trim and prune waves across maps so he could build slow pushes and multiple pressure. But
wow, that's where he fits on the farm. Sorry, continue.
What? Where's on the? Oh, I see.
He's the gardener.
The gardener. Garden Boy Ezreal. That's a skin for Tarek.
There, Garden Boy Ezreal, the Tarek skin. That's perfect. We're going to clear out this lane. But yeah, like you said, of course, Ezreal going to fall off just a little bit there, and Deft going to be very, very useful as far as moving the team a little bit more fast. Clearlove going to have his Blood Boil just to help out with that as well, and Koro going to be able to engage very effectively. So EDG moving forward look fantastic, but IG's a team that looks like they kind of want that to be happening. They want to be reacting to an engage rather than engaging themselves.
Yes, especially for Rookie's ultimate, unless Cassiopeia can set up into a brush. Now, what I actually really want to point out is Rookie decided to go for a sweeper as opposed to updating his trinket for ward coverage. So it's not so much about providing vision for his team, it's about sweeping out a brush, making sure that he can't be seen, and getting a sneaky ultimate. So it really plays to Rookie's natural tendencies to just murder everyone.
Well, he did just play Ahri, so it makes a whole lot of sense that he'd want to be waiting around getting these kills. His ward is going to fall down. It's the Sand Soldier doing some work here for Pawn.
We do have a lot of core itemization already completed. We talked about the Trinity Force, of course, the Archangel Staff as well.
Yeah,
for
Seraph's
Cassiopeia, that's a huge power point for her. So right now, these two teams are ready to fight. Dragon should be kind of the stage for this, especially as Invictus are quickly moving. There's a teleport.
Yeah, teleport in at least. Zatai trying to find his way in there. Not exactly the best, though, as Cacao just going to get destroyed. Deft with the ultimate. Kitties with a wonderful knock-up, though. There's the ult back from Pawn just to try and create some space. But look at the ult from Clearlove, splitting up the team of IG, and Pawn able just to get so much DPS down in the back line. Kid trying to use that heal to get out of there, but Koro, gets the flash from Kid, but he is going to be safe in the end. Zatai trying to escape in the bottom brush, and Rookie thinking that, yep, I'm pretty much done here. Koro locks down Zatai.
The beauty of EDG and Plains zone space control compositions, the fact that they have the Azir, the Emperor's Divide, as well as, like you said, that massive ultimate from Clearlove to split up fights, and just how useful it is in the fact that Deft is their AD carry. He's very position reliant.
Yeah.
And when he has all those fantastic tools and then a team that executes them flawlessly every single time, it's really when you start to see this AD carry shine.
Yeah, Mako now hanging around here as well. Does have the... And I didn't even see Tibbers go down in that team fight, of course. It was used, and it was probably to fantastic effect, but because EDG had such fantastic layering, it was sort of caught up in amongst everything. Just because it seems like the cluster fight's really what they're looking for. And you look at IG's team comp and you think that's playing into their hands. That's what they're going to be able to use. But it seems like it's Pawn. It's the Emperor's Divide that's just pulling the whole thing apart.
They're just so brilliant about using their resources to the most effective way possible. So again, we talked about how Coral likes to use this teleport come from behind. And that's actually a very Hecarim thing to do when you think about Hecarim with the onslaught of shadows, with the devastating charge running through, but it was the Maokai. We are going to see the replay, so watch Coral. He's going to teleport from behind. Kakao just gets annihilated from the map, and there's Coral.
All the way in.
But they don't need the big tanky front Maokai to help them win the team fight because they're so efficient. We just need the... Oh, hold on.
Yep. Speaking of which, there's actually going to be IG winning a fight here as Deft and Clearlove not sure what they were doing, but they're both going to die and possibly give up a Baron, or definitely give up a Baron to this IG squad as they've got a Cassiopeia. They've got so much Baron damage, and I don't know what happened in that mini break, but yep, EDG lose Baron and a couple of kills.
Clearlove and Deft were like, don't worry, IG, go long. And they just threw the ball as hard as they could.
Does seem to be something like that. As Mako's just going to incinerate the wave upsettedly and move towards his flipper.
Great spot for IG to be in. It's going to be a question now if they can do... Vaughn, he's going to be fine. If they can do anything with this Baron as far as translate... Oh, hold on.
Oh, there's the ultimate. Actually, Zatai does get out pawns, but unable to get himself away from the horse effectively enough. There is going to be the E over the wall for some safety as Koro is going to pop that Righteous Glory. Slow not going to find anyone, though, as Mako does come down, but Kid takes a boomerang and IG decide to disengage.
I feel like when you pop Righteous Glory to run away, it's not about running away.
It doesn't even really work.
It's advancing in the opposite direction.
Yeah. Well, IG going to steal away the red buff here as well. Kid actually locked that one down.
So here was the question. Are IG able to do anything with their Baron, translate it into any sort of objective, or is it just going to be a pause button for them to catch their breath, continue to stack up the fact that they do have these scaling champions and these scaling power points? Clearing out waves right now, haven't consolidated their Baron in any which way or direction. Mid tower would be the most appropriate for them to take down, just because if they secure that second tier mid, it's going to open up the map and give them far more map control and pressure. So if they do look to take an objective, I would expect it to be there.
See whether that's where they're going to go. It looks like with 4 members hanging around, that does seem to work for them. Is Pawn going to try and take down this Raptor, but Clearlove just going to smite that one away. And Rookie going to take a Scuttle Crab as well. So IG, I mean, you generally expect to at least get a tower from a Baron. The IG squad taking their time, locking that one down. And Zatai waiting in the wings, trying to get some form of dive. Onslaught of Shadows is there. There is a ward right on top of the horse.
So much dive potential. They have to be very careful.
Righteous Glory was popped. Mako runs around really fast.
What you're looking for is the Onslaught of Shadows as well as the Glacial Prism. I would expect that on a tower siege like this, it will be IG who strikes first, especially as Zatai is kind of trying to look for a flanking opportunity here.
He's champing at the bit, I could say.
I like the imagery. But what you want to notice is in the side lanes, we have massive waves because as IG consolidated the resources mid lane, Deft and Koro went into those side lanes and said, hey, we know you want to be mid, but you really need to take care of this stuff in the side waves.
Yeah, so wave control definitely in favor of EDG. Has been a point of power for this team just in general, and IG can't do anything about it because they know that top and bottom pushing right in. Zatai just going to head towards the top lane, and Rookie going to take down the bottom one, and no turrets for that Baron. EDG able to at least damage control fairly effectively, but they keep throwing their carries into the mouths of IG like they did when Deft and Clearlove died. then things are probably still not going to go so well.
I mean, think about it this way. Deft and Koro going for a walk into the side lanes and then using the power of Sivir as a wave clear, like we said, in her rotational ability, equalized the Baron that IG had gotten as far as map pressure and objectives are concerned.
So it's just the power of Sivir in general.
The power of setting up your waves appropriately. It's something that LGD are very good at. And especially Invictus and EDG as matured teams, matured strategically. Like, wave manipulation and management wasn't really seen in 2014 Chinese League of Legends. So it's wonderful to see these teams and the evolution of them as they start to climb their skill ceiling, the strategy ceiling, if you will.
Yeah, and the last split was honestly like a learning experience for a lot of these teams about how to deal with the side wave management. It's what happens when you bring over players. I want to mention like
Acorn.
Dandy, of course, Acorn there as well. Like Dandy with the vision control that's changed a lot here in China as well. Mata there at the same time. Vici Gaming just in general as far as their vision was wonderful as they moved in. But a lot of these teams, they've picked up on it as well.
I mean, the fact that we're talking about wave manipulation in a Chinese game as opposed to just
Yeah, that's
super aggressive 5v5, even in a game with Invictus Gaming inside of it. So effectively, IG were the most aggressive Chinese team that you could possibly ever be. And then they were smashed and combined with the KT Arrows, which were effectively the most aggressive Korean team that's ever been. And what do you get? You get a wave management, poke, hyperscaling composition, as opposed to just press go.
Find it ridiculous. Cow, where is your Ghost Blade? Hang on, he's not playing Nocturne. It's not 2012, etc. There is an Aether Wisp on pawn, though. He's possibly looking for that Luden's Echo as his 4th item. I would have expected maybe a defensive option of some kind, like perhaps the Zhonya's Hourglass, but no. Pawn just very, very reliant on his own ability to have correct positioning. Of course, the rest of his team able to provide that for him as well. And Koro waiting for that home guard teleport into this fight around the dragon. Only more rotational power from this EDG lineup if they pick up the 3rd.
It was really brilliant when IG actually just did there with their pink ward, understanding that the last, because you have to think, the last 2 big team fights that have really changed for them have been around this dragon fight where EDG just ripped through them, and it was on the back teleport from a ward placed exactly where they now have their defensive pink to make sure that, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, it's not happening, I'm placing a pink.
Yeah, exactly. So not going to be happening this time around as Mako was looking for something, does have that stun prepped as IG now going to start off the dragon. Kakao right up amongst it, but he does have a lot of health and a lot of an ability to tank it. There's the Righteous Glory. Clearlove steals away the dragon. Thank you very much. And Kakao looks for the revenge ultimate. Nicely lands onto Pawn, but it's not going to do too much as Kakao just going to get ripped to shreds. Clearlove says, nope, you ain't getting in here. And Zatai defensively ults out of the team fight. EDG 5 members strong heading towards the mid lane.
Outsmiting Anunu, but the fact of the matter was IG were pressured into the situation because, again, EDG paid attention to their side waves and they set everything up. So not only do they get the free dragon, but they got the free top tower. And it forced IG, we have to act now or we're going to lose an objective for free. Lost it anyway and might lose more.
Yeah, speaking of acting now, though, Zatai into the back line. Nice Emperor's Divide. Zatai can't get in at all. Koro, he's going to go down for the sins of the rest of the team, but Zatai looking to try and get some more done. Nice shield for Pawn as Mako. He's going to fall down. Zatai's a monster, ripping through this team. Clearlove getting rampaged to death. The helicopter horse able to take him down. And Kitties, he's going to continue. And that's an ace for IG. They lose no one.
And EDG had used so many of their cooldowns in the previous dragon fight that Zatai was able to finally get into the back lane with his team behind him, not just by himself, and cause devastation to EDG's back line. What it'll actually transition into, maybe an inhib tower. Looks like they're going to go for it.
Yeah, 6 seconds on the Baron as well, though. IG very, very low. They need to decide whether they're going to be able to get back in time before EDG actually just heads back and just does the Baron while they're healing up. The inhibitor is going to fall down. EDG may have a window now as they're all respawning.
Beautiful punishment from Invictus Gaming.
Yeah. Koro with the home guards looking for something here as Kakao very intelligently going to get as much vision down around this Baron as he can.
EDG effectively have to rush for the Baron right now just because they have a window of opportunity before IG heal up, spend all of the gold that they just accumulated off of the Ace as well as the 2 towers and inhibitor. And oh, wow, that's very overzealous, actually starting the Baron.
Yep, they've headed there. Clearlove trying to get some damage down. Not exactly going down the fastest that we've seen a Baron fall thus far, but it's below half health. Zatai wants to find his way in, does have the smite. He's going to head over there, but it's stolen by Kakao. EDG now forced on the retreat. It's a beautiful ult from Clearlove in the middle of the fight as Kitty's able to use that Unbreakable Will to keep himself under control. But look at the Sand Soldiers doing so much work. I say that, Pawn's going to die, and the rest of them are going to get torn to shreds. Zatai is just too much of a menace on this unkillable horse that's ripping apart this team.
And I understand that Clearlove is on Nunu. He has the smite plus the consume, but he actually had a weaker smite than Kakao in that instance. He's a full level down, so Kakao coming through in the end. And that team fight, we talked about how Clearlove got another fantastic ultimate splitting up the fight, but the fact of the matter is Kakao beat him, got a better one. He got a Glacial Prism on Mako and Azir in the backline. So through the duration of Nunu's separation and protection, Azir wasn't able to lay down any damage.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, IG had 2 smites as well. I mean, you might have smite consume, but you don't have 2 smites. And there's, of course, a top lane smite level 17 is Zatai, so that would have been doing some work too. Of course, it was Kakao that got it. The seasoned jungler is deft. He's just going to kill him now. And IG, they did manage to get what they were looking for, though. They broke the base in the top lane as well. So mid lane inhibitor is fallen down, and Zatai now split pushing the bottom side. EDG are quickly running out of turrets as we see this again.
So Kakao comes in, gets the smite steal. So here's Clearlove. Bam. He's using his ultimate in the middle of the fight, but as you see, Mako and Pawn were locked up by the Glacial Prism, unable to act during the duration of that safety. Kakao then jumps straight onto the back line, eats them alive.
Zatai as well, consuming the members of EDG as he's just going to eat Koro there on the front line. And look, Maokai just not going to be as useful at this stage of the game as a Hecarim. It's just flat out what's going to happen.
As long as you're positioned front to back and you have the Maokai in front of you, I mean, obviously...
Death is probably dead. Oh, able to move out of the way of the fear there as Zatai. He's going to get caught up. Mako able to get the stun down. Devastating charge might be back up again. He kills Deft, and he's going to die for it, but the 1-for-1 is probably the best he was looking for. IG now looking for the counter engage. The Righteous Glory was popped by Kitties, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to find his way in. And there's a bear following you, Kitties. You got to be careful. Mako going to get a lot of damage down onto him by Kid, sorry, who's going to get some bear gold for himself. Sand Soldier's still doing some work as Kakao. There's the ultimate, but whiffs as Pawn's able to use the E to get out of the way. And IG, they get the inner turret in the bottom lane, but that's about it.
Well, they've securely taken over the game in the driver's seat right now as far as their gold is concerned, opening up the map, putting up all these towers, and yeah, EDG are doing a good job managing pressure with their various mini waves. We now have a big one into the top lane, but IG, that turn on the inhib pretty much broke this game fully open.
And now Rookie, of course, trying to finish off his final item here, the Luden's Echo. Going to be the next option for him. 7-2-6. This Cassiopeia is gigantic this game. Seraph's Embrace with that Rabbidan's Death Cap as well as the Void Staff, Abyssal Scepter. Yep. I'm pretty sure he's doing some damage, and I love the fact that he picked up the Mercury's Treads as well.
I also really like Luden's Echo on Cassiopeia just because she goes through her spell rotations so quickly that it's going to get more procs off the Luden's Echo. The problem with building Luden's early on Cassio, which is actually why I like where Rookie's deciding to pick it up in his itemization, is that she needs a core to really kind of ramp herself up and to get her damage going. It's not like you can sacrifice a tier to make a rush on Luden's, whereas like someone with Ahri can just rush that item straight out the gate.
Well, EDG, now with control of their mid lane, trying to set up for this dragon. IG waiting to try and send their horse into the backline of this fight. They've got a lot of wards behind this dragon pit. Zatai can find his way in. They've started off the dragon, and EDG, they do need to pull the trigger now if they want to get in. The teleport coming down from Zatai as Clearlove wants to try and take the dragon. He is going to get it. Zatai going to get ulted out of the way as Pawn. He's still alive, but barely here in the backline. Is Clearlove able to get a huge ultimate? Nice flash out of the way. True shot barrage there for Pawn as Zatai. He's hunting him down, but the rest of the members of EDG are melting. Mako going to fall to the horse, and they just can't get through Zatai. A double kill already. Def going to fall as Kid picks up that one, and Zatai finishes it with a triple. And EDG, they're all lying on the ground. Kakao, the only one dead. And IG, they might be able to take the game.
At the very beginning, we talked about the difference between Sever, what she's going to offer to her teams in utility, but what she trades is that hard carry damage potential. And right now, Kid and Rookie are doing so much more with the front tank line. Clearlove actually flashed to reposition himself to peel for death, but it doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough. Of course, Kid 4, 2, and 10, a bit of an unsung hero here for IG as they're trying to tank up the last remaining Nexus turret. Rookie almost falls down to it. Zatai does need to be careful. They're not going to be able to kill it on this wave, and IG might just give EDG a small amount of time to try and come back in.
EDG needs to reprioritize where they're applying their peel, and they need to keep this Azir alive. Oh, teleport.
Yep, Koro looking for Kid there in the back line as he pops the Righteous Glory. Oh, the petrifying gaze gets dodged by Koro. That is a 60-second death timer that he's now propped onto Rookie. Where is this game going?
It's not going to go very far. They are pushing up into the mid lane into a super minion wave, as well as the fact that a lot of members of IG are still up. So maybe this inhib, if they're lucky, doubt it, maybe just some damage on the tower, although they are tanking.
Yeah, the whole barnyard is still alive, as we mentioned before. This turret is going to fall down, though, as Zatai looking for something in the back line. He's got the ultimate ready, but they're going to give up the inhibitor and let EDG escape.
Deciding not to try to risk their lives right there in a 4v5. Obviously, if they lost there, it surely would have meant some Nexus towers are possibly the game. So not
or even Baron, of course, too.
Yeah, not the worst call to make, although I think they should have pulled the trigger a little bit.
But giving up that one means that EDG have a whole lot more pressure. Of course, the only inhibitor that has fallen down is that mid lane. IG have opened up a lot of the EDG base, though, still definitely in the driver's seat, but it's only 6,000 gold, and as this game progresses, that's going to mean less and less as these items are picked up. Luden's Echo now completed by Pawn. He's looking for his final option, but already this Azir is doing mammoth amounts of damage.
The goal disparity between teams, you are correct, really only matters to a point because you only need, I'm just using this as a random number, say 50,000 gold to complete your items. So once everyone has 50,000 gold, it doesn't matter if you then have 20,000 gold more than your opponent because you already hit the skill ceiling or the cap ceiling where everyone has the items that they need. So now it's just about how these comps work together and who's able to execute the comps and their win conditions more appropriately. And so far, it's been Invictus Gaming really on the turnaround, although we do see EDG shoving up into the mid lane. IG could look for a flank, and they have tons of potential there just because there's so many options as far as hard engage.
Well, actually, EDG just going to start off the Baron in full vision of IG as well. They're burning it down super quickly, though. Oh, the ult comes through, but he's not going to be able to lock down the Baron this time around for IG. The kill goes down immediately onto Zatai, and he's a massive member of this team. Oh my goodness, the stuns and the destruction coming through from Mako as IG trying to escape, but Koro saying no. The boomerang doesn't find Rookie as the heal's trying to get him out of there, but the body blocking, and EDG going to take down the Snake Lady Kid. Forced to use the flash, and the counter throws from IG as the perfect ace comes down from EDG. And this game has swung backwards and forwards so many times, but I think EDG may have just done it.
Look at the Baron pick and look at the vision that EDG have down there. The reason why IG couldn't get in position to attempt for that steal or attempt for a team fight was the fact that they just didn't, I mean, they knew that it was happening, but the chance of walking into a trap right there was too high. They didn't have the vision laid down appropriately to approach it, and it gives the game to EDG.
Yeah, and Zatai just going in despite what his team decided was the best idea. Of course, EDG not even with the gold advantage at the end of that game. Still 500 behind. But I'm super excited because this is the best of two. So, of course, we get to see that again.
Hopefully it'll be that exciting again. Hopefully IG will buy some wards this time around. Yep. Wow, so devastating. So again, in the very end of that, they knew that EDG were on the Baron or in that area, but they didn't know if they were baiting or doing the Baron. Obviously, they knew as soon as Zatai jumped over the wall with his onslaught of shadows, but that's what took them so long to approach that pit. It was so dangerous, so wow.
Yeah, and IG not quite able to close that one out, but we do have a replay, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bring that up on your screen, and this is the attempt from Zatai, and this is what happens when I guess you go in and then the rest of your team isn't there. And you're a hacker in the league.
I mean, but look at this. They have the Scuttle Crab available to them, so they're going to see the tip of EDG as they start this Baron. any minute now. There we go. So they're on the Baron. Zatai's on the back of the pit, looks for the steal. Of course, he's not going to give it to Nunu. Kitties goes in first, but it's just one after the other.
And they can't move.
They
Look at these Sand Soldiers.
The chain CC is not there. Invictus Gaming not in position. Looks like a miscommunication. And of course, EDG at this point we talked about. It doesn't matter if you have a gold lead because it's at some point everyone has 6 items anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and they're able to secure the clean ace here at the same time. EDG just team fighting so beautifully around that Baron pawn, locking down the last kill. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to see what IG decide to take against EDG in this next matchup because that was ridiculous and they still had the gold advantage. IG can definitely take down this Titan team that they haven't been able to in the LPL this year. Of course, 7-0 is the record for EDG currently at the moment, 2015. So look, IG, they've got an opportunity in the next game. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break and we'll be back for game 2 between EDG and IG right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is FLICKR, and we just had the most ridiculous game between EDG and IG that I have ever experienced. There were aces and then counter aces, and then suddenly the game was over, and it was ridiculous. Can you make any sense of it?
Well, it looked like Invictus Gaming were actually going to win, which you think about historically, these two teams, IG doesn't have the most favorited track record there.
No.
They're 7-0 for this split.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, for this year. I believe that the first time that IG was able to take down EDG, it was actually very early of last year, and before then it just never happened. Of course, then this is a rematch of the playoffs in which EDG 3-0'd IG, so no matter how strong they look, we should have just gone back to the stats. It's okay, EDG has this.
Yeah, it sort of just makes sense, okay? You think, oh, okay, IG might win, but no. When in doubt, understand that they haven't won a game all year, and it's probably not going to happen now. But we are into Champion Select. Of course, IG might be able to take this one. Who knows? Of course, Amazing J now on the lineup here for EDG. They've switched out Koro. They've said, yep, you were a tree last game. We want Amazing J in for this one. And that might mean that they might be looking to pick away a horse. Of course, Amazing J, a fantastic horse player himself. The Hecarim there in the top lane. It is going to be the LeBlanc and the Narband away from IG, though. And Kakao's not going to see Gragas for quite some time, I could imagine.
Amazing on that champion. I doubt that he'll ever get it. He's just too powerful to have on such versatility and tankiness and damage, frankly. Gragas, triple threat across the board. I want to talk really quickly about the difference between Koro and Amazing J, because obviously it does change the dynamic of this team. And even the fact that Koro is a very well-rounded top laner, he pretty much does everything. He can play that carry, he can play the roles and the tanks and meta and things like that. It's so hard to take the place of Amazing J. He's just a hard carry. I would say probably if you were going to make North American analogies, Zion Spartan-esque type of top laner.
Yeah. I actually loved watching Energy Pacemaker last split as well, of course, with Amazing J there in the top lane doing. That. I know people don't say that. Of course, I was a Gamty fan. I'm going to admit that now. I just loved Sync Dream doing weird stuff. So when like Energy Pacemaker came out with their very early Dragon strategy with a dead Scion, I'm sorry, I just loved it.
Sold.
Yeah, Kalista going to be banned away again here. EDG going to take that one off the board. Kid not going to see that. Urgot hitting the bench. And once again, a whole lot of extra stuff is now available for both of these sides. We'll see what EDG do put priority on, as IG do have their opportunity to take away potentially a Sivir for the first pick like EDG did. But Zatai decides that it's the Hecarim that's a little bit more important. And leaving that to Amazing J is also terrifying, so make sure you snap that one up when you can.
And I'm glad that you brought up that point. We talked about before the match how Fizz was going to be the big priority pick, and we were hyping that one up. But when Amazing J is in the game, you either have to ban Hecarim or you have to pick it. He was one of the first top laners to debut the top Hecarim, especially with the teleport smite, is absolutely devastating on that. And again, yeah, Koro can play Hecarim, a fantastic Hecarim. We saw that at MSI, but it's just very different from everything that Amazing J can offer as far as split put top lane pressure.
And Amazing J just plays so weirdly as well. Of course, he was, as far as being a Gnar player, he looked most impressive when he was in mini Gnar, which is not what we say about a lot of these Gnars, but in the end, it is going to be Deft locking away the Sivir. They are going to pick up the Alistair here as well for Mako, so another playmaking support in the hands of EDG. But IG now able to pick up what they feel like grabbing. Of course, the bottom lane does stand out as far as making sure they keep as much hidden away from EDG that they can, but we'll see what they decide to go with. Still some power picks on the board here, of course. Wasn't going to mention Riven when I mentioned that, but...
Were you going to mention Katarina?
Most definitely was. Pick it away from Pawn, of course. Definitely a power pick for him. It's weird, because that's almost true.
With Alistair picked up, I would be shocked if that Nautilus didn't go through. It's kind of been the, like the Cassiopeia Azir, it's the Alistair Nautilus is kind of the other answer as far as tanky champions are concerned, but there we go.
Yeah, and Rookie doesn't lock in the Yasuo either. I'm so upset.
He has time.
Yeah, Kid instead is going to pick up the Jinx. They could pick it in the next round, you're exactly right. Of course, Depth Charge, guaranteed knockup. Potential extra knockups. Makes a whole lot of sense, but Kid going to take away the Jinx into the Sivir. So very good matchup, but Deft is now hovering the Yasuo, and Pawn's just locked in Fizz. He doesn't really mind.
Well, the question is still there. Is Pawn going to play Fizz? It is a favorite champion of his, or is it going to go in the hands of Amazing J?
The flex pick of all flex picks. Is Clearlove going to play it, and we're going to have a support Nunu? Who knows?
The fact
That's not going to happen.
That Fizz is a flex pick tilts me. I'm actually tilted right now.
Well, hopefully we're going to be able to get through the cast just fine with a tilted co-caster. IG now considering what they want in the jungle. They do have mid lane pick to grab as well. Oh, man. I would love to see the Nocturne, of course. Cacao on Nocturne. So much damage. It's wonderful. But Rookie, thinking about heading back to the Orianna, he had some incredible highlight plays against, I believe it was Vici Gaming in their last little matchup. And, of course, flashing over walls, picking up carries out of nowhere. It was fantastic to see. It is the Nocturne.
Yeah, it is the Cacao Nocturne. That's one of his signature champions. And let's talk about the fact that, again, we can't talk about Cacao and Rookie without talking about them together as a unit. This is a throwback to, what was the finals? KT versus Samsung, I believe?
Yes.
Yes, and it was the...
Was it blue or white? That was the question. I think it was blue.
Hachani, the support, he played Zillion, and there was a fantastic... To win the game, and it was an absurd game, Cacao ulted on Nocturne, and in the duration of the travel of his ult, Rookie shockwaved and picked off Zillion, and it gave them a free Baron. This combo was fantastic when they played it for the KT era, so I'm very excited to see Cacao on his signature champion for this game, and alongside Rookie's Orianna.
Well, Pawn's decision as far as taking into the Orianna is going to be the Lulu, so trying to neutralize the lane there a little bit, making sure that they have the biggest deft possible, what with Blood Boil and, of course, the Wild Growth potential Whimsies to come through on top of that Sivir, really buff deft up in order to get things done. But Amazing J, it's not going to be the Cinder Hulk Fizz in the top lane, it's going to be the Teleport Ignite Fizz in the top lane for extra damages.
Could still go. No, he won't. We'll see what he decides.
So.
We'll see what he decides to itemize up there if he does go for a more traditional tanky Fizz, Cinder Hulk or not, or if he decides to go more of the on-hit effect AD or AP Fizz, because we've seen so many different variations of this build. The thing that I really want to point out as far as the compositions are concerned, however, is the multiple damage threats across every single champion on the side of Invictus Gaming, which is very true to the KT and IG roots historically being that really aggressive team. Whereas again, from EDG, you're sacrificing your hypercarry potential from Deft, picking up that Sivir to allow more team fight utility. And frankly, if there's anything that you can take away from the last game, it's that IG were great in their small skirmishes and the rotational play keeping up with EDG, but in a straight 5v5, EDG just dismantled them.
Yeah, and as far as the engage was concerned, that was where EDG was really looking fantastic. So up front, making sure that they all were together as a team when the fight first broke out, that was where they excelled. But when things got a bit sloppy, when Zatai wasn't dead halfway through a team fight, IG just took over. So as soon as EDG managed to get the initiations right, things are looking okay. But now with this comp, I mean, you're exactly right. IG just have so many damage threats that they might be able to just wait out what is going to be the fantastic engage from EDG almost inevitably, and then just kill them with superior damage. Who knows what can happen here? Because, of course, they're so reliant on Deft's damage. Because with Lulu and Nuno, I mean, you're not going to get much damage from there. But on the other hand, Orianna and Nocturne definitely going to be tearing people apart.
It's all about Amazing J. Anytime he's in the game, he is going to be the focal point, even on EDG, where Deft has historically been their carry there. And I'm glad that you used the word sloppy when discussing kind of the team fights that when they really broke down, it was kind of every man for himself. And that's where Invictus thrive. They're really good at pulling the trigger and playing a very reactionary style. And they have so many damage threats that if things do devolve into kind of this chaotic mess, and every champion is for themselves, they've got damage threats on their side.
Comfortable in chaos is Invictus Gaming, and that's been sort of their MO for a very, very long time. Of course, PDD in the top lane, remember forever. Of course, the Ghost Blades, I love it. As soon as anyone builds a Ghost Blade on an Invictus lineup, I just get very, very excited.
Bloodthirster Renekton.
Oh, yeah. It's just brilliant stuff.
First guy to bring out the Hurricane Kale as well in the top lane.
Really?
Yep, full damage, Hurricane Kale from PDD. And that's the nice thing about Invictus Gaming. We talked about how a lot of the most recent LPL rosters have even been changed up, especially as we say EDG just won MSI. What do? They immediately bench a couple of their members and start a rotating roster, which typically isn't normal. You say one MSI, keep the same roster, but IG have stayed consistent. They also have 2 legacy players on the roster in the form of their AD carry Kid and their top laner former mid laner Zatai.
Yeah, of course, Zatai has been everywhere. But this guy, one thing I do want to mention is the fact that Zatai sort of went from this, I don't know, really random player. I mean, I know it's weird to use random in this sort of sense,
it's
but
very
it's exactly
accurate.
what he plays when he was playing in the mid lane. But since moving to the top lane, he's been still very chaotic in his style, but he's really improved as far as making sure he has control of his lanes and able to systematically destroy his top lane opponent. He's been a very, very tough force to get through in that top lane.
It's big props to Zai. I think you're actually correct. Obviously, it's a role swap. And think of how many role swaps have actually gone correctly for League of Legends. It's very rare that that does work off. Of course, in LCK, we now have role swaps from mid to jungle with Ambition and players like that. But to make this successful, and then in LPL, when it's so front-loaded with all the top lane talent that flooded in, the fact that he's moving from mid to top, quickly learning, and he's competing against the likes of Acorn, Flame, Flandre. I mean, those are some of the best top laners in the world, so competition is...
Not to mention Insec now in the top lane.
Not to mention Amazing J.
Yep. And Amazing J, of course, that's the fun thing about this game, actually. The fact that they swapped out Koro for Amazing J is they've got the wild cards really butting heads in this one. And I really hope that we actually do get standard lanes because I want to see Amazing J versus Zatai because I could imagine this is just going to go very, very strangely.
They have very similar styles. If I was going to pick a top laner that could not I don't want to say stand toe-to-toe with Amazing J, but kind of keep up with the wacky quirkiness of his style, it's definitely Zatai, just because he is that, how do they describe it? When talking about Zatai's champion pool, they said it's not a champion pool, it's a champion ocean, and there's Lux sharks with lasers. That's an actual quote. I didn't just make that up. The people have actually said that about him.
I would have claimed that as your own, though. That's a really good quote.
Froskin in 2015.
Yep, nailed it. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Sharks with lasers.
He's played Renekton mid. Yeah, I remember that against Young Glory.
Yeah, he's also played Rek'Sai top, and that was very recent. And
I like the Rek'Sai top. I'll defend that.
Oh, really? What do you like about Rek'Sai top, Oscar?
The beauty about Rek'Sai top... Sorry.
Well, we're not going to hear about it. Let's hop into the game. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Invictus Gaming taking on Edward Gaming. And we are going to hear about Froskeren's thoughts on Rek'Sai top. But first, let's get into the game as we list lazily across the red side of the Rift. Players are actually just hanging out here in the river. Nothing going down just yet. As Amazing J is the yellow Fizz in the top lane against Zatai on this Hecker. And we've seen this matchup actually go very well for Fizz, but we'll see how it works out. Is EDG just going to face check this one aggressively? There's the Pulverizers. Kitty's going to get Glitter Lance there as well. Nice little ricochet for some extra damage, but IG able to disengage, and EDG already deciding to pull the trigger early on.
Now, last game, EDG made the lane swap with the Sivir. Of course, they had Annie as the support. This time around, it's Alistar. And so what they're doing is they set up in a 5-point. And what a 5-point is you cover all 5 entrances of the jungle, and it's kind of like a safety net. But if you show bottom placing that ward, then the enemy team assumes that, hey, we just saw Sivir and Alistar, it's going to be a 2v2 in the bot side. Nope, surprise, they back, they run immediately to the top lane. You should see them kind of hug this wall just in case some stray wards got set up behind to check for a lane swap. The question now is, what is Mako going to do? Because Alistar doesn't really gain a lot in being in a 2v1. He doesn't have much tower pressure as far as being able to push that. He's much more about the roam. Now, it's free to allow Def to sit up there and, again, quickly farm to that Sivir level 6 so she can use her ultimate quicker into a team fight. But where is Mako going to go?
Well, it does seem like Mako is going to go to the blue buff, as the Wolf Spirit is going to spot him out.
I think I've seen this before.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll see whether the cow is going to give him just as much as Zatai is able to lock down the wolves. Mako notices that they're gone as Quillov's going to take away his own blue buff.
He's having PTSD. He's waiting for the Annie to flash ignite him.
Oh my goodness, running immediately through the turret. It's like, no, 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 no. Not happening this time around. Rookie, bit of pressure here in the mid lane, able to get some harass damage down at a pawn, but he's a Lulu. Not going to be in too much trouble of dying level 1 this time around. As now it's in fact Kitty's turn to try and roam into this jungle, but notices that the Gromp is still in fact there. And Cacao considering destroying a Scuttle Crab. Or maybe even a level 2 dragon. What are they doing down there?
It looks like they're going for the very early dragon. That said, Clearlove has now moved into IG's blue side jungle, and likewise, Deft is building up the wave to push onto the tower. So they should know that this is going down and then quickly make a rotation into the top lane to apply pressure into trade objectives.
Well, Cacao may just get 3 buffed here at the same time. If the red buff's still available on the side of EDG, and of course they've already taken down the blue, they're going to take the Gromp here as well, and Cacao's going to have to move very quickly if he wants to pick up a second buff. It's not going to be a blue one, as both of them are dead, and looks like it is going to be the 3 buff start here for the Nunu. Clearlove able to control that jungle very well. Of course, it is a thing that Nunu is going to do, so it's not necessarily something that IG are going to be too surprised about, but Amazing J able to come around here and pick up some extra farm for himself too.
But it is fairly punishing, not necessarily that he lost the blue buff, but he lost the experience.
Yeah.
Nocturne doesn't have a ton of gank potential until he is level 6. It's not like Sejuani where you do have tools as far as creative pathing is concerned, going over walls and having the displacement knock-up available to you. He needs that paranoia.
Yeah, and actually was hanging around that wolf camp. It is going to respawn, so Cacao going to be able to pick up that camp, make sure that he can get a little bit more experience from that, but wasted a fair bit of time. Amazing J and Clearlove just continuing the buddy system as EDG push down the top lane out of turret, and that's going to fall very quickly in this game.
It just points out that Invictus lost track of where Clearlove was. The fact that Cacao was waiting around the wolf pit trying to figure out if they're going to come around the corner, he could quickly make his escape there. The fact that when Zatai approached the lane, warding over the Gromp and being very careful, he didn't want to walk into a trap. Yeah. Maybe Clearlove or Coral were, Amazing J were standing in that tri-brush. So miscommunication from ING and success for the day for EDG because they're able to get a free tower.
Yeah, and Rookie getting some dissonance damage there on Pon as the command attack going to do some work there on the way back. Rookie holding onto a bit of mana, but not too much. Both of these mid laners with their cookies, though. Or biscuits. I prefer to say cookies. We are going to be able to eat them up with some extra mana and some health, but not too worried about too much overly aggressive action here in the mid lane as Amazing J heading towards the top, wants to try and at least even out these lanes. And both of these top laners now with even farm, both the same level as well. And it's interesting that we see sort of the top laners both at the same point after this lane swap. Normally you have sort of one ahead, one not, both of them with nothing. But so far they've done fine.
Primary difference is where you have your safety net. So obviously there was a tower trade, IG for EDG, but bottom to top. Now, Zatai is very far forward in his lane, but it's not as punishing because he is the Hecarim. He does have that devastating charge available to him, and sooner or later he's going to have the Onslaught of Shadows as well, just to make it so running that far back to his own safety of Tier 2 isn't quite as devastating likewise. Clearlove understands this, knows that Cacao will be possibly playing to that side just to offer more protection. The fact that Zatai doesn't have a tower there and had some deep wards on Cacao to spot him out.
Yeah, so they've got the deep vision down. The Gromp is going to be taken here from Cacao, who's level 3. Clearlove also still at level 3, probably going to get 4 from the Raptor, which he is going to there. And Kitty's hanging around here just trying to stop EDG from getting too much down. But now that level 5's been hit, Avarice Blade actually for Kid. And is this a complete sacrifice of lane pressure?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's just about farming and building up to Jinx. She's really going to get her power spike on 3 items typically for an AD carry, although she will find a decent one, the fact that she's going Static Shiv. And I really like the Static Shiv versus the Phantom Dancer on Jinx just because her Get Excited passive, the fact that she gets a movement speed bonus and Static Shiv procs through movement speed.
True.
You just proc that many more Shiv procs. So on Get Excited, if you're clicking through it, you can get like 3 Static Shiv procs, as opposed to just waiting for the crit on Phantom Dancer.
You can run through stuff. So normally when I'm playing Jinx, I get excited and then I can't get through the wave of minions that I'm fighting in, so I just end up not doing anything. As the Flash Pulverizer onto Kitty's back into the Tri-Brush as well. He's got exhausted, will need to flash away, is going to there as Kid with a lot of follow-up damage. The Chompers locking down EDG, and look at this AoE from Kid. Deft, no mana left, but not quite the kills locked down. But man, that looked like it could have been horrible. And if Kid had a BF sword instead of the Avarice Blade, maybe things would have been different. Of course, very different gold amount, so it's probably not, wouldn't have even been possible anyway.
It was also a really good setup of Kid's Chompers and a choke point like that to really stall EDG from chasing Mako effectively, Kitties effectively, and the fact that it was Kitties who got cut out on this Nautilus. So tanky, has the dredge line, has the shield, making a quick getaway.
Yeah, Kid hanging around down here, and I do like what you say about the Static Shiv. Of course, getting a little bit of extra damage. I always thought that just...
See, it tells me that you're kind of a coward Jinx
player
a coward. If you just want to run away.
I'm a terrible player of League of Legends, to be honest. So
Static Shiv's all about running forward and doing damage and getting those procs. Phantom Dancer's like, I want to get excited to run through the minions to get...
Do you do coaching?
I
maybe
think
learn how to do more damage?
maybe...
Or am I too far gone? 'Cause
can't remember.
if that's the case, just don't say anything.
Anyway,
Brilliant. There it is. Answered for me. Clearlove is looking for a gank here on the bottom side. Teleport in as well. The Chompers come down. Deft still going to get locked up, but Kitties, he's going to die for that one. Sivir going to pick up the kill. Deft already beginning his onslaught in this game, and first blood going to Deft is not good news for IG fans.
both teleports used, they will not be available for the Dragon coming up, which, I mean, obviously it's always nice to get the first blood onto your AD carry and get the ball rolling there, especially against Jinx, because she needs those 3 items before she can really become that late game hyper-scaling threat. But more important is that TP cooldown and how EDG and Invictus will set up and kind of compensate for that, especially because it is a Hecarim. He's so powerful to the Dragon fights using a early home guard TP advantage, and that just won't be available for this scene.
Yeah, and Rookie probably wanted to be able to put the ball on top of Hecarim as well, really get these fights going. You can, Onslaught of Shadows, you're unstoppable. You're always going to know where that shockwave's going to be going off. It would have been a controlled method, but now might need to rely on the paranoia from Cacao. Maybe even with the sweet alley-oop play where you throw the ball to him as he's floating past you. Man, I love that one.
If anyone's going to pull it off, it's Rookie and
That's
Cacao.
exactly right.
The magic of friendship.
The power of friendship, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's going to win them this game.
We do have first stages of itemization coming out, the Athene's Holy Grail on both Orianna and Lulu. Now, the question is going to be, where is Pawn going to go as far as his itemization? Now, I like to say that there's 2 different types of items. Oh, hold on.
Okay, Amazing J has fished Zatai. Zatai, of course, with the ultimate, could potentially throw that one down. Just Amazing J things, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't even use the ult. And he's down to about 300 health, but he is going to be safe. Clearlove looking around for something. Zatai is going to be able to head back to base safely. Amazing J just putting the pressure on.
Back to my point about Lulu's Athenes.
Yes, continue.
Okay, so I think that there's 2 different types of Lulu builds. There's flat AP, which obviously is going to be a more defensive build because obviously then you're just adding the defensive stats. I'm trying to think of a different word for this. You're adding more more protection from your shield, and your wild growth is going to give you more health and the shields.
Based,
there we go. Utility to your wild growth and your shield.
Yeah.
Help picks. I got it? I'm not a caster.
Whereas
if you go the Void Staff, so it's like the FLICKR build. So FLICKR does like Lichbane Void Staff, where he just wants to murder people with Lulu, which is utterly terrifying. He's like, whimsy, mass murder.
Yeah, it's tasted purple, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so here's the question. I get it. Is Pawn going to mimic FLICKR and forever live in his shadow?
Oh.
Or is he going to be his own man and build a flat AP Lulu and buff up his Sivir, who doesn't hyperscale into late game?
I just want him to copy the Xiaohu Lulu, who decides to go with, the utility build, but then
Challenger has approach with Lulu builds?
Oh, man, I love it. Just, honestly, Xiaohu, of course, ex-Gamty player, so maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I just like how he does it.
Star King Gamty Club.
Star King Gamty. Oh, my goodness. The fact that we had those 3 teams just earlier on last week was a whole lot of fun, even though it was only 2 teams on the Rift. It was 3 in my heart. Amazing J able to clear out this top wave, though, and he did end up picking up the Smite, by the way. You're exactly right. Switched it over from the Ignite at the last second, so that Cinderhulk is going to be coming down. Does have a cloth armor there, and this is where we're going to differentiate the Amazing J build from the Zatai build, is whether or not he goes for either the Glacial Shroud into the Frozen Heart, or whether he picks up those Lucidity boots. And what is your opinion on the way to build this top tanky Fizz with the Cinderhulk?
At this point, because Dragon's on the table, he needs to look at his resistances as opposed to his CDR. But the thing that we were talking about in Champion Select, which is really unique with Fizz, is his damage aversion going with CDR, because again, he's able to spend more time up in the air on top of his pole. So it's almost like a superficial tankiness or a pseudo-tankiness that CDR allows him just because of that ability. So I would assume that he would go straight for more resistances, especially because a big team fight or a stage is being set for a possible team fight, and the fact that Dragon has been up for a very long time.
Are EDG going to be looking to team fight as well with the comp that they have? Of course, they are going to be confident being EDG just in general, but has this comp got to a point where they can sort of power up this Sivir to carry them through?
Yes, they're pretty much at their power point that they have the Sivir ultimate available for them. Hold on, though. Looks like we are looking for engagement.
Depth charge coming through there. There's the shockwave onto 3 members. Pawn gets taken down super low. Rookie gets exhausted, but it's not enough as Deft also cops one at the same time. Kid Looking for something here as the Dissonance going to charge him up. EDG able to try and disengage from this one. And Mako is going to make it underneath this turret, but IG able to answer with 1 kill after the Dragon was taken down. And in amongst all of that chaos, I'm not entirely sure who took it.
It's also very important, though, that IG are going to get a push into this mid lane, and the fact that it is a Jinx means that this tower is for sure going to go down. So it's 1 kill and a tower for a Dragon. Now, EDG obviously weren't going to look for the team fight there just because they kept Amazing J into that side lane, and this is why I wanted to talk about the difference between Koro and Amazing J and what it means for the identity of EDG. They're very good at team fighting. Not that Amazing J can't team fight, but it's just not in his MO. He's more of that split-pushing, very creative skirmish style of top laner, and now we're starting to see the true differences. If this was Koro on EDG, first of all, that would probably be a Maokai, and they would have looked immediately for that 5v5.
Yeah, and they would have tried to engage it themselves, maybe even let IG actually start off that Dragon, but this time around, they are going to lose a couple of members. They are going to try and sacrifice some health on Deft to try and get some extra auto attacks on this turret, but they're not going to be able to take it down. Clearlove being a menace, trying to steal away a buff. But it seems like IG with the numbers advantage might be able to stop this one. He's pretty quick, and Mako's making his way around. There's the headbutt pulverize onto Kitties as Amazing J finds his way in. The fish is down as well. Super Mega Death Rocket comes through, but not going to do too much there at all as Amazing J now looking to try and pick up some more. There's the tether of the fear as Shockwave going to pull Clearlove in, but misses the fizz by mere inches. And did Rookie get that blue buff? So Shockwave got a blue buff?
I'm trying to get a read on Clearlove if he has it or not. No, Rookie didn't get it.
Oh, okay.
Because his timer's almost out.
Okay, got it. Clearlove didn't either. Amazing J got it with an Urchin Strike.
Yep, thanks.
MVP Fizz. There it is.
The Oscar fizz.
He's doing well. Certainly doing well. Amazing. Zatai, though, he's going to clear out some minions here on the top lane. Let Amazing J get shoved into the turret. That top lane outer turret is still up here for EDG, of course, so Amazing J going to be more than safe.
We see this a lot from EDG, though. They're very good at rotating their vision around. Again, we talked about how Chinese teams are starting to get more matured in their vision control. So again, Dragon goes down on the bottom side of the map. Where do they immediately go? They look to the top side, and they actually make a play on Invictus Gaming's top side blue buff. So indicative of that, look at all the vision that's been placed onto that side. It's going to be curious. The mid-tier tower, first tower, is going to give them the most control. It should be their priority objective of taking that down first. But then from there, they should continue to rotate into this top side of the map, applying deep vision there and playing to the top side while they don't have to juggle Dragon control at the time. So they kind of have like a 6-minute window to just continually make those plays on top side and mid.
So let me just theorize just for one moment.
And that's why Amazing J is going bottom.
Yeah.
Because he's got the teleport, and so now they're going to move their top laner to the bottom side and play to the top side of the map.
Oh, look at that. Don't you love it when your point gets proven right after you say it?
It all just comes full circle. Continue.
Beautiful. Yeah, no, I was just going to say something pretty silly, or just something that I'm excited about, is the fact that Cacao's picking up what looks to be a Black Cleaver. And I just think it's genius, just considering the fact that Rookie's going to be so devastating in the late game. EDG have to itemize for that magic resist if they are going to stand up towards the likes of the shockwaves that are going to be coming down. But if Cacao gets the Umbra Blades off in the back line and manages to hit multiple people, he's going to be shredding the armor of them. And Kid is going to wreck everyone. It will be disgusting. So I just want to see whether it actually happens, whether Cacao can stay alive for long enough to get some of this shred happening.
The assassination potential has always been there with Nocturne. Be very curious how safely he can dive into the backline. So obviously the strength there is when Clearlove goes to step forward and to make that big separation of team fights that he likes to do on Nunu.
Yeah.
That's not going to count for Nocturne. That said, diving onto Sivir with Lulu, I mean, it's pretty much a perfect answer. If Nocturne jumps back onto Deft, Punch is going to press R. Try killing that.
And that's why it's sort of a genius last pick here as well from Pawn, of course. This IG lineup
An
was all
immediate
put
answer
together.
to the assassination, yeah.
So Pawn decides, okay, well, I guess I'll be playing Lulu here. And as you mentioned, doing his best Faker impression.
Dragon will be spawning in the next minute, so we should see both teams back and start to set up for this. Of course, right now, EDG in control of the Scuttle Crab. That will not be available to them once the Dragon actually spawns. It'll time out.
Yeah, so only a minute up on that one, of course. Scuttle Crab not around for too long.
Amazing J should be prepping the wave right now. He just did cancel his back. What I assume he'll do is he'll set up a slow push or he'll push this all the way out. That said, Zatai is in perfect position to answer it back, but really what he's looking to do is I want to make a pressure point and be really obnoxious and set and prep my waves because it's part of prepping for an objective. So what a lot of teams will do is they'll just set, oh, you know, Dragon's about to come up. I just need to move into the area and ward it. They're slapping each other.
Try and kill Zatai. The
Murder
Skirmisher
him.
Saber is down there. Oh, dodges the devastating charge. There's the ult though as Zatai trying to get him back, but Amazing J just one auto attack and pops him. No problem.
Or he'll just murder the top laner.
Yeah. Setting up a slow push via killing the horse.
That's an advanced technique.
Yeah, it is an advanced technique. Amazing J, of course, one step ahead of the curve generally for Oscar, and that's just how he works and how you've explained him to everyone.
But the beauty of it is by prepping your waves before you approach an objective, that means when you approach this, so when Invictus Gaming approach this dragon fight, even if they win, it's not like they can immediately translate their pressure into an objective. If all of the waves are pushed onto them, yes, we won the dragon fight, but then we have to immediately go and clear our waves as opposed to transitioning this momentum into even more objectives like a tower.
It looks like this wave actually going to get cleared up here. And IG just going to keep pushing out the bottom lane. And EDG now setting up around the dragon. We'll see whether they are going to be able to secure themselves a second one relatively easily. As
The slow push top. Like a fine wine.
Mademoiselle, etc., etc. Teleport available from Zatai, though. Doesn't quite have the home guards available just yet. He's going to teleport in here as... Yep, EDG kill the dragon and leave.
That was the most unsatisfying teleport.
Yeah, semi-anticlimactic, I believe.
An elderly bound wheelchair person moved faster than that hacker.
Boots one Hecarim, ladies and gentlemen.
A gentle trot towards the enemy team.
This isn't dressage, Zatai.
Oh,
what
and
are
they're
you thinking?
completely out of position. Looking for the flank.
Yep, Super Mega Death Rocket not going to do anything. This Kitty's... Yep, dredge lines into possibly his death. Gets polymorphed up there, headbutted back in. There's the two-man shockwave, though, as Paranoia is coming through. We'll see where the rookie, and Kakao trying to make a position there, but gets fished. Deft picks up the kill. Amazing J now trying to get some work done.
Oh, no.
Kid's going to get headbutted back into the team. Snowballs there as well, and EDG's team fight, even with Amazing J, look at him, still alive somehow. Mako might die as a consolation prize for Zatai, but he's going to fall down in the end, and EDG, that is a 4-for-1.
And unfortunately, it was all led off by Kitties. Dredge lining into a wall. And, hey, I don't want to be there, but by dodging the dredge line, he pulls himself into danger, is immediately deleted. But even more important, let's talk about the Lulu pick, because as soon as Kakao, Nocturne, Paranoid back to the back line there, the Wild Growth came out, deleted from the map.
And there's also the fact that Amazing J just put a fish on top of Deft. And so the special delivery for Kakao was, like you said, deletion. And look, we were talking about the fact that Amazing J, sort of known for his split pushing, not necessarily spending time with the team. At the moment, 100% kill participation. This guy is making stuff happen.
So there we go. There's the spell shield. He didn't actually hit the wall. He hit Deft, goes halfway through, gets immediately deleted. Now, this is what's important. When Nocturne, like you said, dives into this back line, there's the fish, and there's the Wild Growth, and there goes Kakao.
Yeah, and he didn't really get too much done there. Didn't even have the Black Cleaver available. And look at the headbutt onto Kid. I mean, just too easy there from Mako, who used the whole duration of his ultimate to tank up everything.
And they're really able to catch them in the fact that Clearlove was like, oh, yes, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. Immediately turns on the new ultimate and slows down Invictus Gaming's escape.
You could say that IG were able to do absolutely zero.
Wow.
Yep. Had to do it. I apologize.
How about those barnyard animals?
How about them animals? There's none left. There's only one available. As Kitty's, he's going to find the cow. He's going to die yet again. Clearlove going to use the ultimate as Zatai's going to have to use the Onslaught of Shadows just to try and escape. Paranoia there as well. Deft almost getting deleted. Wild Growth there, though, and they are going to be able to lock down the kill. Kid trying to get some auto attack damage off in the back line, but Clearlove being a menace as always. Amazing J comes down to try and help out. Rookie's going to fall, and Fizz says, I can help, ladies and gentlemen, as Kid's going to fall down at the same time. Red buff is going to mean that this is a definitely dead Jinx, and EDG turn around what was looking like a horrible situation.
That was a beautiful shockwave. That was the combo we were talking about, the Nocturne delivery service. It's like Kiki's delivery service except in hell.
Yeah,
It's excellent. That said, there wasn't any follow-up on it. So Nocturne goes in, the shockwave damage comes through, but unfortunately the rest of Invictus Gaming aren't there to follow it up and to make sure it connects. A perfect wild growth comes through for Fawn. The team fight goes to EDG and surely the Baron.
Yeah, and the janitorial Amazing J as well came down as this tanky Fizz monster, still able to do a whole lot of damage, and you can't escape him.
But again, it's the differences between Koro and Amazing J. The fact that Koro is the initiator, he's the zoner, he's the guy that controls everything in front of him. Amazing J, the janitor, the assassin, the sneaky flank.
Really beautiful to see, and of course, EDG seamlessly changing their playstyle to make up for it as well. Pawn is going to complete the Rabbidan's Death Cap, looking to possibly pick up what looks like a Void Staff as his next option. See whether that is going to be it. He could, of course, just grab an Aether Wisp and say, I just want Luden's Echo and be the cool kind of Lulu.
I think a Luden's Echo, again, I'm a big fan of the flat AP.
Yeah.
Because obviously, again, if you're using it as a counter, oh, hold on.
Okay, Pawn looking for Cacao here as he's able to speed himself up.
Oh.
There's the hula hoop. IG are going to have to disengage now. Chomper's going to stop Pawn from getting in there, but Mako looking for something. Doesn't quite get the knock up as there's the absolute zero, but they do lock down Rookie. The face first Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't quite work as Zatai now trying to kill Pawn, but he's pretty fast. And he's got a lot of shields. Headbutt Pulverized there as well as Cacao getting chased by Clear Love. That feels horrible. Oh, my consolations for...
Wow.
Oh, Cacao. And the surrender vote comes through. IG feeling like they couldn't do it. And I'm actually pretty surprised. I mean, I guess there was an 8,000 gold lead, so it's a big deal. But they were still in that. They hadn't broken the base or anything like that on the side of EDG.
I mean, frankly, demoralizing.
Yeah.
Nothing was connecting for Invictus Gaming. This has kind of been the weakness of them in comparison to EDG. Now, it's tough to compare to EDG just because I think that their team fighting is the best in the league right now, and obviously this shows that they performed and went to MSI, so obviously they better be the best team fighting team. IG, it's kind of the one area that they've really struggled with. They have a great draft. They're able to play multiple different styles and compositions, everything from poke to siege to pick, but unfortunately their 5v5 cohesion just isn't quite there yet. And it really showed in this set against CDG, but that last team fight, that was...
Yeah, the last team fight especially sort of summed up exactly what you're trying to say. And
just not follow-up. The damage would go down and you would have those sick wombo combos of, you know, the Shockwave and the Paranoia, but unfortunately not everyone was there together to follow it up correctly and to finish it out.
yeah, and to pick the right targets in these moments as well. So unfortunately just not quite getting there in time where IG, but of course that is that series done, ladies and gentlemen. IG versus EDG. EDG 2-0 victory there, but we are not finished here for the LPL. We still have one more set to go tonight. It is going to be World Elite taking on LGD right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas. This is FLICKR, and we're in for our final series of the night, LGD taking on Team WE. And one thing that you just mentioned to me, the best jungler taking on the worst jungler.
I think I did use those blunt of words as well. So it's going to be Spirit versus TBQ. That would be my featured matchup. And the reason why I bring that up is that Spirit is undoubtedly the hinge on which World Elite's success swings. And that said, there hasn't been a lot of it. They are 0-8.
Yeah, not exactly finding the form that they're looking for, but Varus is going to be banned away, and I love seeing him on the ban list. Of course, Varus, my personal favorite champion in the entirety of League of Legends. Of course, only second to Mordekaiser, but he's never going to see any play ever. So, of course, seeing him banned away from Godby there, kind of exciting, but Vladimir is going to be the answer here. No Azir ban. Azir going to have a couple thrown at him, the Cassiopeia there as well, and of course Nidalee banned away from Spirit. But Hecarim and Kalista means that there is a slight gap in the Gragas factor.
Yeah, Spirit could look to go for the Gragas. I would much rather see him on a Rek'Sai just because her mobility and cross-map pressure, there we go, the first pick. And it really comes down to you have to ban Nidalee and Rek'Sai against Spirit because he truly can 1v9 take a game.
There is one thing that I have to mention.
Yeah, I'm
Aluka,
waiting.
the train driver himself.
Yep.
His Scion
It's
is
not
finally
banned.
open. Are we going to see it?
Nope.
Akon going to insta-lock Fizz, and TBQ taking the Gragas straight away. So Akon thinking about the same type of a move that we've been seeing the Fizzes do with that Cinderhulk, but World Elite, what are they going to take here? And Spirit probably not going to be on the least end, and we'll see what they do decide to go with. But what do you think the World Elite looks for here? What do they decide to build around Spirit's Rek'Sai?
I mean, you could really put anything there. And the thing about World Elite or WE is that they aren't cohesive as a team. We talked about last game, EDG and IG, and IG just weren't there yet as far as their 5v5 cohesion to be able to take down EDG. World Elite suffer from a very similar issue in that they have incredibly gifted mechanical players in their solo lanes. Shie, the big standout, had a great performance at IM, but the problem is translating that mechanical ability and that lane power into a cohesive 5v5 unit, and that's where WE have really fallen short. And it's not the Scion, it's the Aurelia.
The Aluka Aurelia there in the top lane, trying to weather the storm of the Fizz. See whether, may not necessarily, we might be getting ahead of ourselves because Godby could of course play that Fizz in the mid lane. He is another one of these players that does have that sort of champion ocean, as we mentioned before. Maybe without as many sharks with lasers, but definitely an ocean of available champions there. Imp thinking about a Vayne, but the Alistair makes a whole lot more sense to me here for PYL. Disappointed he's not on the Bard. I did want to go on a magical journey tonight, but not going to be happening this game, as Imp is going to change his mind, picks up the Sivir, and that makes a whole lot more sense.
This is a much more tame composition so far coming out of LGD than we've seen in the past. Obviously, PYL is coming off of the recovery bench. He did recently have jaw surgery. He came
fantastic.
Looks amazing. Very handsome, as handsome as Flame. He came out of Came off the recovery. Too far? Okay,
Yeah,
I got it. But there was the line and you crossed it.
I don't know what you're talking about now.
But when he comes back, they had a bit of a questionable team comp coming through with some Vayne, Bard, Varus action. It worked out. They split 1-1. And that's the thing that I also wanted to talk about, kind of the ramp time for both these teams. Because when you look at their week 1 and week 2 performance, week 1, pretty much both of them get smashed. They 0-2. LGD did split 1-1 with RNG. And then week 2, suddenly World Elite are starting to find some of their wins. So split so far with Masters 3 and OMG and see if they can maybe split again with LG or possibly take a 2-0.
We'll see whether they can find something here anyway. They need to try and get back onto the horse, but it is going to be the Jinx and the Azir locked in. Some massive late game scaling here off the back of Spirit's potential early game aggression that he can sort of provide to some of these lanes, maybe get them through what could be a rough time in the laning phase, mostly with the fact that Azir wants to be smacking people in the late game as well as the Jinx at the same time. LGD cycling through a whole bunch of picks, and the Orianna makes a bunch of sense to me because Godvy's Orianna is a terror to behold.
I want to talk about how Godvy plays Orianna. So we've talked about this throughout the night. It's the difference of, even though people are playing the same champions, how that player uniquely plays that champion. And this is what I want you to look at for when Godvy plays Orianna. So Godvy on his Orianna, he's going to hit those massive shockwaves. That's a signature staple for every Orianna package. But he plays very close to his ball. And the reason why he does that is because obviously he's shortening the distance in which he can control his ball and move it around. Godvy is going to be doing his damage primarily with his Q and his W as opposed to hitting that massive shockwave. And it's a very aggressive and very atypical style of Orianna play. It's fantastic to watch. He is definitely one of the best Orianna players in the world.
Yeah, and that might be a reason, because I was always wondering why Godvy was sort of one of the only Oriannas to actually build the Liandry's Torment. We saw him pick that one up, especially in this tanky meta when it was really starting to break out into that Cinderhulk. But being this kind of player that likes to move the ball around a lot means that you're getting a whole lot more of that ticking passive and gets the dot damage a whole lot more. Does that make a bit of sense with they're picking up that item? Because I've just had a brainwave and that sort of makes sense to me. I'm
just going to smile and nod. It's going to be part of it. Just the thing that you just have to watch for, he stands very close to his ball. He moves it a lot. You have to think that Orianna, her damage is actually going to be affected because if you're standing farther away, it takes your ball that much longer to move around and to go to its target. And so he's going to stand close and kind of whip it around.
Whipping around the ball, ladies and gentlemen.
And just start chunking people down. So it's more of like a poke-based Orianna versus a massive shockwave Orianna. But on the other side, we really haven't touched 2 WE composition. Yeah. They had the Rek'Sai, the Jinx, Morgana, spacing on the mid lane.
Mid lane was Azir.
Azir. Oh, okay.
The Pigeon Man.
That was what it was. A space control composition. And what I mean by that is a very zoning potential right there. And obviously opening it up for Jinx, hyper carry allows her much more room to run around and be that massive damage threat.
Yeah, and we do have a pause leading into the game, ladies and gentlemen, so you are going to see our lovely faces for a little bit longer, but I do like the World Elite comp. I think that it's very dangerous, though, because, of course, when a team hasn't seen a whole lot of victories and then they pick one of these scaling comps that requires so much control in the early game, it does sort of tend to lead to these sort of situations where you just don't manage to get any of that control and you get rolled over because they just don't have the confidence moving on to the Rift. We haven't seen Team WE pick up anything thus far, so is it a risk?
One of the dangers is that, yes, it's a composition that, again, if you're creating space and zone control for Jinx to kind of run wild, then, yeah, you need to be cohesive as a unit and use teamwork. And that's kind of where WE have failed. But on the same side, they have damage threats pretty much in every single lane. You have an Aurelia top and a Luca. You have the Rek'Sai. Spirit has that carry potential as well as Jinx and Azir. All of those champions are going to be threats as far as damage is concerned. And so if it breaks down into a skirmish and just kind of that disorganized chaos, then they can do it on their own. They can go solo queue mentality because all of them have carry potential.
Well, we'll see whether that's how it's going to break down, but let's get on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. First game of our final match of the night as LGD take on World Elite. World Elite will be on our blue side this time around. It looks like the 5-point defense system has been activated and Aluka putting some hurt down onto Acorn in the top lane, who's just going to head back to base and nurture his wounds just a little bit.
Well, the question will be, again, is the lane swap going to happen? So EDG lines up in a 5-point both games in their last set. Yeah. And what they did is, again, they showed on a ward, they made sure that the enemy bot lane had vision of them, thought that they were going to the bot lane, then would just reverse it and run up to the top lane. Looks like that is also going to be the case. Now, interesting and fun statistics for LGD. The AD carry with the least amount of kill participation is actually Imp.
Wow.
Now, where it gets really interesting is that the support with the 3rd most kill participation out of all of the supports in the LPL, and I have to say it because Fan obviously was a big part of the first week for LGD, is PYL. Now, PYL is a big roaming support. He roams on his own. He doesn't need TBQ to kind of be his shadow and follow him. He will roam with him, but a lot of times this Alistar will just roll into the mid lane all by himself and make stuff happen. So this is definitely very indicative of LGD's style. They lane swap Imp, they leave him to his own devices, and PYL causes a menace, which he's doing to Spirit right now.
Yeah, a little bit of a ruckus potentially breaking out here as Spirit's trying to calmly take his blue buff,
He
and
wants that
PYL's
Sentinel.
being frustrating. Oh, he
got
gets
it.
with the Pulverize as well. Another knock up here from Spirit as PYL just continues to be annoying, but Spirit in the end is going to be able to lock down this blue buff, and Acorn not going to quite manage. Oh, actually, no, he's going to be able to take all of his wolves, and Conan just going to head back to the bottom lane. Actually, did he pick one up? He did.
So the question is, why do the supports go over there? Is it just to poke them down, to give them low health, to cause them a hard time? What they really want is they want the experience. So it doesn't seem like a big deal that PYL would get one of the blue sentinels. That's those little pebbles underneath the blue buff.
Yep.
But it messes with the leveling that Spirit's going to be doing in his jungle. So it's pretty obnoxious deal.
Yeah, most certainly is. And it looks frustrating as well because you've got this cow just watching you. And it's one of those situations where you just don't want to watch someone while you're jungling. Jungling is supposed to be one of these alone time moments. Just don't really like it as much. So Spirit, a bit frustrated, but is now going to find, of course, that alone time in the jungle himself. FLICKR actually hanging out with him there, so actually not. It's LGD. 4 men strong in the top side of the map, but it seems that Acorn and TBQ are heading back towards the mid lane. I wonder whether the Xie is going to be in their crosshairs, as it looks like the Scuttle Crab just going to fall down. What'll they take theirs as well?
A bit of a delayed back from PYL, so he decided to go back. He's going to walk down towards Acorn, but problem is that Acorn's going to be there by himself. Spirit's trying to get into the bush, doesn't quite get there in time.
Gets the ward, spots that Acorn is there. Conan and Mystic are just going to try and get some damage down on this turret. They've got a huge minion wave. Cannon Creep just falling down as Godby going to take some Sand Soldier poke, but not too worried about that one. Of course, this lane probably turning into a bit of a farm fest now as Wordley just going to zone away from this turret. Looks like there are a few members of LGD around, but Spirit with that Tremor Sense going to see. There's a 4-man knock-up from PYL though as Mystic. He's burning down Force. Use that flash to get out, but it's a really great use of those flame chompers, and TBQ might be in trouble. The last auto attack, not quite enough there to finish off the Fat Man as they're now desperately trying to clear out this turret. Oh, he's actually got a whole lot of his health back. There's another multi-man knock-up as the Cow's going to pick up a kill. LGD making plays underneath this turret. Spirit going to fall after grabbing... Oh, actually, not dead just yet. Godby, there's the QW combo, and he's going to be able to secure that one. Conan, the only member to survive in that bot lane skirmish. And LGD really making them pay for just an extended tower dive.
I have no idea what WE were thinking right there to walk back through the tower, and they effectively waited for the full rotation of the CC chain, the Pulverize into the belly bop to come back up because they got double CC'd back to back. Massive play from PYL, and this is what we're talking about. PYL is the shot caller. He's the captain of LGD. Every single member on LGD, the Koreans and the Chinese players, are on LGD because of PYL. They all said, I'm going to this team. I could have any other team, but I'm going to this one because I believe in him. I often call him the Chinese Mata. He's a very controlling shot caller, and we saw it in week 1. LGD looked completely lost without PYL guiding them. And when he roams around, when he gets involved with the team earlier on massive plays like that, that's when LGD start to snowball ahead and run away with games and become that monster that we saw in the semifinals of the LPL playoffs. And here's the replay.
Yeah, LGD is really doing some work. And it's all of the knockups from PYL, both rotations of the Pulverize.
I mean, effectively, they're like, okay, we'll just wait 5 seconds, wait for the Q Pulverize to come back up. Let's go walk back through the tower, guys. This will be awesome.
And as we can see,
Pop.
doesn't quite work.
Belly bop. Yep. I have no idea what they were thinking right there.
No, neither do I. Spirit does get a cute little flash over the wall, but Godby says, yet dead. Luca heading down towards the bottom side of the map now as everyone is deciding to back here from Team WE. Imp pushing continuously on the top side as Luca's going to teleport in. Of course, generally a little bit of a dangerous prospect teleporting to an outer turret when there's no one else on that side of the map, but they knew that, of course, LGD were elsewhere.
Yeah, they knew that they were all onto the bottom side, so he knows he's not going to be dove. He needed to get that big wave. And again, Imp, lowest kill participation of any of the 8 carries, but hold on.
Yep, there's the Black Shield. Conan, though, is going to mean that he is very much a dead Morgana, and Mystic wanders out safely, but it's an easy pick here for LGD.
And that's the threat of using the Black Shield early like that as opposed to waiting for the mid-animation headbutt and then making sure that you don't connect with your CC. Conan pulls the trigger early, and he pays for it with his life.
Yeah, and of course, he was the one that was extended a little bit further out, so LGD just easily get hold of that Morgana. The Flame Chompers were there to try and help out, but it's going to mean that LGD able to get towards this Dragon very early on, 7 minutes into the game. Haven't seen too many of the sort of 3-minute Dragons apart from IG, I guess, in the previous game, but before that hadn't been as many early moves towards this Dragon, so still relatively early considering the moment.
What's really interesting about LGD, they have quite a weak early game actually, but looking at this you wouldn't believe that because they're making so many plays. As far as taking first tower, taking first dragon, and taking first blood, they actually have the lowest percentage so far in the LPL season.
My goodness. Just for this season or for the whole
Just
year?
for this split.
Oh, okay, well.
Which, again, Fan played, their former support or their sub-support, played the first week, and without PYL's guidance, LGD fall apart.
I prefer to talk about it more as, you know, they played without PYL instead of talking about Fan, because I feel like it's mean. Oh, he had such big shoes to fill. And, of course, LGD definitely going to be very happy having PYL back on the squad. Mystic and Conan forced to farming underneath this turret now that Imp has moved down here. BF Sword in comparison to the Avarice Blade means that LGD definitely with the power play, power control on the bottom side.
It's the idea that Imp's not here to farm up and look for later power spikes or try to maximize his mid-game power spike, especially because the Dragon's down. He wants just the flat AD because it's about pushing the towers down and snowballing your gold lead by taking these early objectives.
Not to mention that he gets so much more wave shove as well with all that extra AD. The Boomerang's going to really start doing a whole bunch of damage to the minion waves, and of course the poke damage underneath the turret really helping out as far as destroying Mystic's health bar. GA, though, going to continue farming out this mid lane. Haven't spoken about that too much, but of course, this stage, Orianna Azir probably just going to be a bit of a farm fit.
I want to talk about play styles, though. I love what makes players unique for the champions. We talked at length about Godvy's Orianna, but hold on, Spirit going in for a gank.
Yeah, Spirit looking for something here. Black Shield's on him, but there's on the hunt. Zap not going to land. Neither is the Dark Binding. And Spirit just going to cop a Boomerang for him. Imp having a bit of a dance. That's cute.
Classic Imp.
Yep. Stay classy. Acorn though, just playing around. Some funny business there on the top side. And what does the Luca build? Does he go for the just general Trinity Force first? That type of option?
Yeah, so Aurelia is an item-based champion. What I mean when I say that is it doesn't matter if Aurelia's 0-4. At some point, it's just a certain amount of gold comes into her itemization, typically through the Trinity Force, and she's ready to go and to be that massive threat and monster, but we'll see if she's able to survive this.
Yeah, the fish comes down onto a Luca here in the top lane as Acorn trying to tank this turret for as long as possible. Wow! That was a big explosive cast, and TBQ just says, all right, I'll just take the kill. You've done your work there, Acorn, no problem. Oh, the tunnel in from Spirit, though, looking for the knock-up. Does find it, but it's still 2v1 here. Gonna have to be a little bit careful. LGD decide not to kill him, but not sure whether Spirit really wanted to go too aggressive.
And unfortunately, there's just too many fires across the map, bot and top lane, that Spirit is just getting run around and not able to rotate quickly enough to make an impact that we normally see from him. I mean, normally when Spirit gets his hands on Rek'Sai, that's absolutely devastating because he's just so good at controlling the game and taking it over, but falling behind to TB. I'm not even going to say it's TBQ, it's PYL, especially as we see him again in the mid lane. This guy has been everywhere, and he's out jungling, out rotating Spirit.
Yeah, he's most certainly out of the paddock this game on the Alistair as Conan going to continue prepping this wave for Mystic as they try and do their very best to catch back up. Of course, the farm absolutely fine here for Mystic. Actually has himself an assist in comparison to the 0-0-0 there of Imp, who was caught in the top lane instead of being able to capitalize on a whole lot of the action in the bottom side. LGD continue to push out.
So let's talk about Godvy. Godvy builds Sweeper on pretty much every single one of his champions, and again with like a mid laner, Orianna, Azir, although Xie also has Sweeper, so it does speak to both of these players' need to assassinate someone. Typically on a wave clear mid laner, you're going to take an upgraded Trinket and effectively have a cheap Sight Stone, place your 3 wards and help your team that way. Godvi is so creative about how he goes into team fights. He's always flanking, especially when he plays his Ahri, but even when he plays his Orianna. So by taking the sweeper, again, it's standing in the bush, having that more assassin kill-oriented mindset by making sure I'm going to sweep this out, I'm going to wait for someone to rotate into me, and then I'm going to murder them. Or, as Godvi typically likes to do, I'm going to stand on maybe the back of a Baron or the back of a Dragon Pit, make sure no one sees me, and then as the team collapses for a team fight, I'm going to flash over this wall and I'm going to 5-man shockwave you.
Yeah, his flashes over the wall are definitely one of my favorite parts about Godvi's.
It's a huge key part of their team fighting and their identity, and Godvi was a rookie last split, has made exponential growth, and now thinks that, I guess I shouldn't say thinks, he says that he is the best mid laner in China.
Well, Pawn said it. He said Pawn's the best Korean mid laner and Godvi's the best Chinese. Apparently. Look, I mean, there's a lot of things that have been said. As Playful Trickster is going to come through the fish, zoning Aluka out of the way. Actually takes the damage there as well. TBQ looks to try and escape now that a few more members of World Elite have headed up here, and their first kill actually going to go to PYL as TBQ tries to get out. Body slams back in just for some CC, and it is going to be Acorn picking up the kill. Imp, though, going super aggressive under GA. Oh my goodness, almost able to turn it around, but no, Imp flashes out of the way.
Super Mega Death Rocket.
Oh, is he going to get back into it? Oh, Mystic picking up the consolation kill as Godvi now trying to kill Conan. Oh, flashes a little bit late, but there's the Ignite. Of course Godvi took Ignite.
Okay, so here's the thing in China. They're so good at pulling the trigger. The reason why everything happened crazy at once is because both teams saw all of the resources that had been committed to the top lane. So Imp and Godvi then immediately start flash diving towers, knowing that there's going to be no sort of counter threat or counter engage there. I mean, obviously a nice super mega death rocket from Mystic trades 1-for-1, but you'll constantly see this in a lot of LPL games because, again, it's all about that aggression, that as soon as everyone shows up on the map, everything's going to explode all at once.
Well, that was most certainly demonstrated right there as GA now just going to clear out this mid wave. Just going to say, dang it, almost managed to take down Imp, but couldn't, of course. Down by about 20 CS, but Godvi 2-0-1 as well. Already has that Athenes and the double Doran's completed. Might be sitting on a fair bit of extra gold as well. Has 4,000 now in the lead is LGD. Decent Dark Binding there, but it's not going to stop that Pink Ward from falling down, and Conan understands that they have no control around this Dragon. LGD going to pick up an easy second, and Imp going to continue pushing on the bottom side. Zap optimistically flies through, but only going to hit the fat belly of TBQ. His top lane now taking a little bit of fire here from the Team WE members.
And Spirit playing to the top side of the Acorn.
Something.
He's just flirting with disaster. So Spirit playing the top side, understanding that there's no way that his team can contest for a Dragon because in a grouped 4v4, 5v5, they're just not strong enough. They've lost across the map. Playing to the objective that he thought that he could get, which would be applying pressure to that top lane tower. Decides against it, pulls back, probably because he didn't have enough vision of the enemy team, didn't know where anyone was going to rotate. I was looking for a cask.
Yep. Not going to happen. Can you actually cast them out of that? You can, but it moves pretty quick, does Azir, when he's flying through on his E.
Drift King Azir.
Yeah. I'm getting around the corners, man. I like Drift King Scion. Oh, Aluka, why didn't you pick it? The train driver himself. He had the opportunity. Why? Why this
40
Aurelia?
CS down, too.
I know. If he was a Scion, he wouldn't have been, though. This Scion is so impressive.
It's your favorite aspect, though. So let's talk about this Cinder Hulk.
Yeah, it's my favorite version.
He's got the Cinder Hulk complete. Now, obviously, Cinder Hulk is going to give you multiplicative tankiness.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful on Fizz because, again, we've talked about how the CDR in the build also adds pseudo-tankiness or supplements his tankiness because he's spending so much time in the air that he's just immune to damage that much longer. And then he doesn't necessarily need a ton of damage stats because he's still going to start shredding through this Aurelia just because he does percentile damage on his W.
Yeah, so able to at least navigate that lane, and already we've seen 2-0-5 now for this Fizz, really able to get things done across the map. Xie chilling out in this mid lane, just trying to defend, and haven't seen much from him so far. I mean, he's died once, he's picked up an assist, but that is about it from this Azir. And WE, I guess, to their credit, probably wanting just to try and weather the storm as best they can, but I don't know whether they're necessarily doing it well enough. Down 6,000 gold now. LGD having their way with the Dragons, picking up turrets across the map as well. 2 now to 1. WE need to find something, some way of damage controlling this so they can get to the point where Mystic can really carry this through. Or Xie as well. I mean, Aluka, he scales fantastically. This team gets like max items. It's going to be scary for LGD, but I just can't really see them finding that window, that avenue to get there.
Oh, well, right now they're doing exactly what they need to be doing, and it's just farming their lanes, sitting down. They do need to take a bit more control over the vision, which is why you see Conan moving in, placed down that pink ward, swept out a lot of the vision that LGD had placed down offensively into the bottom side red jungle. So it's about securing, making sure that they can get to their free farm lanes, continuing building up towards their item power spikes, and just waiting for late game. It's holding on now.
Holding on for as long as we possibly can.
But as opposed to that, so LGD understand that they're strong right now, so they're going to start making quick rotations. So what they do is they send Godby down into the bot lane to just apply continuous pressure. He's here just really to eat up farm. If he gets damage on the tower, if he kills someone, that's just an added bonus. But he's here just to get more items onto Orianna, whereas the bot lane, Alistar and Sivir, more importantly, the tower pushing device, Imp, has been moved into the mid lane because the next priority objective for LGD as far as their map control is that mid-tier tower.
And I love what Godby's done with his build here as well. Already picked up the Alacrity enchant on his Sorcerer's Shoes with, of course, that Aether Wisp. Of course, just hasn't really been an item that we've seen too much of until just recently. But a whole lot of extra movement speed. So it is good. Of course, when that Luden's Echo does come in, he's going to be able to move really quickly. But right now, of course, so positionally focused is Godby's playstyle, he can move even quicker.
It's the relationship between Orianna's positioning and her ball. The closer she is, the faster she can get it from point A to point B, the more rotation she can get through, the more damage she can do. So it makes sense, fits in with the playstyle. We'll see if PYL goes for this dive here.
Does get caught. Mystic doing a fair bit of damage there as PYL loses half of his health. His turret is getting relatively low, though. LGD able to poke that one out, and Acorn was trying to rotate around, going to beat a Luca to any team fight in the mid lane. WE understand that, and they're not going to go too aggressive. But Godby playing pretty far up in this lane. General Godby back.
Taking him off of bot lane. Looks like they're just going to try to force this one down, use Orianna as a zoning potential. That said, so hard to siege into his ear.
Yeah. And a Jinx as well. I mean, the Rocket's going to do some work on that front too. Oh, fish down onto a Luca though. If in doubt, head to the top lane and try and kill a Luca, but looks like they're not going to be able to here as he actually dives back in onto TBQ. Oh, super mega death rocket sails by, but Conan is able to lock down the kill. Spirit gets knocked up by that pulverize, but maybe a little optimistic there by LGD.
Frankly, a misplay from LGD. They're trying to force too many things across the map, and they're getting punished for it. Again, Ward Elite have done a fantastic job setting up their defensive vision, so they're just able to make these quick reactive rotations and punish LGD for their over-aggression on these towers. What they really need to be doing is playing split pressure across the map. There's no reason why this giant, massive wave of farm isn't being eaten up by LGD.
Yeah, and Imp, of course, forced to hang around in this mid lane as well. The blue buff is going to get taken down by WE, but are they going to sacrifice the mid turret for it? Of course, LGD going to have a few auto attacks worth onto this one, and they are going to be able to get it down. So outer turret in the mid lane does fall. Eventually, LGD do pick up what they were looking for, but it does mean that WE have actually managed to come back just a little bit in this game.
And it's because for the last kind of 2 to 3 minutes of that mid-siege that LGD were trying to set up, they sacrificed a lot of their pressure. And again, I was talking about kind of these big sideways that had built up. There's just free gold down here. And LGD weren't being as effective as possible in making sure that it gets on the right targets and kind of maximizing their efficiency as far as taking down towers. It should have just been Sivir and Alistar in that mid lane just continually pushing in, and Orianna really pushing down on the bot lane. By moving up all of their resources, they forced World Elite to group, and they made a mistake, got caught. Still in control, but World Elite kind of closed that gap.
Yeah, they have, and of course, we've mentioned the fact that this comp gets pretty scary. And Aluka now has the Trinity Force completed. Aurelia getting to a point where she's going to be scary as well, but Acorn, of course, with fairly gigantic lead, and when you talk about Aluka being scary, people generally laugh at you. That being said, I think he's a fantastic player.
All he needs is about 150 CS so he can afford his Trinity Force. And again, it doesn't matter if Aurelia is 0, 3, and 2. If she has her Trinity, she's still going to be that scary Aurelia.
Well, she's got it. So,
Bam, bada, bam.
Yeah, we'll see whether they are going to fight for this dragon, of course. Down to about 2,000 health now as Spirit looking for the steal. They don't get it. TBQ locks it down. Sand Soldiers are in there as TBQ almost gets taken down by the Super Mega almost dead Rocket. As LGD are going to back away from the dragon, and Acorn with the teleport available was trying to get in position to potentially teleport down, but doesn't have to. And Aluka, oh, he's going to get fished in the top lane. There's the Skirmisher's Saber as well, as Acorn actually going all in here. There's the Equilibrium Strike, but is Urchin Strike going to be back available as WE are going to just make sure that they protect their top lane?
This is an incredibly different style from LGD. Now, we know that they have Acorn and Flame on their roster, and very much like how Amazing Jay and Koro interact with the team, it would kind of be the same for Acorn and Flame. You have your carry top laner, you have your supportive top laner. We keep seeing Acorn on these Flame-esque champions. Not that Flame's known for his fizz, but just this carry style. It's not like Acorn, you know, was teleporting down to that last dragon fight and trying to make a sick flank or using an equalizer on his famous rumble. He's playing fizz top Cinderhulk, and he's just pushing a Lucas face in and competing with a 2v2 or a 1v1, which this is very much more Flame's style of game. So really interesting to see Acorn kind of filling this new niche and expanding her horizons as a stylistic top laner.
Well, I just find it so crazy. Of course, we've seen Acorn's cannon a whole lot. Flame, of course, known for his cannon back on CJ Blaze, but haven't seen it once, and we just see Flame play Rumble all the time, and so
The Roomba.
yeah, I mean, it's amusing.
I want a Rumble Roomba skin.
Rumble skin. My goodness.
He's just a vacuum cleaner with his little
Yeah.
flamethrower.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I should call it massive flamethrower.
that a
It's
lot.
not very little. Okay,
I'm just thinking of a Roomba, though. Those things are really small.
reset. Okay, Dragon's down. So like EDG, we learned this from the last set. Once Dragon's down, you can then pick up your vision. You can move it to the top side of the map because effectively you have a 6-minute window where the Dragon will respawn where you can make plays elsewhere. So it's now about where LGD going to move their resources. And again, can World Elite make sure that they clear out the offensive flanking vision that LGD set down, keep their laners safe, and continue to stall this game out or to at least stop the bleeding?
Well, they definitely need to try and stop LGD from taking this next dragon. That's the 4th.
Didn't stop him from taking his Raptors.
Oh, dear.
The
God
popcorn
be.
chicken.
The popcorn chickens.
Yeah, they're like little basketballs with feet.
I know, it's so cute.
Not the word I would have used, but
Oh, little basketballs with feet. How is that not cute? I think I've got that one right. I don't get much right, Frostgreen, but
But that
I
one's
think
right.
I've got that one right.
big item complete, though, is the Luden's Echo on Orianna. And we talk about how last game Luden's Echo should be kind of a late rotation for Cassiopeia because she needs to get her core itemization before she can really make use of that. Orianna can get it much earlier. It's a fantastic item on her because it's all about just quickly rotating through your spells. So there's 2 styles of mages. There's your sustain mage and there's your burst mage. Your burst mage is going to be someone like Annie who just runs in, drops all of her spells in a single rotation, and then probably either dies or backs out of the fight. Orianna is going to... Ooh, hold on.
Yep, looking for something here as POL, but
Orianna is going to continuously rotate through her spells. The more spell rotation she gets off, the more procs of Luden's Echo she gets off, which means that item is going to do so much more damage for her than it would someone on a burst mage.
Not to mention it also sort of building back up with movement as well, and he's got the Alacrity enchant. So many synergies here for
I
Godby.
whip my ball back and forth.
Whipping his ball back and forth. Most definitely. Thank you very much for that. Haven't really heard that reference so far on the LPL cast. I'm just so glad of what you've been bringing so far, Froster. And Imp actually going to have to use his ultimate here to try and escape. He's going to successfully do so, but that's a huge cooldown now that WE have eked out of LGD. Positional advantage potentially here for the LGD lineup, though, as WE turning it back around.
They realize they're on the wrong side, right?
Yeah. This siege is an interesting one, as the turret's actually been set up now. So,
The pincer.
yeah, LGD actually have no idea what's going
Oh,
on.
wow. They're just letting Xie rip through them with these sand soldiers. LGD complete. That was a... Ooh, hold on.
Yep, they're looking for something. Luca does get knocked up. There's the double knock-up as POL heads underneath the tower. He does pop the ultimate there, but there's the 3-man knock-up with the Shockwave and Spirit trying to get some work done. But man, look at these ultimates and spells going through from Godby. He's cleaning up the fight. Quadra kill already. Godby looking for the Penta. He doesn't get it. Oh my goodness, the Ludens, and delivered the Pentakill. Godby really making the moves happen for LGD.
Now, of course, it's Godby that comes up huge with the pentakill. We talked about his ability to pace really close to his ball and to continually whip it. We saw him flash forward, immediately set the Q back down, tried to even get the pentakill with a Luden's proc on the Wolves
Yeah,
right there.
that was very cute.
But this was on the back of PYL. Again, the shot caller, the captain of the team, flashes into the tower.
Yeah, he looked like an angry father that was just like, guys, come on, we've got to go now. So he heads under the turret and sacrifices most of his health bar.
A beautiful 3-man shockwave from Godby transitions into a tower, a pentakill, and now the Baron.
Well, it's exactly what you said as well. I love that you mentioned the fact that these spells are what really works in Godby's kit, because I got completely brain melted by the fact that his Dissonance did almost more damage than his Shockwave did in that team fight.
Again, it's not that he can't land these impressive shockwaves because he got one last time. It's just his style. He runs forward with Orianna. He's not going to use the ball to zone you out and stand at max distance and keep safety and do a zone control Orianna. It's, I'm going to beat you with this blunt object Orianna.
And it is a relatively blunt object. It does make sense.
Very fast, too. Alacrity, Luden's Echo. He's going.
Yep.
Dissonance.
So many synergies. So much synergy. My goodness. Multiplicative could almost be used here. I just love that word.
We're only allowed to use that word for Cinderhulk. That's like the...
No, you can use it for other things.
You pull out your caster little booklet and you're like, I can only say multiplicative when talking about Cinderhulk kick stats.
You can talk about Cinderhulk, and it's multiplicative also with Infinity Edge crit stats.
More importantly, though, they got the 4th dragon. Now, obviously, the 4th dragon is incredibly important in helping you take Baron, but unfortunately for LGD, they didn't get the memo because they took Baron and then 4th dragon. But this does open the 5th dragon window.
Yeah, it just means that they have an entire bevy of options on this Rift. I mean, it's not even necessarily about having all this dragon control, because if World Elite or WE get anywhere near them, LGD probably will just murder them.
They need to hang on to this tower. The thing is that there's a big wave coming in behind them, so it would be unwise for World Elite to get a bad fight. If they die here, the wave behind them would be big enough that LGD could end the game. I suspect that if Xie, although you got his Sand Shoulders out relatively early.
Yeah, LGD may have just realized the fact that their waves are pushing actually towards the mid and the top side of the map, so understanding that they can't really extended siege towards the bottom side, just going to clear these ones out as quickly as they can. Imp with his trinity of items there with the Static Shiv, the Last Whisper, and of course the Infinity Edge, doing a whole lot of damage, especially to these structures. As Shockwave gonna hula hoop a little bit as the fish comes through as well, but still so much damage. It's a decent Emperor's Divide, but I'm not sure whether it's enough, as now it's the Imp Show getting so much work done. Still a double kill coming down for Godby, but man, another ace, and that happened in a matter of seconds after a missed Shockwave. And yeah, that's enough to get a surrender out of WE. But man, LGD, the last couple of team fights look super scary.
Again, on the back of PYL. Yes, Imp did a fantastic aggressive flash through the Emperor's Divide, the go button, the cohesive team fighting of them. But again, PYL comes from behind, sets up the big play. He may not be the guy getting the pentakill, but he is the guy leading them to victory. Yeah,
and he was the one that started the pentakill fight as well. You have to remember that that ball was on the back of the cow. The back, everyone's on the back, carrying them through this game. And of course, that Alistair performance was fantastic. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more game this evening. World Elite going to try and fight back against an LGD looking reinvigorated with their captain support. We are going to have a short break, but we'll be back with that right afterwards. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas. This is FLICKR, and that was GodV getting a pentakill on his famous Orianna, and man, that guy was ridiculous that game. I'm not sure what his score was at the end, but I know he didn't die.
The thing that I wanted to point out as we just saw that replay, just look at his positioning. He stood right up on the side of the Emperor's Divide, exactly what we were talking about. He plays so far forward, so aggressive. It's all about the dissonance and the poke that the Q lays down and not the massive shockwave, and a well-deserved pentakill. But again, on the back of PYL, came up huge that game. LGD is a completely different animal with and without him.
And I like that you mentioned animals, considering the fact that he was playing Alistair. That does seem to be the theme of the evening. But we'll see whether Team WE can make their way back into this game, because what I want to talk about is the fact that Spirit really unable to get anything done in the early stage of that game. Of course, was on the Rek'Sai, a very feared champion of his, but sort of with all of this late scaling on the lineup, that you just couldn't get anything done.
Well, you have to think about the normal dynamic that Team WE pull out. They usually put a Luca on a very tank sort of role, either Maokai or his very famous Scion. So by putting him on Aurelia, making him look for that 1v1, there was just too many fires for Spirit to put out. Normally, a Lucan can be fine. You can just kind of ignore that lane. It's just about making plays happen elsewhere, typically in the enemy opponent's jungler. But with everything burning down at once, Spirit just couldn't get in control.
Yeah, he couldn't really make anything work. And Team WE, a lot of respect over to GodV here, are going to ban away the Orianna. The Varus is going to hit the bench at the same time, and Imp not going to see Kalista. But in the end, it is going to be LGD following up with, yet again, more Spirit bans. They are going to ban away the Gragas here as well, and Cassiopeia are going to hit the bench, and that's going to mean TBQ gets his hands on the Rek'Sai, and Spirit has to search a little bit further down the priority list.
Yeah, be curious what he's going to go to as far as his pick. For TBQ, not the greatest performance from him last game, is serviceable. And we talked about this before the start of the first game. It's effectively the strongest jungler in LPL in the form of Spirit versus, frankly, one of the weakest. TBQ is easily the weakest link for LGD.
He was sort of stepping up a little bit come finals towards the end of the split in the last split of the LPL, but you're exactly right. TBQ hasn't necessarily shown himself as a power player, but Aluka, he's picked up the Fizz here. Could be going over to GA there in the mid lane, but I have a feeling it might actually be a Fizz top. Of course, Aluka seeing Acorn do it says, okay, we can do it. And one thing to note, actually, is the fact that Acorn playing 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and we can tell that LGD set up initially to do this as opposed to subbing and Flame in. So you can always tell when a last-minute substitution comes through because you'll see bans taken away or penalized against either team. So the fact that LGD got 3 bans meant that they came in, submitted their roster ahead of time, and said, we have Acorn playing back-to-back.
Well, they are going to have him playing the horse this time around. So Hecarim being locked in for Acorn. I believe it was banned away in the first game. Yes, it actually was.
Because his horse is amazing.
His horse is most definitely amazing.
Look at it. Thing I wanted to talk about as far as Aluka.
Just let that one go.
We'll let it go. Just let it drop. Walk away. We were just talking about how Aluka, he normally plays tank champions. Again, Spirit just had to spend so much time. You know, the bottom map's going terribly wrong. The top side, Aluka's trying to 1v1 this time around on the Fizz. Fizz has been very potent, very powerful in the LPL, very big priority pick. But again, if things start to go sideways, it's not a normal lane that Aluka or that Spirit is used to spending his time up there, you know, babysitting Aluka. You usually kind of leave him to his own devices.
Yeah, that's true. And one thing I want to mention, GA, he's got LeBlanc, which was banned away in the last game, I believe. Definitely a power pick for him, but Acorn, he's picked the Hecarim, which is often a losing matchup into the Fizz. And does that show that Acorn's just very confident against Aluka, or is that meaning that LGD have a different plan for how this game is going to go? As Imp's actually locked in Vayne, so I think LGD probably just don't really mind and are just picking whatever they want. Prioritizing the composition versus the lane matchup. That said, a lane swap can go through, especially against Fizz, who has a very powerful 1v1. Wouldn't be surprised, but likewise, Cassidy also on the board for GodV this time. Yeah, so that's
and
LGD
Pantheon.
with... Yep, Pantheon being locked in for Spirit. So we're going on a wild ride, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, not the first time we've seen Pantheon this split. Clear Love picked that one up. Didn't necessarily see the Pantheon do that many fantastic things, but they did manage to win the game in the end. So both sides decided to go with some odd picks this game. But I want to talk about LGD's Wave Clear or lack thereof entirely.
So this is the big argument against Vayne, is that she effectively doesn't offer anything outside 1v1 duel potential, and the fact that she can shred through Cinderhulk. People were constantly asking, well, why isn't Vayne becoming popular in the Cinderhulk meta? Because she does true damage. It seems like it would be the perfect response. And wave clear rotations and early towers are just so important in the meta right now, which makes Sivir kind of the queen of the AD carry pickups. That said, we have seen a lot of Callista bans. So, yeah, it's fantastic if Vayne gets into a side lane, can do that duel. She's not very good at sieging. It takes her a long time to push down a tower. But you have to think about what she's also facing across from. If this Fizz gets going, that's a very easy answer that if Vayne ever finds herself alone in a lane, Aluka can quickly and easily clean that one up.
Find that sentence actually hilarious. Of course, Aluka generally known for being that damage soak, not necessarily the 1v1 specialist, but now on the Fizz is able to do that if given the opportunity, and we'll see how he does go on this Fizz. But with a lack of wave clear against the likes of a Sivir, the fact that, you can mimic distortion, clear out a wave very quickly, it might be very, very hard for them to get through. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's waste no more time. Let's hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, LGD versus WE here for our final game of the night. WE looking to try and get a victory somewhere, and Spirits decided he's going to do it with the Spartan Wrath of a Pantheon, dancing around quite adorably there, as well as TBQ is just hiding in the brush but saying, I can dance as well, guys.
I'm not a big fan of that Pantheon skin.
Why not?
It's really beautiful. Just, I get jealous.
Ah, right. Glorious pectoral muscles, etc.
The thing that I want to talk about, although we've seen Sivir into a lane swap pretty much the entire night, and that looks to be the case this time around, as Mystic and Conan are playing to the top side of the map, was actually the 2v2 where there's synergy between Janna, I want to say Jaina, Janna and Vayne. So I actually really like Vayne with Janna. Primarily for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, Janna's Tailwind passive works fabulously with Vayne's passive, just because you're running that much faster at the enemy team. Likewise, Janna's E. So Janna's E is going to scale exponentially well with any AD carry, because effectively at level 9, when she has all 5 points in her E, Eye of the Storm shield, is that what it's called?
Correct.
It's going to give you a free BF sword worth of damage on top of it. And the thing that excels perfectly well with Vayne in this case is the fact that she's going to itemize attack speed, usually with a Blade of the Rune King rush into a Zeal item, whether that be a Shiv or a Phantom Dancer. So by having that shield, it supplements the fact that she doesn't get a BF item. So it's almost like you get the best of both worlds when you have Janna, and then likewise when she goes into her final hour, she gets bonus AD in the form of a BF sword on top of a Janna shield. So it's, I itemize attack speed, but I get 2 free BF swords for the next 8 seconds.
Yep, so running around for 8 seconds with 2 gigantic swords.
And then I run really fast, so I really like that. That said, it is going to be a lane swap. We see Sivir again into the top side.
Yeah, and POL on the Janna as well. I mean, you mentioned the fact that POL definitely the playmaker for his team. He's not going to be headbutt pulverizing his way into the middle of team fights this game.
Yeah, much more of a controlled peel support. That said, PYL's favorite champion and his signature champion is actually Sona. So Sona does have the ability to have the big crescendo, we fight now, but still more of a defensive style support.
Yeah, and we've also likened POL in the past to the likes of Mata, of course, coming through looking fantastic as, yeah, going to go a bit aggressive there under Godby. Of course, this is a matchup that generally gets touted as a fairly decent one for Kassadin. Of course, able to use that shield very, very well, but is going to also suffer in the early game, just being that ranged into melee matchup.
And the issue is that LeBlanc has a hard time really harassing Kassadin out of lane because of the shield, trying to break it in these early levels. Does have the flask to supplement the fact that he will take repeated poke damage just to deal with LeBlanc's low cooldowns.
Well, Acorn and TBQ looking to try and take down yet another very early dragon this game. LGD focusing on that one quite effectively. WE deciding instead that they want to take down the top lane outer turret. Vayne with a pretty deep freeze on the bottom side of the map. He's going to be able to give up PYL just to help out there, and Godby continues to farm underneath his turret. WE, can they get anything done to make up for the fact that they are going to lose out on this dragon just based on the fact that they don't have members in the lanes?
This is actually really reactionary from Mortal Elite. They weren't in position to trade, so it's not like they had the idea that, oh, they're going to take the early dragon, so we're going to take the early tower. They saw, okay, they're probably doing dragon, so we need to get up into position to trade this tower to get significant damage and kill a creep wave onto it. We'll see if they actually commit to pushing it all the way down.
Yeah, they do have an extra creep wave that turns up in the nick of time, so they're going to get a little bit more time with this turret, down to a half health already, burning through all of those extra statistics that the turret gets for the first few minutes of a game, and are going to be able to do so. So, of course, the AD carry is still very, very even as far as that farm is concerned. Imp with the freeze on the bottom side. POL still soaking up some experience there as FLICKR and Spirit just hanging out, stealing away some wolves with the man advantage that they have on the top side of the map. And Conan hanging around there as well.
Big difference, actually, as far as CS discrepancies are concerned, although Spirit's actually setting up a bit of a trap for TBQ. They are very deep in LGD's jungle, waiting for someone to walk into them. Is the discrepancy between the junglers, 16 CS to 10, and that doesn't seem like a big difference, but those are in jungle creeps, which is a significant more gold than lane creeps.
And it seems that Spirit's sort of making sure that he's around the map, trying to position himself to try and get sort of a stun so that they can grab themselves an easy first blood, but instead it's been LGD dodging out of the way, TBQ farming up very, very quickly. Of course, we did see Spirit do relatively similar things in the last game.
A good proactive play from Lord Elite here, trying to see if they could catch Acorn alone for a 4v1 dive onto the tower, but LGD respond appropriately. They make sure that TBQ is there for Acorn when he decides to attempt to approach the top lane. Everyone gets canceled out. Lord Elite will finally trade the tower for the dragon objective, and they actually set up so many mind games going on. It's like a counter trap. It's a trap.
Yeah, well, LGD looking to find something. There's the Howling Gale, only lands onto Spirit though as World Elite. Going to head through. Nice dark binding on a POL, who I thought was going to be able to dodge out of the way of that one, but in the brush, no vision available for WE, and they have to get out of there.
Everyone just trying to be so sneaky, maneuvering around each other, kind of having a similar idea of, I think they're in this area, they're going to walk by this bush, but unfortunately, nothing happening so far. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, Vayne completely free-farmed.
Yeah, Imp doing his no kill participation thing, freezing out this wave forever, doing the best that he can.
When the biggest thing is you're not going to see a discrepancy between the CS, because obviously it's 52 to 41. That said, Sivir's going to catch a big wave sitting on the tower. It's the experienced. Imp is ahead in experience so far. And again, that level 6 on Vayne, especially with the Janna shield, should PYL be standing next to him. That said, roam support, look where he is. He's in the mid lane.
Yep.
Is very, very scary and very devastating for Mystic, should he not be paying attention.
Yeah, but once this hits the mid game, of course, Vayne probably wants to be split pushing, probably wants to be getting himself into those 1v1 situations. And Mystic, being the Sivir Vayne matchup, this is something that we've spoken about is, why isn't more Vayne being played? Because Sivir is so popular. Of course, Sivir struggles a little bit as far as a 1v1 in comparison to Vayne.
But I don't even like that as an excuse. Anyone is going to struggle 1v1 against Vayne as far as AD carries are concerned. She'll pretty much win every single duel. So it's just like, so, Vayne's a good matchup against Sivir. Well, obviously.
Well, look, I never said that I was one of those people. Okay, Prosper, and you're trying to pigeonhole
I
me
maybe
right
came
now.
on a little too hard right there. But Sivir just offers so much more versatility to her team. And then the fact if Imp ever wanted to split push, if he gets ahead, yes, it is very possible for him. But a LeBlanc, a Pantheon, a Fizz, those are all champions that make it utterly terrifying for a Vayne to be alone by herself. Like, she wants the 1v1, but the 2v1, the 3v1, that is not happy fun times. Likewise, even a 1v1 with Fizz and a LeBlanc, if they're even in gold, is very scary.
Yeah, and having a point-and-click stun available as well, where Imp's going to try and tumble around, dodge skill shots and stuff like that, Pantheon just walks up to you and says, no, stop, please.
It makes it that much more important to make sure that LGD, if they open up this type of option, like playing with their split push pressure with Kassadin and Vayne, the dual potential as well as the mobility,
Yeah, final hour's been popped here as Mystic trying to run away. Silver Bolt's doing a lot of work. The last proc probably going to almost be enough, but the heal. Imp able to secure the kill. Flashes out of the way of the Dark Binding and gets a wonderful condemn. There's the Black Shield. Not entirely sure. A bit of a panic button move, but the flash is going to get Conan to safety. It's the power of a Vayne level 6, and the Eye of the Storm was there as well, like you mentioned.
Can we talk about the miscommunication there? Because actually PYL didn't get an assist. It was just Imp going hard. He's like, I'm deciding I'm going to kill this guy right now. Gets a fantastic mechanical outplay. He flashes the boomerang. He stuns Conan into the tower by positioning his condemn well enough that forces the flash on Morgana. But it was hilarious because Imp pushes forward and PYL is like, oh, a bush. Walks to the side.
I need to get some vision down here.
I'm pretty sure I need to ward because this guy's about to go ham.
Yep, well, he definitely did get some vision down. They lose an entire creep wave on the turret as well to WE. And 76 to 58 now the farm advantage for Imp, who's picked himself up a BF sword. Maybe a little bit of like shades of double lift here, of course. Did like to go for the blood.
No, this makes sense. This makes sense. Okay, so we were just talking about, I love this actually. We were just talking about the attack speed and how Janna, you know, can compensate for the fact that she's going to rush a Bork. Well, she doesn't necessarily need a Bork because she doesn't need to cut through all of that massive health that they don't have. They're relatively squishy across the board on the side of WE. But the thing about Bloodthirster is it's often picked up as a defensive option because the shield is going to grant you a little bit more supplement tanking or pseudo tankiness to deal with the fact that you're facing across against the LeBlanc, who's going to have that massive burst damage. So it makes sense what he's doing.
I like it. I also like the proud look on your face you have after that point comes through as well.
It's like a eureka moment.
It's like,
da,
yes,
da, da, da.
nailed it. Okay. But, of course, Imp actually moving out of the way of that Dark Binding as well, looking to try and pick up some extra damage now as the Boomerang only going to hit once now. Mystic down at half health and understands that he's probably not going to be able to get too much done here against this Vayne Janna combo.
Level 8 to level 6. That's pretty much all you need to say.
Yep, and no summoner spells for either of these AD carries, but that's going to bode probably worse here for Mystic, whose only choice of maneuverability is that flash, and now has nothing of the sort. TBQ just going to clear out some vision here for WE as there's the flash. Nice spell shield from Mystic as Conan, he's going to get condemned. Easy kill picked up. Teleport coming through from Aluka, but that's 2 dead already. The fish down onto Imp doesn't have the heal, so Godby coming over the edge is able to answer the kill, but it does go to Spirit. But the rest of WE getting decimated. Flash out from Spirit, but it's not enough. He does end up getting a double kill as PWL falls down, but that's an ace in the end. Conan, of course, respawning in time, but does happen eventually in LGD. 5 kills for 2.
Imp finally goes down. The thing that I really want to point out, because obviously it was a wonderful collapse from LGD to make that happen, is where Godby was standing the entire time of that team fight. Again, going back to LGD's playstyle and what makes them unique and all the individual pieces. Godby was sitting in a bush just to the side, has his sweeper available to him, and he's waiting for someone to walk into him to assassinate or to get involved on the backside of the fight. And this is very classic LGD. He smited that very early. Okay, there it goes.
Yep. That was a couple of smites. There were a couple of smites there. I think Acorn just did a I'm leaving. Better smite it on my way out just for courtesy.
And likewise, can we talk about how PYL flashes forward? He's not a cow this time. He flashes forward with the tornado to make the fight work. And the Morgana Sivir, the spell shield and the Dark Binding, one of them still manages to get knocked up.
Yeah.
You have so many options, boys.
I feel like Conan probably could have black shielded himself. Just, but
it's fine.
It's very hard in that moment to
They
know
don't
exactly
speak the same
what to
language.
do.
It's.
Hey, look, neither do PYL and him. Okay.
Well, that makes sense. We already saw that
Yeah,
because
we already
Imp went
saw that.
forward and PYL was.
Yeah, good point. Okay, so bit of miscommunication on both sides of the Rift this game. But definitely working out okay here for LGD. Just meant that POL wasn't able to pick up an assist, whereas Conan died immediately. And that was what happened to him. So Imp now with another freeze now on the top side of the map. Mystic going to take down another outer turret here on the bottom side as Conan going to get rampaged on as a Boomerang just going to lazily head over the top of TBQ, but doesn't take too much damage now with this Cinderhulk and Sightstone completed. Spirit on half health takes a Prey Seeker, but just trying to get himself into the right position to make something happen.
Sending all of their resources bottom, applying pressure. There's not a ton of wave clear available here. That said, very dangerous to approach this tower.
Yeah, and WE now able to clear out some vision. Godby gets a cheeky one, and then Rift walks out of the way. Red buff getting attacked now. Crimson Brambleback is what I wanted to say now. Is a nice triple knock-up from that Howling Gale, but TBQ tunnels away, but he's going to die as Aluka picks that one up. His first kill of the game. Cinderhulk completed now as well, but it was a nice fish to land, and Spirit, he's taken away a red buff at the same time. They need you, Imp. Your team needs you, Jie, though. Lands some chains, but still gets stunned up there as Godby trying to get aggressive, but Jie just ignores him.
Blame Imp for that. I mean, effectively, hold on, though, Mystic.
Yeah, Mystic in a lot of trouble here on the bottom side. Acorn looking to try and get amongst it, but there's the onslaught of shadows. Mystic flashes out of the way, but Spirit comes through. There's the stun, another one. The heal was held onto for so long. Beautiful play by Mystic, and Aluka makes his way down, gets knocked up a little bit. Does he have the Urchin Strike in time, though? No, he doesn't. No cooldown reduction as of yet. Not going to have it up for quite some time, so continuing on their merry, and WE trying to pick up some exit kills, and they're doing well.
It was a great CC lock from Conan as well to make sure that they could pick up Acorn. So Acorn led into the fight with his Onslaught of Shadows, like naturally a power-hungry Hecarim would do. And as soon as the Devastating Charge and the Onslaught of Shadows were used, Conan's like, huh, he's got no escape or ability to reposition himself. Better press R and use that Soul Shackles, because you're eating that stun either way.
Yeah, and of course, Spirit there as well. More stuns to come down. The horse looked like he was just standing around getting killed as opposed to trying to destroy the Sivir.
And this is the thing that I wanted to talk about, though. So for the last 2 to 3 minutes, World Elite again have been shoring up their gold lead because LGD in the kind of these mid-game, or I guess early mid-game rotations, dropped the ball as far as the pressure is concerned. They transitioned Imp into a top lane, a side lane, after he took the bottom tier tower just to pick up some free farm. And so it's fine. World Elite invade the jungle, but you understand that your big power point, your Vayne, is off farming. So press a pause, let him have the red buff, and just sacrifice your red buff for free farm and free experience to continue to build up your power points in Kassadin and Vayne. Instead, they try to stretch themselves too thin. They tackle and attempt to steal away the red buff and give away 2 free kills back-to-back when they just needed to back off.
Yeah, and WE now going to try and get something done here in the mid lane. Riftwalk going to get Govi out of trouble there, but this tower still under fire. WE with 4 members now. That force pulse across most of them, though, getting a lot of work done and clearing out the minion wave. As, of course, the Rod of Ages has been completed by Godby as well, so he's really starting to stack up. Now sitting in a little bit of a trough, but that is going to be over and done with very, very soon. And he's ahead by almost 30 CS here in the mid lane against a LeBlanc.
That's typically not what you see on Kassadin. Yeah, the lane phase against LeBlanc is decent just because his shield really helps against her burst.
Yep.
But LeBlanc is so good at farming with her W that typically you're still, I mean, you want to come out even a little bit behind on Kassadin, but to come out that far ahead, again, LGD, they prioritize sending Vayne and Kassadin back into the lanes as opposed to collapsing into that red jungle. And the problem was it was a miscommunication. LGD's 3 members still tried to make something happen, got punished for it, when they just needed to allow Godv and Imp to continue to build up these CS leads.
Yeah, well, look, it's worked out fine here for LGD so far. Of course, a few kills have been got back for WE, but not necessarily enough to account for the fact that they are behind a couple of dragons and a couple of 1,000 gold as well. LGD also with a bit of standing gold left on the map. There are a couple of outer turrets they still haven't taken, but I'm not sure whether that is necessarily standing gold that they can get, because LGD, they are lacking a lot of the wave clear, and we'll see whether they can account for that with something in the later stages. Xie just going to head back to a distortion and not worry too much about Godby.
It's not the structures that LGD care about, it's just the farm and the lanes. Yes, obviously you want to siege, you want to push down towers because you need to defeat the Nexus, but the longer these lane phase draw out and the more free gold we see that Godby move down into the bottom to catch that free wave onto their hyper carries, the better a position LGD are in. Likewise, there is a very small window of opportunity for Spirit's Pantheon to really be a consistent threat in this game, especially because he didn't get snowballed.
Yeah, he hasn't really managed to get too much done. And as we have a look at the gold here, you can see the fact that Imp ahead by about 1,000. Similar here for the mid lane as well, as it's almost 1,200 gold the advantage for Godby, who's able to pick up so much more farm and a couple of kills.
What's really important to look at, again, we talk about Snowball. Yeah, Pantheon Spirit there is sitting 3-1-1, but he's actually behind in gold to TBQ, and a big part of that is because he hasn't been farming effectively. Again, 73 to 45, a majority of those are actually going to be in camps, and that's a huge difference from lane creeps.
Yeah, and of course, Spirit as well. I mean, he's the jungler. You don't necessarily want a lot of your gold there, but the fact that TBQ is able to farm this one out, get to a similar point regardless, means that WE unable to really transition what would have been sort of effective money onto, you know, the lanes that really need it. So it's going to be on a Pantheon.
He's sitting and he's trying to catch Xie rotating back into the mid lane. He constantly does this. He'll just stand to the side as kind of a human ward and assassin, no matter if he's playing a controlled mage or an assassin this time like Kassadin.
Does have that sweeper as well. Still, one more time. I like that style of play, of course, as well. Just allows more flashiness around the Rift. LGD now going to start off their 3rd dragon of the game. Extra movement speed, probably going to feel very, very good for the likes of Imp on this Vayne, able to run around this team fight very, very quickly. And now you can see, actually, with the final hour, he moves pretty quick.
The respect that WE just gave LGD. So LGD's mid-tier tower is very low. There's not a ton of wave clear. You said it before. Vayne does not bring wave clear to her team.
Oh, no.
They could have easily walked up to it, tapped it, and walked to the side. Especially because they had the on the hunt available to them. I have no idea why they decide, like, just so respectful. Oh, LGD might flank us when we have on the hunt and could just walk away from them. So they just don't take a free objective and lose the dragon. Very scared.
Yeah, and that's the third dragon as well. As the Condemn against the wall, Xie is going to die as Imp not going to get distorted away from this time as the bolt was already in the air. And LGD get a pick. Are they going to be able to transition this into any objectives? We're not entirely sure. The wave's not in the right positions exactly as Luca going to take a bit of harass, but he's fairly tanky now with the Cinderhulk, the Glacial Shroud, and of course that Ruby Crystal chilling out there as well.
See if Imp and PYL can actually siege onto this tower. Here comes the Grand Skyfall.
Yeah, man drop here in the mid lane is PYL. He's going to be the target. Very, very low. The heal there, though, and Imp trying to get some damage back.
Wow.
Acorn and TBQ right in the middle of the fight. Godby rift walking amongst it as well, and the WE members fall so quickly. Godby's 2 towers deep. Picks up the triple kill and lives to tell the tale.
That was beautiful, CC. So a fantastic reset on Monsoon pushes all of World Elite's members together, and then beautifully the knock up from TBQ into an onslaught of shadows on 4 members from Acorn.
Imp going for the outplay as he is able to kill the turret before the last turret shot would have potentially killed him there, and GA not able to get anything more done. And man, this Vayne's super aggressive.
But that's what WE needed to do. They didn't have a ton of options because, yeah, they don't have, or LGD don't have the best wave clear, but on the other side, unless Mystic is standing there, neither do...
Yeah, true.
I mean, you're effectively the distortion. LeBlanc has to come forward onto the wave, so it's not the safest form of wave clear. You're waiting for Sivir to step back. So they looked to pull the trigger, thought they got a good engagement, but again, fantastic reset from PYL. And that wombo combo from TBQ and Acorn was beautiful to watch.
It was ridiculous. Everyone knocked up, then everyone feared. Man.
But this is how this is going to be expected. So LGD shouldn't be able to just walk up and to take towers for free. They need to make action happen. It needs to either be an ace or they need to get primary targets down. So big one is going to be Mystic because he's holding most of the wave clear. Likewise, Xie on that distortion. Those are the 2 targets that need to go down for LGD to continue to siege these towers.
Yeah, TBQ was able to steal away that red buff as GA. Oh, going to get condemned to relative safety now as well, as Imp's actually going to pop final hour. Whoa, Mystic, 3 auto attacks, and he's down super low. But there's the stun onto Imp. The Grand Skyfall as well, obliterated from the map. Now TBQ going to get chilling smited as well. Acorn wants to find his way in. Everyone very, very low. Look at the health bars melt now as Godby comes through as well. Acorn with the rampage. There's the ult finally. And LGD spending some time underneath the turret now as the double kill with that final Force Pulse comes in. And LGD, they pick up 3 kills. They might even be able to break the base.
Imp goes crazy, tries to go for the outplay, gets caught up, chain CC between the Fizz Ultimate and the Pantheon, but it doesn't matter because there are so many damage threats still on this team. Godby is huge, Acorn is massive. Even if Imp goes down in a chain CC like that, it doesn't stop the power or the train of LGD.
Yeah, and they're now 10,000 gold in the lead. Well, very, very close anyway, as Imp has picked up the Phantom Dancer and, of course, the Alacrity enchant on those Berserker's Greaves as well. I mean, it's a bit of a mouthful to say it. It's 703 for Godby on the other side. This guy's got his Zonya's Hourglass. Newly acquired. A lot of sand in the top of that one at the moment. And, look, that's a 2-item Kassadin now with that Rod of Ages almost completely stacked. It is, in fact, fully stacked up. And yeah, Godby is most definitely one of the most terrifying Kassadins that we've seen at 22 minutes in a game.
Pretty much across the board, 1, 1, and 9. Look at those kill scores for all of LGD. And again, what I was saying is there's just so many threats. Even if you do kill Imp, even if you do track down Godby and kill him, you're still dealing with Janna, Hecarim, Rek'Sai. There's not enough that World Elite can do right now.
Yeah, and it's going to take a whole lot to try and take down any of these high-priority team members as well, because
frankly, they missed their window of opportunity. I mean, Sivir's not going to be a hyper carry. Pantheon either needs to get going, he's going to have a major drop-off in damage. I mean, we've seen that Spirit's tried to pull the trigger on 2 Grand Skyfalls, but it hasn't led to anything just because he doesn't have the damage, he doesn't have the resources to really compensate for the tankiness or the burst damage that the other team's doing. LeBlanc will be fine late game, but I frankly feel like World Elite, they just don't have any options on their composition, especially as this game goes later and later.
And now that they've lost the middle inhibitor as well, I mean, that's really opened up the game for LGD, whose only real failing was picking any form of wave clear, but that's been dealt with. Super Creep's now heading down the mid lane, and they can dive repeatedly. They've got to the point where they have all of the items. This Hecarim is an absolute beast. Has picked up the Phage, now going for a Trinity Force, saying, okay, I don't really care about picking up a Frozen Heart. I don't mind, I want damage now. And Acorn's definitely making that into something that's working for the team.
It's very easy to siege towers when the enemy team is always dead. And unfortunately, instead of playing a wave clear game, Word Elite just continually, again, are trying to pull the trigger using the Grand Skyfall and fighting them 3 feet off of their own tower, as opposed to just kind of sitting back. But that said, they don't have any reason to really sit back. It's not like they're waiting for a Jinx or something to hyper scale. They have to act now, and they need to get these engagements or these picks.
Yep, and it's not really a time to be talking about the multiplicative scaling of Aluka's Fizz either.
Multiplicative.
That's fun to say. Not necessarily relevant at this point. And it is over 10,000 gold now, the lead for LGD. They could potentially head over to a Baron if they want to. They've got a plethora of pink wards on the map. In fact, oh my goodness, Imp actually pops Final Hour, but before doing so, almost kills GA, flashes over the wall. Conan almost taken down as Spirit. Look at the damage from this Vayne. Now with, of course, the QSS there just to make sure not going to be carrying any fish around for too long. And it seems like LGD, they don't really mind about taking down some extra turrets. It looks like the base might be what's on their mind at this stage. And with Super Creeps there, they might be able to do so. Spirit down for another 17 seconds. It's a 4v5. Godby gets caught by the Dark Binding, but this Nexus turret, the first one's falling down. Mystic has to deal with some Silver Bolts. Conan takes a whole bunch of damage. The Monsoon, they're actually probably upsetting Imp just a little bit, but Godby picks up the second kill of this extended team fight, and WE, they're going to spend the rest of the time on the fountain. LGD with a dominating performance in Game 2. Imp actually decides to get himself killed here as Aluka's going to lock down that kill. Godby, he's going to die as well. We may have this game extended. My goodness. Aluka with the triple kill already. And Acorn, did he piece out of that a little bit earlier than he should have?
Yeah.
Yep.
Imp proving that it doesn't matter if he doesn't have wave clear. He can just style. He can play the Vayne in any matchup that he wants.
I think he may have taken his hands off his keyboard. He was already getting up to go shake the hands of the World Elite players, and
Acorn took a bathroom break. He onslaught of shadows. He got up from his desk. He's like, okay.
Yep. Well, look, the game continues, ladies and gentlemen. Another 11,000 gold lead, though, for LGD, as TBQ is going to sheepishly take down the 4th dragon of the game. Acorn going to give him a hand as well, with the Rampage helping him out. And look, see whether WE can use this as a momentum changer.
A momentum changer. The thing that we can talk about is kind of larger context narrative for both of these teams, kind of their identity coming into the split. So the interesting thing about both these teams, because there was a lot of roster changes between the spring to summer split, is that they both retained their original rosters, having the same plan. Nothing really got changed up, so it's not like they had to go backwards in any sort of their momentum. They just kept building their synergy and their teamwork forward. We did have a little bit of a delay as PYL face checks into Spirit, because we did have Fan come and sub in for PYL, and obviously it's a completely, we keep saying this, it's a completely different animal. If you didn't watch week 1 of LGD, they did not look this crisp. They would not have been able to pull off a Vayne or a 0 wave clear composition like this. That's Kassadin and Vayne. If this composition ever fell behind, you're pretty much screwed, because it's free for all for WE. On the other side, WE are still suffering from the same problems. Just too many fires. They aren't strong enough individually in their own lanes to get through lane phase. It's win lane, win game for WE. That's pretty much their win conditions. And they lost lane pretty much across every single board. Spirit running around, can't put out all the fires, can't stop all the bleeding. I mean, frankly, WE, they need to reevaluate their strategy if they want to continue to be relevant in this league, or just scrape by.
Well, at the moment, Spirit, Conan, and Mystic have been waiting in that brush for a very long time.
A whole Baron's worth of time.
Yeah, Imp is actually going to pop the Final Hour, uses the QSS to get out of the way of that Dark Binding, and just destroys Conan there. Going for a tower dive here as well as Mystic. Just one more auto attack, casually picks that one up. There's the Monsoon, mostly for fun here from PYL as Aluka just trying to fizz his way around, but he's going to die for it. Godby taking his share of the pie, and now LGD going to finish off the Nexus after the inhibitor falls for the 2nd time. And LGD, a little bit later than we otherwise would have expected. Take down the 2-0 victory over WE in pretty easy fashion there. And look, getting back some of their former form, but against WE here, is this the LGD that we're expecting, the sort of set, like the grand final LGD that we need?
No. I still think that there were multiple problems wrong with their draft phase. Like we said, if that composition ever fell behind, if you were trying to siege onto it, they didn't have a lot of options. And one of the things about LGD that has made them that amazing playoff team that we saw in Spring Split, or I guess at the back end of Spring Split, is that they were able to put together all of the elements. The matured strategy as far as rotations, the beautiful mechanics because they have a very stacked all-star roster, and then a gorgeous draft phase because they now have Home at the head of the helm for LGD. He's now officially working with them, helping them behind the scenes. So in the regular season of LPL, they do like to have a bit of fun and kind of test out these new comps. We've seen multiple Vaynes, and Imp really enjoys playing that champion. He actually said in his AMA, "You should never play Vayne. I will never play Vayne." Immediately locks it in the very next week.
He also played Misfortune as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
he had to get a certain standing.
He certainly did. Well, look, standing happily, playing probably the most separate AD carries throughout an LPL split thus far. So, look, definitely doing well. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us tonight. Of course, plenty more LPL across the weekend. But on behalf of myself, FLICKR, and, of course, Pastry Time and Spawn, as well as Rusty, there's so many of us now. It's so incredibly exciting. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.